Hello, friends. We're back. We're back. I'll be reviewing all of the games for the World Championship. Day after, we're going to do all 8 of the Swiss round robin games today. Thank you very much, Gino, for your Twitch Prime sub. Welcome back. Did I see the Peak Riot production from today? No, I have not seen the games. Do not know the drafts. I know nothing. So let's do this. Right.
To his passive, that overall damage to towers, Jinx taken 2, and of course it's important to remember MDK have already kind of shown us.
You're so back on your Cocal Cone hats. My Cocal Cone hat is unfortunately in America. Timmy boy, thank you for your 21 months of tier 1. Good to see you too. All is well. We're back in Korea. I was in Tahoe in California for 3 weeks. That's why we missed play-ins, guys, because like when I scheduled my trip, I didn't think Riot would be starting Worlds so soon.
Now we need to see how they feel about it, what they have been scrimming, what they have been practicing. So there is potential to really see the meta shaken up, as much as some things feel pretty stable, like more or less the mid lane pool.
Now Skarner, Orianna, Syndra, so many.
Thank you. It's good to be back.
But BLG, they're going to lock in the Vi. They want the lockdown potential. Could this potentially be an Ahri Vi?
Okay.
Syndra Vi?
So let's talk about this. This is interesting to see Vi first pick and top prio. Right, they're taking the, I mean, nobody's going to let them have this. Between Elyoya and Merwin and the flex of Nidalee, it's just too annoying. Right, Ashe is still priority. Vi here, the thing about Vi is this is probably a BLG prio pick. And the reason why is because Knight plays Syndra. He's probably the best Syndra player in the world, him and like Showmaker. And he plays Ahri. So obviously, like, the setup for this is really good. You can take Syndra or Ahri here. This probably forces... The Ezreal is interesting to me. LPL loves their Ziggs, as we know. Aurora is just very powerful right now. The interesting thing about this is this probably forces Syndra or Ahri to be picked here, depending on
I mean, Knight has so many champions
what they want.
Play in combination with this setup. Way a very versatile jungler. So much of the conversation has been about his introduction.
Okay, so we're going to take Skarner, which is going to be super high priority in this tournament.
We've typically seen them.
We're not taking Nunu. Okay, we take Syndra. That means Knight's probably going to play Ahri here. This also means that, like, Fresskowy... I mean, we talked about this matchup coming in. Knight versus Fresskowy is probably one of the most imbalanced matchups between players in the first round in terms of skill. And, like, trying to stay alive against Ahri, Vi, as Syndra is going to be fucking hard.
Context of the meta,
that's going to be hard. Cigarros... Cigarros Psymate? I'm probably saying it wrong. Thank you for your tier 1 sub.
Pretty easy to find kills and to focus around that mid lane. Gnar gonna grab here. Mirwin, I believe, was spamming Gnar and solo queue less. One of the first times in history I've looked at Mirwin solo.
We're playing games worth watching. I mean, I watched them because I had to do shows, but I mean, they're pretty boring.
Practicing the more conventional save options, but there's the Ahri Vi, and I'm gonna be honest, if we take nameplates off, I'm like, Fresskowy might be okay, but when we turn those...
Do you know winners and losers? Some, but not all.
I mean, Knight's streak was broken recently, but that shouldn't take away from the fact that this man has an incredible...
Okay, so there's the Ahri. I think we're blinding Gnar here because of Mirwin's champion pool. Like, BLG, I think, has done their homework. Like, this feels really good. I think they're blinding Gnar just to have a safe ranged pick because they know Mirwin likes to play ranged tops.
86% win rate.
That's my guess.
Champion. All time across his career. It is an exceptional pick for him, and it's something that we already talked about it. MDK have been
guys, so we're just playing Cassante. Interesting. You know, if I'm MDK, honestly, like, I'm saving, you know, they're probably, MDK is dangerous on red side because of their flexibility. So I'm probably saving top lane pick for R5. Because, like, are we really thinking we're going to beat BLG in a straight up, like, meta game? I feel like you're not.
top side of the map.
So I would
They are
just
looking
be
towards
MDK
the
and
lane
do
swap
weird
in the
shit
first
with
game.
R5
Potentially,
and
perhaps
try and
why we
surprise
see
them,
the
because I
Jinx
think just
taken
playing
away
straight up
early on
meta
from
against
BLG
BLG
don't
is
wanna
probably a
give them
mistake.
The strongest AD carry in a lane swap scenario, but a very strong top side in terms of tanky life bars. But maybe some difficult matchups. We'll have to see how Frescowi manages the Ahri matchup early on. Of course, post level 6 is really where it's going to get difficult for the Syndra, but early on should be able to harass. And now you're seeing AD carry.
So the Jhin is taking out because it's basically a pick comp, and the Jhin is very good here with setup.
Some of the more Lucian Nami also on the rise, and it'll be banned as well.
Well, I mean, the AD carry pool has
Lucian
been
Nami also good in pick
narrowed
comps.
pretty significantly. You're looking at things being
Taking
like,
away Renata
okay. Well, I mean,
and Poppy just to make sure, because they have 3 dash champs. So Poppy here, possibly at support, probably feels good. Might be an indication they're playing Kalista, but they took away the Renata, so maybe not.
Tristan, another champion that's great in the lane swaps. Thanks.
Okay. Maybe they are doing something funky. Is this a bot Syndra? Can Supa play Syndra?
Ability to siege. So you imagine this is going to go in the hands of Supa unless they're giving us an old school G2 where they put the Syndra in
All right,
the
they're
bot
just
lane.
taking
That's not what I'm
Kai'Sa,
expecting.
Rel
Maybe some
probably.
context of mid lane, so we'll see
All right,
bot
well,
lane
we've got a
looks
long range pick composition for BLG. Basically, you know, you can start the pick here, you know, the process, then you can ult in with the Kai'Sa. So, strong comp.
where she's going to end up right now, though.
Yeah, you're not taking Blitz.
Debating. On, of course, for Alvaro, you know, so many supports in the LEC, in EMEA, talk about On as this guy who is so creative, who is someone that they look up to, and now I'm curious to see what Alvaro is going to bring to the table, because Rel, in a vacuum, still one of the absolute strongest support picks overall. Just
Did have a good performance on it
Really? Are we lane? I mean, MDK must be lane swapping.
in the planes though. So I
Like,
think he's
surely,
playing with
surely
confidence.
we're not
But
playing
yeah, this
Trist
draft from
Alistair bot
all
lane
5 champions of BLG want to get into it face.
and
They
not
wanna
lane
close that
swapping,
gap,
right?
And they want to look to fight.
Plus, the lane swap can be effective into Gnar because he's pretty easy to dive in early levels.
Now we're
So,
expecting that lane swap in the early levels, and the execution from MDK has been clean from what we've seen so far from them in the play-ins. But of course, the level of competition has escalated somewhat.
yeah, to the take exactly what about scaling. TK wanted to play the game. Yeah, I think he'd be spot on. Early game, you got picks in the mid game. It suits them so well. MDK swap earlier, of course.
it's in the tiny ass Berlin studio for some reason.
Quick couple of best
This
ones.
Riot is El Cheapo.
Okay, let's look at this early setup.
So far,
How many games do you plan to review out of the 8 games? All of them.
Pings coming down, information trying to be garnered from both sides. You can see MDK's bot lane.
I will review
Already
every
hovering
game
around
from
the top
Worlds from
side
this point
jungle.
forward on stream.
They need to keep track of any potential wards being invested from either side.
On already getting aggressive onto Alvaro. We'll just try to walk him down. Proccing the plasma would be decent.
Gonna force him to base, likely, as Knight also took the side. As you can see, MDK's bot lane already hovering around the top side jungle. They need to keep track of any
So
potential.
Supa's top side.
being invested
Alvar probably wants to
from either
2v2
side.
mid,
On
but
already
he
getting
just gets
aggressive
caught
onto Alvaro.
out.
We'll just try to walk him down. Proccing the
It has
plasma
to
would be decent.
base.
Gonna force him to base, likely, as Knight also took a bit of damage for Scowie. Gonna
Mountain.
flash.
Nice flash.
Forward. Charm
Nice
start
flash, yes,
coming in
flash.
from Knight, forcing the flash out from Fresco.
Charm
We can
first
force
from
the
Knight,
back,
though.
and likely the TP as well. Devastating for MDK at level 1, and they've still got the Tristan on the top side of the map. This is a really
terrible for
difficult
MDK.
position to start a
This
lane
is so
swap on,
bad.
especially because they're on vision.
Sweeper gonna come through. Are they looking to invade this? I think that'd be very ambitious. At the very least, they're gonna try and interrupt. But look, the cross map is happening. You can see the Way's already moved to the bot side of MDK's
Okay, this is already
jungle.
weird.
The map is gonna be split.
Another charm landing. Alvaro's here, still has his flash. Is
Oh my
forced
god,
out.
what a nightmare. Okay, so let us discuss this. So typically, the way that lane swaps have been working is that we have support mid in the mid lane, right? And then you have top laner ADC pushing. In this case, their support's bot side. I think this is because On is a melee support, and he already used Flash. And I think what they want is Knight and Bin to harass the Alistair like this and get more advantages. And they know that there are no flashes on this side. So in theory, Knight could probably flash charm and maybe get a kill.
Phase is just starting.
Well, I mean, so traditionally what you'll do is you'll put your supports into the mid lane, then you'll have your AD carries lane with the top laners, so then what the
Thank
top
you for the
laners
bits.
get that XP along with the AD carries, then they can TP towards the stacked wave on the top side. As you can see,
Snivy,
MDK is doing
SSBM.
the adaptation that BLG is saying is we put
all
top
right.
and mid, in mid
So
lane,
very
and that's
dangerous
what we just went
situation
to.
here.
What's
It's a
else they're gonna do on
strong
level one
side
against
jungle
us?
invade,
They've
so
got
we
that
have vertical
traditional-
In
jungling.
lane swaps where both teams know it's coming, you don't have a Gnar, who's very vulnerable to those early dives. We
Okay,
saw
here
it in
comes
MSI
third
as well, with
wave.
things
We
like
got
the
second
Twisted Fate,
wave
like
crash
Fade.
and top
You just run into
side.
mid lane sometimes. Harass a bit level 1, try to build a greater advantage.
I don't know
Play
what are they doing, dude? Why is Alvaro here?
Alvaro trading blows here, and
Now, crucially, Alvaro's not level 2, which is...
Is Cassante TPing?
And he doesn't have flash.
He's just dead.
Oh, I mean, things are falling apart here for Mad
What the
Lions.
fuck?
Koi in the setup.
I think he
The
just
TP's gonna
dies
come
anyway,
through.
even if
BLG's still
Cassante
gonna commit to the dive.
TPs.
this still seems pretty favorable.
It's like free.
That
This is
level one
free.
Alistair's gonna have to get a lot of
Oh, he hex flashed the Q.
work
That's pretty
done.
cute.
Q finally gonna come out immediately. He goes
Doesn't matter.
down. Mirwin here
Alright.
to try to at least catch some of this XP.
So the thing about this though is that Mirwin is actually level 3 because he was pushing into the top side, right? So can
First
we
blood is
dive a
gonna
level
dive.
3
This
Cassante?
still seems pretty favorable. That level 1 Alistair's gonna have to get a lot of work done. Q finally gonna come out immediately. He goes down. Mirwin here to try to at least catch some of
He
this
has all his
XP.
abilities,
First
right?
blood is there, but level 3 for Mirwin is big. That much harder to die.
Okay,
As
there
long
was
as
his
he has
Q3
W,
it
it's really
missed.
difficult for BLG to pull the trigger. The pathmaker crucial. Dashing through. Ball breaker coming in. Flashback from Mirwin. The plasma stacks are already there. Just trying to get XP again. If he has to give his life, it's crucial that he gets
Are they
the
rediving this?
wave at the
Oh, he still has W.
very least. W win. Trying to get the Q3 back. Gets
Oh,
one.
he got his Q3 back. Oh my
Plasma stacks are
god.
already there, just trying to get
God, this was such a good advantage. This was such a good advantage
Still seems pretty favorable. That level one
for
Alistair's gonna have to get a lot
BLG.
of work done. Q finally
You know what I mean?
gonna come
Like, you
out
get
immediately.
Alvaro
He goes
here.
down. Mirwin here to try
And then Bin can actually just TP to this wave. Right? He can just walk up here and TP to the wave. Or recall TP. And he gets a kill out of it. And it's fine. You know, they didn't do anything with blowing the flash in mid lane. This ends up being really weird for BLG. It doesn't have to be weird either because they have plate advantage. Ah, man, going after Mirwin again was... Mirwin plays this well, though. He gets his Q3 back up.
If he has to give his life, it's crucial that he gets the wave at the very least.
And he has his W still. Oh my god, what a nightmare, dude. Plus he gets the whole wave. This entire wave gets lost for Bin as well. Yikes. He should have just recalled.
They had the beef, they wanted the second course, but it was too damn greedy.
I was about to talk about how well BLG's target management was of the tower. They were managing the aggro so well, but then Mirwin finds the outplay. He gets himself 2 kills, and he's able to salvage what was a devastating start.
So he lost the entirety of those waves. Like, he lost 4 waves in topside, Bin.
Turning around to dive that made it look so good.
Mirwin saw a W, that's huge here.
Now Wade doesn't end up taking down aggro here. It's on, but he's trying to help his jungler get away to safety. The flash
I
comes
think
through
On
from
just
Bin
barely
as well
died
to
there.
avoid the knockback, and Mirwin walks away with a double kill.
And crucially, he's
It's actually
there for all
huge.
that XP. Doesn't even matter if he
Like
gets
a
the farm.
smirk, a small smirk. He can't be overcome.
Nah, man, I think you just kill Alvaro there, and then you get Bin into the top lane. It was just too much. The level 3 on Cassante was too big.
Before and not be able to close out. And we're only 4 minutes in, so to call this a lead, I think would be generous.
It's crazy that the level 1 was really a disaster for MDK, and for them to be at 500 gold now is insane.
Anything happens, we're like, that's the best play I've seen in the world, which is technically true in Swiss stage, but we can take a breath. Remember that as much as obviously Mirwin is ahead individually, didn't get too much CS. The kills only giving him a small edge over the Gnar, likely still expected to fall behind here, but we have started to return at least to standard lanes. And the gold, not that significant in the favor of MDK, as Frescowi falling behind in these trades, trying to burn through that mana bar, just get the wave crashed in, calling in Elyoya to support him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Frescowi had the best play-ins when we look at the entire roster. I mean, going up a player like Knight, this is a matchup that typically favors Syndra, but Knight is just so experienced in this matchup specifically that you can see how he's able to find these nice trades and he's able to get a nice health advantage. And the fact that Frescowi doesn't have flash, he's going to be forced to go back to base. Now Knight can look for a quick push, knowing that there's no TP available for Frescowi. Boots are going to come in from him as he makes his way back to lane as quickly as possible, but he is going to lose some farm. He may even lose most of the wave here as the Dragon now being started by BLG.
I respect the call here from BLG. Obviously, around the mid game,
I haven't watched LoL in years, but you're still the best to listen to commentate and analyze. Thank you.
They eliminate the late game threat.
We're having a good time here.
From MDK.
It's all right. This is the final act of Monty's LoL arc, guys. This world. We Denzo after this. Then we're on to more noble pursuits like playing every Star Wars game ever made and cooking streams. Can Skarner use his ult over thin walls and pull people through them? I don't know.
From the bottom side, shouldn't be too much more here other than pushing in the wave to crash. They do get the ignite out of on, but nothing else really.
Just a bit of pressure put down to allow for the MDK bot lane to go back safely. Now for Scowy in a lot of danger.
Oh my god, he just got his flashback up and it's already blown again.
But nothing else really.
Yes, it can, people are saying.
Pressure put down to allow for the MDK bot lane to go back safely. Now for Scowy in a lot of danger.
Very much. One more.
He's not even 6 yet. Nice knockback on tonight, but that is disaster.
As well. That's devastating. And this is kind of the fear when you go against this combo Vi and the Ahri together. It's just so easy to get that set up.
He really wants to stick around though so he can get the level 6. He can't really afford to lose much more farm. You can already see that discrepancy starting to be built up in mids. But with that control, Wei's going to move from Dragon straight to the grubs.
Which games from today are you planning on watching? Literally all of them.
It's going to be a very difficult contest.
Getting in.
Making your butter chicken now? Nice.
Getting in.
With that control, Wei's going to move from Dragon straight to the grubs. Aljoya, he's going to be a little late to the party, and with no mid control, it's going to be a very difficult contest.
Getting in, getting involved. Knight, of course, does not have ultimate because of the previous play.
Yeah, they shouldn't fight this, I don't think.
Already got the Drake, wanted to go for more based on the mid lane trade, but MDK are here in time. They know the Knight does not have ultimate. They're trying to get a little bit more out of this.
Yeah, what is Knight doing? I guess they kill Aljoya. This feels really dangerous. This feels really dangerous for BLG. Why? This is so cocky. Why are we trying to make this play? I think they're assuming because they sent Frescowi back. Frescowi's back and he's 6. It's kind of bozo plays by BLG, honestly.
First to get all 5 around the grubs, and they were ready for a fight. But again, it's Mirwin. Mirwin with great play forces a flash out from Elk. Knight is forced to flash. He gets himself a kill as well. He finds himself 3-0 on 1 right now with a full level advantage over Bin on the top side. Mirwin, the star for MDK so far in this game.
Which in the context of everything that we have seen from him, both in plans and this year, it's not what you... Mirwin Cassante is not the champion that you think of as Supa. Gets a bit aggressive, damage down onto Elk.
He has the jump reset available. Vi is hovering around the top side of the map as the blue is being cleared. Pings are coming down onto
Try butter chicken with fenugreek powder in the marinade. Yeah, I know, man. It's good.
Aljoya makes his way up to secure the scuttle crab. But it's a tense affair as MDK performing better than expected.
This is honestly not a very good game by BLG, guys. I'm actually pretty disappointed. Given that level 1, they should have just fucking rolled this game. But you know, the over diving in the bot side, that was a really dumb grubs play.
Scuttle crab taking a look at the gold, still very close. Only 2 grubs picked up by MDK for the threshold that both teams are going to be looking for in the next spawn in about 3 minutes. So for now, a bit.
All right, we already talked about how it is one of his all-time favorites, one of his most impressive champions, and he continues to do a good job in the mid lane. We turn our attention towards the next objective, of course, still 2 minutes away, so both teams looking to try and farm up, get as close as they can to that first core item, wanting to secure level 6s for a number of players. Yeah. Both On and Alvaro very strong.
Yeah, we're still stuck top side. I mean, BLG, okay, Frescowi's dead.
Frescowi going to be in trouble here, tries to get a knockback on a Knight, goes completely wide.
Players, both On and Alvaro very strong.
Frescowi just, he just panic ults. He just panic ults. He has no orbs up. He has no orbs up.
Trouble here, tries to get
oh, that's a nice sidestep. He actually missed the scatter.
Weido sets his sights on mid.
Frescowi gonna be in trouble here, tries to get a knockback on a
Is that a sidestep? It just straight up misses.
Trouble here,
on mid.
Frescowi Gonna be in trouble here. Tries to get a knockback on a Knight. Goes completely wide. Easy dive for BLG. Point and click CC from Vi is just so damn powerful.
Just very well executed as well. They'd already gotten Frescowi's flash earlier. Remember that they got it on the level 1. They weren't able to punish it the first
So
time.
I was looking at Scatter, wasn't
ult.
ult.
Make it look clean. Knight now will secure the level 8. As well, get his first kill.
WC speed up and sidestep indeed. Yeah, just a straight miss.
On the top side.
Elk, no summons, but does have ulti. If they can mark up Elyoya, perhaps a way for him to escape. Backing away now, bit of additional movement speed, zoning away the flash, the ultimate. On locked up, and Elk manages to escape using the ultimate. Support taken out, MDK. Free access now.
All right, nice dive.
Backing away now, bit of additional movement speed, zoning away the flash, the ultimate. On locked up, and Elk manages to escape using the ultimate. Support taken out, MDK. Free access now to the plates on the top side.
Frescowi struggling in mid, but Elyoya making a smart choice.
MDK still with the gold lead.
Where I know we have a strength. Super's getting great trades onto Elk. They have a stacked wave. They're going to deny a lot of farm. Now Mewin is
Monty leading league sadness. At least I have deadlock now. Hey man, I'm not going anywhere.
Knows the limitations of his
you can still watch my stream, turns out.
Securing plates on the bot side of the map. He has a CS advantage. Securing those plates is going to help close the gold gap between him and the top side of the map. And this is the thing about BLG. Sure, they may have lost a few early skirmishes. They might be getting picked off here and there. And while MDK have the kill lead, you can't ever afford to underestimate BLG. They're so good at moving around the map, looking for opportunities to punish their opponents. But so far, both teams being proactive on the sidelines.
Yeah, pretty even trades. MDK, small gold advantage. A lot of that because of the kills they've been able to amass, but still plates going in the favor of BLG. 20 seconds. Mountain Drake. Always a bit nerve-wracking for MDK if they do not have good vision control to walk into any of these objectives. The threat of Knight and Wei together.
I mean, it looks like MDK aren't
around the Drake in the form of the Scuttle Crab, starting to clear out some of this vision. Is rest of BLG at least keeping an eye on the potential grub spawn?
I mean, it looks like MDK aren't Did you just
what?
Clear out to complete an eye is rest of BLG at least keeping an
what was
eye
that?
on the potential grub spawn?
Oh my god!
Rest of BLG
look at this. His flash came off cooldown the instant he was using Hex Flash, guys.
An eye on the potential.
Look at that. Look at his flash cooldown.
To clear out some of this vision.
That's so unlucky.
BLG at least keeping an eye on the potential.
It came up right now. He still thinks he has Hex Flash. And oh my god! It was like 1 second. His flash came up like 1 second. He may have been channeling Hex Flash when this flash came up. You guys know what I mean?
It looks like MDK aren't Did you just okay, he thought he had Hex Flash.
He might have been channeling Hex Flash.
Grub spawn.
I mean, it looks like
oh my, that timing is so stupid. Oh, I feel bad for him, man. That's an understandable mistake.
He just flashed. I'm pretty confident that's what just happened.
I looked away for a second. Was that real flash?
Yeah, that was that. I'm convinced Alvaro thought that he had Hex Flash, and then he just.
I mean, that's an understandable mistake to make. That's so unlucky, that timing.
Yeah, a bit of an oopsie, but that's all right.
That's a weird bug with a 10-minute flash cooldown, guys.
Yeah, there would be animation if he was charging Hex Flash. That's true. But the point is he thought he had Hex Flash, and that's an understandable mistake.
But it's all right. Grubs for Dragon Spawn, but Wei's killed that dragon pretty quick. Now, BLG, they want to contest this objective.
Frescowi over the wall has to be careful. Will be spotted now on Fog. One grub taken down again. 4 is what matters here.
Oh my god.
Going in, no level 6 for Alvaro is big.
They want to contest this objective.
He's not 6 yet, guys. He's not 6, and he never gets a chance to proc Aftershock. Why are they... Dude, MDK, why are you fighting this on his 6, dude? On his 6, dude.
Again, 4 is what matters here. On going in, no level 6 for Alvaro is big. Knight has the ulti. The Reese is coming in.
Oh, huge. Huge ult. Huge Skarner ult. Late TP from Binny Bin. All right, well, it worked because Bin was not there to TP.
They want to contest this objective.
Bin was not there to TP. He was Mini. This is like kind of a bad fight. Like the start of this is good, but Bin is so late on the TP here. Oh, Elliot played that really well.
They're chasing down Elk as well. They just need to get these kills down. One taken out, 80 carry off the board. Knight running. Grubs going to the side of MDK again. BLG are in position to contest, but MDK are just getting more in the.
So they're able to eliminate him, but they did invest a decent amount of resources, and with a nice counterplay from Elyoy to find that two-man ultimate, we saw a bit of a misplay, a bit of a scary moment from Frescawi, because he doesn't use the ultimate immediately, so he has to flash over the wall before he can actually commit to that play. As Bin bounces in. No mana on Frescawi. Alvaro knows that he can't really afford to make any gambles here, but he really needs some XP. Is on, ticks over to 6. Alvaro is still a ways away from that level up.
Different.
Did you go live on the LFN channel, then switch to MonteCristo channel? I would never make that mistake, Cypher Flare. I don't know what you're talking about.
The smallest margins, of course.
I don't know what you're talking about. I would never accidentally go live on the LFN Twitch channel because my OBS was set from Summoning Insight. I would never do that.
So much CC from his allies, it allows him to connect a lot of those easy skill shots, the Dark Sphere, into this Cat of the Week. And now, doing pretty well on the stacks, approaching the second ability upgrade.
And notice now that the gold shift has gone over towards Bin. He's been farming well, he's been picking up plates, and even though Meowin finds himself with 3 kills, Bin's just been doing a good job around the map and has just been pressuring the 1v1 out very well, that he's been able to get back that goal deficit that he was in. And he finds himself in a comfortable spot. The big advantage we really see is for Super, who's getting closer to that Infinity Edge. Bit of a fight in mid.
Good on Super to trade back on.
Dude, it's 13 minutes and Alvaro still is level 5, guys.
On at least. Now the ulti's coming in.
This is a big problem. This is a big problem.
One more reset to go in. Elyoya amidst the entire team. Z Convergence doing a little bit of work. Elk trying to finish the kills, but Supa's still alive for now. Elyoya tanky, but not tanky. He'll get one back.
Infinity Edge is a bit of a fight in mid.
Good on Supa to trade back. On at least. Now the ulti's coming in.
We're back in. Okay, Scatter of the Week knocks Knight out, but Frescawi's still doing nothing, and there's a charm, and we have no ults, but we're fighting on Alistair again.
Doing a little bit of work. Elk trying to finish the kills, but Supa's still alive for now. Tanky, but not tanky enough. No! Now killing Alvaro, finding that angle. One more reset.
That is beautiful. Elk dodging the Skarner ult is super nice.
Now killing Alvaro, finding that angle. One more reset.
That's really well done.
The entire team Z Convergence doing a little bit of work. Elk trying to finish the kills, but Supa's still alive for now. Tanky, but not tanky enough. No! It's coming in!
What is Frescawi doing, dude? He's just dead.
Finishing the kill, double. Doing a little bit of work. Elk trying to finish the kills, but Supa's still alive for now. Tanky, but not tanky.
All right, his ult comes up right now. His ult comes up right now.
It's coming in! Lightning! Static finishing the kill.
Really not worth killing a support to die and then lose a bunch of plates, guys. Am I watching every game? Yes.
Players leveraging their mobility to the fullest, and they're able to find 3 kills, 4 even after they started that pick onto Alvaro. Very well played from them. They get a bunch of plates into mid. They set their sights on the Rift Herald. We look back at this fight again. No level 6 for Alvaro. Just a bit of chip damage traded back and forth, but then Way sees his target. Nice stun from Frescawi on tonight to keep him at distance, but then they lock down Alvaro. The jump is invested from Super. He can't quite get that kill onto Way. And then as the flash comes in from Elk, a situation that should have been very scary, Knight's positioning makes it hard for Frescawi to approach.
The Shiv proc kills Tristana, dude. Static Shiv, too strong.
Kill onto Super, and Frescawi can't do anything to turn the fight around.
That's so frustrating for Supa. If he's just a little bit further back, the static proc from killing Elyoya doesn't hit him. But oh boy, it did. Decent chunk of damage to get the job
Will you be
done.
streaming live commentary for bracket stage? No.
Snapshot. And it's
Only VOD reviews, guys. I don't have co-streaming, so there's not a point to doing it live. Also, it's like in the middle of the night for me in Korea, so not going to do that.
But overall, really turning around what little advantage MDK had with that massive play in the mid lane.
Cross map is going to come through as BLG send Knight over towards the top lane, and Way is securing the Herald. Elk is going to be pushing in mid, close to securing that tower. Through as BLG send Knight over towards the top lane, and Way is securing the Herald. Elk is going to be pushing in mid, close to securing.
That's funny. Elk ults, but the Tristana ult is already on him, so he just gets shoved into tower. That's like completely accidental, I think.
Send Knight over towards the top lane, and Way is securing the Herald.
I think that's completely accidental.
Elk is going to be pushing in mid. It's close to securing that tower.
Maybe it's not. Hard to tell. He may have buffered it while the Kaisa was sliding. That's funny.
Super, which allows Super to knock him into the tower. Getting that extra turret shot allows him to find a kill. A small moment of reprieve for Super after securing that Infinity Edge. Is tower going to be traded now on the top side of the map. Level 11 for Knight. This Ahri only continues to get stronger.
And this is such a terrifying position to be in. if you're MDK. Yes, the gold is close, the itemization not too different.
Can't wait for you to see the dumpster fire that was Fnatic versus Damwon. It was known that that would be a dumpster fire.
Finding these creative angles as a team. You highlighted it in the draft. Their target selection is so good as well, and you can see for MDK in these team fights, BLG so much more comfortable weaving in and out of the fight, playing on the edge, finding these small advantages. And MDK, not only are they going to struggle in terms of gold deficit, but their composition not quite as quick to collapse on those opportunities.
I mean, BLG are also just good at setting up their sideways. Look, they've got Knight.
Did he just hit level 6? When did he hit 6, guys? He hit 6 at like 14 minutes.
Elk is going to be pushing in mid, close to securing that tower.
Their team is built to make picks. They're so good at finding these creative angles as a team. You highlighted it in the draft. Their target selection is so good as well. And you can see for MDK in these team fights, BLG so much more comfortable weaving in and out of the fight, playing on the edge, finding these small advantages. And MDK, not only are they going to struggle in terms of gold deficit, but their composition not quite as quick to collapse on those opportunities.
I mean, BLG also
I don't think they should be walking into this.
Look, they've got Knight catching top wave. He has the TP available. Bin is constantly pressuring in on this bot wave, specifically chipping away at that tower. Frescowie just doesn't feel safe, even though he has vision coverage on the bot side of the map.
Frescowie is just shitting himself this whole game, guys. It's so scary to play into this. Vi and Ari.
You can see how this is starting to showcase in the CS discrepancies. Mirwin's down 40 CS. Mid lane is
it's
down
also just the
30
engage.
CS.
Like if Vi pops in on you and locks you down, the Kai'Sa could be there in like 2 seconds as well.
As MDK set their sights on trying to pick Bin in the bot lane.
Wait, what are we doing?
Lane is down 30 CS.
What are they doing?
PLG is ultimately just playing the map. Now they drop
They're TPing into bot side and they're using Skarner E over the wall to kill Bin while Herald is going down in mid lane? What? What? Like they're gonna lose 2 towers. They might lose this one too. What are they doing? They know they have Herald. Oh, there's one. The question is, how much do they get for this?
Herald down, they really have to get something done here for the side of MDK. Bin about to turn Mega, gets the double hop out before he goes. Not even gonna get connected.
Oh my god, Bin just giving 3 of them to run around. Holy shit.
Away, buying so much time.
Oh my god, he ults him back so he doesn't actually get hit by the E into the wall.
They will at least try to get that, but On is now here as well. Bin will finally fall, but BLG get 2 towers in the mid lane.
Well, that was terrible.
As you rightly said, 2 big objectives in the mid lane.
Why? Why did they commit TP for that?
Uncontested. Knight now ticks over to level 12. He can start chipping away on.
Are they going to get tier 2 and top as well? No, we're just going to TP in and kill them? Okay. Oh, yeah, it's ult.
Coming, but it's going to be difficult to lock that Ahri down. Knight already level 12. Alvaro level 6 comes out a little bit late. The Unbreakable will.
Yeah, now they can just make a play on the bot side.
Frescowie.
I mean, the joke here is Knight didn't even need to TP, by the way. That was actually a mistake by BLG. Because I think they get this tower, which is more gold tonight than that kill was. And Syndra's dead anyway. Wake can kill him. So, the unnecessary TPs on both sides. But it does allow you to secure the Drake, so I guess it's not terrible. Puts you on soul point. It's alright.
And while, yes, MDK are staying even in the kill department, everything else is going in favor of BLG.
Yeah, you have to recognize what just happened on the map. Bin drew 4 people, ultimately, to the bot side of the map. That allowed BLG to pressure top, pressure mid, where they secured 2 towers. And then because the top wave was pushed in, Knight could then TP in to create a 4 versus 5. And even though they're down numbers, so many resources were invested to even try and kill.
Yeah, the reason why I just can't do league stuff anymore, guys, is that the amount of hours I have to do, like put in to you know, watching games every week is outrageous. It's like 30-40 hours a week of just watching League of Legends, you know, when all the leagues are in season to do the shows, and I need to run LFN and like do other content. So
incredibly far behind. Yes, it is only a 3K deficit, but Soul Point is right around the corner.
I also just don't want to do it anymore.
It's easy pickings for the side of BLG.
That's also part of it. It's been 10 years, guys.
BLG are just doing a really good job of managing their side lanes. Like you can see it.
It's actually been 11 years.
That both carries for BLG and Knight and Elk have secured their second. And now they set their sights on the top tier 2. They're just meticulously tearing apart what control MDK have. And even though there's deep vision on the side of MDK, their own jungle is very dark and full of terrors.
Yeah.
And LFN, we need to move into general gaming stuff.
To show how little MDK see right now.
You know,
And they're fine, just letting
do
this
more
Syndra
on the
push
TV
the
film
bot lane. They
side,
don't
the
care.
culture side.
They're really
Do
not worried about it. They're happy to play the 4-1. Mio doing what he
do
can
more.
to
Do start general gaming content because general gaming is just so much bigger than
They're fine
esports.
just letting this Syndra push in bot lane. They don't care. They're really not worried about it. They're happy to play the 4-1. Mio doing what he can to clear out the wave, but it's not going to be enough as this tower gets lower and lower.
Right, stepping up just to harass. Of course, if a charm does connect, very likely to be a kill. Mirwin and Elyoya probably
Who's gonna replace you as the GOAT?
the only
Nobody.
ones tanking up to survive
I'm sorry.
that initial burst. But now returning to top side, and MDK kind of forced to play wherever BLG decide to apply pressure, and again they find the pick. MDK, bit of sleight of hand there, paying all that attention.
All right, so we're still trying to get the tier 2 down on the top side. I mean, the map state is just so scary for MDK because the engage is such long range from BL. Like, I mean, look at that. They just find Fresco and he's just dead. He's just dead. It's so hard because they can have so many people just hiding in the darkness, and you can just get 100 to 0'd like that.
I mean, it's crazy to me that that's even the risky path, right? I mean, this is the thing, that the pressure that BLG
BLG's playing the comp well now.
What the comp wants to do, find these picks. We've talked so much about it. They have so much lockdown. Vi and Ari as a mid-jungle duo is so lethal if you're caught out of position. And I mean, what was Super even allowed to do? It was just a difficult situation. Sorry, for Sky, what was he even allowed to do in that situation is BLG find themselves another pick. They find themselves another tower. And you can see now how much control BLG have over the entire map.
Yeah, and the win probability powered by AWS is looking a little one-sided, unsurprisingly. Of course, there are situations where, you know, 4K gold lead doesn't feel insurmountable. It is 2 fully completed items for both AD carries in this context. Third, of course, much closer to completion on the side of Elk. But those are the big breakpoints, the full completed items. That said, BLG with so much more control, Supa at least getting a bit of harass here down onto on. But overall, the angles of attack here for MDK becoming more.
They just bait this Baron forever now, I think.
Has a bit of a flank, will be spotted on that control ward. Crucially, BLG, do they want to go for the collapse here? Instant charm. Mirwin probably has to ult out to safety, but the layering of CC is flawless.
It's not layering, it's chaining. Layering is bad. That means that you're putting the CC on top of itself. Like, you don't want 2 stuns going at the same time. You want to chain CC.
Or the ultimate. Now the Baron is started off by BLG. They'll either use this to turn and fight, or they'll just take the objective. MDK is being pressured on both sides of the map. The bot tier 2 is falling.
MDK is spinning, dude. They don't know where to go.
Looking for a steal.
TP into the pit. Bin is mega, basically.
They already got the side lane tier 2. Baron going to fall in favor of BLG. MDK now starting a fight at a man disadvantage.
What are they doing? They just threw the entire game by wandering in there with 4 players. You gotta let that go. You gotta let that go. Let Mirwin come back up and try and fight for Soul, because now you give up Infernal Soul.
The ultimate comes down to Frescowi. Elk goes for the 1v1 against Supa, and the ultimate. I mean, Frescowi tries to throw it down onto way. He basically takes no damage, at the very least trying to get something back, but Knight sidestepping and navigating his way around the stun. I mean,
it's not going well for you. And I think for MDK, given the tools that they have, yes.
I mean, this is now a stomp for BLG, but I'm not leaving impressed by BLG. Like, I guess I am in the last, like, 5-10 minutes. The start of this game was really quite bad for BLG.
The most impressive thing to me
I don't agree with, like, the fight that they took on first Grubs when Ariel was down.
They reset back out onto the map.
You know, MDK just kind of threw with that bin chase. That's where the gold lead really opened up.
It was just such a macro difference between them as they now set their sights for another fight.
Bin knockback. Supa, nice buffer to make it out to safety, way off to the side. Mirwin taking a lot of that initial damage. Ulti now coming in from the Vi. Frescowi getting lower and lower, just trying to 1v1 Bin, but not doing a whole hell of a lot. Bin still standing. Ulti there for Frescowi, but Bin is still alive. He just keeps hitting.
Bin just walks away. Shout out to Lockett.
Injury as BLG again just wiped the fight. MDK looking for these angles of attack. Last desperate moves, but the flash charm coming in.
There you go. There it is. Charm into Kaisa ult. That's it. That's the end of the game.
I mean, we look back at this fight, right? And it's Bin initiates the play.
Dude, Alvaro is level 7. It's 23 minutes. What the fuck, man? What is he doing this whole game? It took him until 14 minutes to get level 6. He's level 7. Okay, we have to go back and I'm sorry guys, we have to start. Where is he this whole game? How does he have no XP?
Wards being invested from either.
Okay. This is the fuck up at level 1. Where is he going? Okay, he goes, bot catches it, but he dies here, so he loses all the XP from this first wave. So he's still level 1, so he's already behind. Yep.
That typically favors Syndra, but Knight is just so experienced in this matchup specifically that you can see how he's. Look at the entire roster.
Then he's like wandering around river.
And the fact that Frescowi doesn't have flash, he's going to be forced.
They eliminate Knight out of on.
Okay.
Stick around though, so
he then resets, goes here, but remember this is a fight where he's still a level down. This is a, I mean, that was the good fight for them. Okay. Heads to top side. On walking to top side. He's still a level down. He's wandering. He's just a river cow, guys.
Trouble here, tries to get a knockback on a Knight, goes completely wide.
Okay, they're all in lane right there. He's almost caught up in XP here. You know, it's 4 to 5, but he's like a quarter of a level down right now. So what happens after this? So he catches up. He literally just catches up entirely right here. So what happens where he just doesn't get XP ever?
Around the map, looking
Where's
for
ongoing?
To punish their opponents, but so far both teams being proactive on the side.
On is deep warding.
Trades, MDK, good vision control to walk into any of these objectives.
On is mid lane. Alistair is river cow again.
Very cheap.
He's river cow clearing vision, where On is now getting a level ahead again.
Okay, he thought he had Hex Flash, and he then he just flashes into the rift. But it's alright, Grubs for Dragon Spawn, but Waze killed that dragon pretty quick. Now, BLG, they want to contest.
So the problem here is that this is where we get, you know, this is the bad play. This is another bad play where they didn't play with TP properly. So they win this, which is crazy, MDK. But On being 6, and then he goes back to it. Why is he just in the river the whole game?
He's been farming well, he's been picking up plates, and even though Mirwin finds himself with 3...
He's been in the river for 3 minutes, not getting 6.
He's getting closer to that Infinity Edge. Bit of a fight in that angle. One more reset to go in.
And there's this disaster. He dies again, so he can't get XP. He does hit level 6 during this replay.
Behind angles as a team. You highlighted DK. Not only are they going to struggle in terms of gold deficit, but their composition not quite as quick to collapse on those opportunities.
I mean, losing farm on the side, this gives them control over mid as MDK set their sights on trying to pick bin in the bot lane.
He's just in the river the whole game.
Trying to speed his way out, at least buy a bit more time, but with Herald down, they really have to get something done here for the side of MDK. Ben about to turn Mega, gets the double hop out before he goes.
And here's the thing, he's in the river again, and then because there's so many people in mid and the Herald charge, they just have to, they get zoned out. So he can't get any XP.
So difficult now for MDK to play the map.
And because the top wave was pushed in,
On still about half a level up.
Hopefully you're trading up far behind. Yes, it is only a 3K deficit, but Soul Point is right around the corner. If they don't have setup on that Drake, it's easy pickings for the side of BL.
Secured their second, and now they set their sights on the top tier 2. They're just meticulously tearing apart
observers just to show how little MD
to be enough as this tower gets lower and lower.
Right, stepping up.
So here's the question: they're back. They're tied again. They're like about a half a level difference again. So what? How does On get 3 levels up from this point forward, from 20 minutes forward?
Find themselves another pick. They find themselves another tower, and you can see now
how much where, you know, 4K gold lead doesn't feel insurmountable. It is 2 fully completed items for both 80 carries in this context. Third, of course, much closer to completion on the side of Elk. But those are the big breakpoints, the full completed items. That said, BLG with so much more control. See Yo-Yo though. He'll have to flash to the pit if he wants to get this.
Mirwin from finding the flank that he's looking for.
Mirwin probably has to ult out to safety, but the layering of CC.
On hits 8 from killing Mirwin. Alvaro's being river cow again. You know, honestly, he just dies a lot. Part of it is he dies a lot, and part of it is because he's river cow. And On is getting a lot of XP from these fights. And from Baron.
And Alvaro can do is run BL.
He comes down to Friscow
with a man advantage. The game is not going.
You know, every time they reset back out onto the map, they were doing something productive, and they were getting small advantages every single time. And
Friscow getting lower and lower, just trying to again, just wipe the fight.
Yeah, he's almost never in lane.
5-0.
Very
very fed.
That's
Everyone
wild.
is very fed.
Finally starting to heal, but four
And we
members
get
still
Infernal,
stand on.
and we end.
About it. Taking some of those stacks away as well. Obviously, an incredible.
All right, guys. I'm going to be back in 5. I'm going to make myself some lunch real quick.
Taking the time.
I will be back momentarily. Monty gone for 17 minutes and counting. Rip. Why would he not eat before stream? I did, but now I need lunch. Look, you guys watch fucking Yamato fall asleep on stream or whatever. Meme K-pop, welcome back. Monty analyzing Lil Esports by giving us delay before draft. Yeah, you're welcome. Why is there 20? Was there a pause here? Why is there 28 minutes of this VOD before it starts? Look, guys, you know, soon you won't have to wait for me to cook food because I'll just do more cooking streams. You know what I mean? Eric 1011011011011101. Welcome back. Thank you for your Twitch Prime sub. By the way, guys, you know why it took a while was because I was making the green screen will mess this up, but I was making these delicious chicken Caesar salad wraps where I made the Caesar salad dressing myself and I air fried some chicken and put some romaine lettuce and avocado in there, and it's going to be delicious. So screw you guys. Monty, you don't have Yamato's sexy deep voice. Your opinion is invalid. Well, my opinion, I mean, neither does Yamato when he's asleep. Thank you, Vistigons, for your tier 1 subscription. Yes, Top Esports. Oh, look, they figured out how to ban Faker. You just ban Oriana. Okay, Yone for Cream, Tristana,
for Faker. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
And of course the Ziggs. All right, so first pick Aurora. Okay.
Aurora locked in.
Wow, Ashe, Nico, is this the bot lane? They've reverted, guys. They've reverted to early 2024 form / 2023 form. T1, it's all T1's greatest hits. Is that the bot lane? Is it a mid laner for Faker? Who knows? Who knows? Is there any good reason for not having double bracket BO3s? No. Riot's fucking stupid is the answer.
The flex, top lane Nico, not some.
No Fake has played it before. Zaze is no stranger to bring out in the top lane as well. So a bit of flexibility on the side of T1. And now they round out with a support of their own. But they want to grab that jungler because,
shout out to my no viewers today. I guess this is what happens when I don't stream for a month.
Both BLG and MBK, but so far in this game, that jungle priority has fallen to well-known effect.
Okay, so we're taking Jhin early. So they've got lots of setup for Renekton. Okay.
The Jax eventually.
All right, we're taking Jax in top. I mean, this is an interesting draft. Like, there's a lot of flex possibilities here. This could be jungle / top. Knowing T1, this could be mid / support. So it's pretty nice red side draft.
To deal with early on, we know how impactful the Renekton could be, how strong he is overall. But the later we go, the scarier and scarier that Jax becomes, especially on a side lane.
I wonder if T1 will get
this could, you know, we don't know if that's mid. This is probably mid, obviously, I guess, with the Renekton. Okay, so we're taking Poppy away.
Maybe even his Alistar is something they could be concerned about.
You highlighted Skarner earlier.
Okay, take away Mako's Alistar, probably his most famous champion. They take away Viego. So one thing about T1 is they have typically loved Nico Nocturne. And with the, it looks like they're saving this. So this could be Nocturne R5. That would be very T1.
Aha, but this is the
Rakaz, this is a pick composition, guys. So now we know it's mid Nico.
They've locked the Nico in. They're going to be securing it in mid lane.
It's pretty classic T1.
Towards the bot side of the what Top Esports is come so their way.
Take Rel and Skarner. This is a much better, I think, team fighting composition. Although kind of low damage, honestly, for Top Esports.
A good pick. Doesn't always have the best.
Both comps are kind of low damage.
Like Sejuani does,
yep,
but it will
Nocturne.
Be the priority here.
Oh.
It is what's going to be lost.
Wukong I am a
Vi,
fan,
really
especially against
Wukong.
champions that don't have the best mobility, Jin and Aurora.
I think Vi or Nocturne's better here, guys.
Both the Jacks and
I think Vi or Nocturne is better here. I don't know if you actually want a team fight. I think you just run for, like, if I'm T1, I would play for pick/Jack split. Like, they have a lot of CC. Nico ult, Counter-Strike, Wukong ult, Rakan ult. But they don't have a lot of damage. So if Jax dies, who actually kills anybody? I don't know. I think Nocturne's just better because there's like no carry threat here. Aurora's going to put people in jail, but if you kill the Jhin, who does anything? And it's not like Wukong can't get back to Jhin, but Vi and Nocturne are better at killing the Jhin.
the Rakan. You've got a lot of engage on the side.
I just think you need you need like a, you know, if there was a Trist in this comp with the Wukong, I'd be more about it.
Faker, man. This man on control.
So probably my guess here is T1 lane swaps this. I think T1 probably lane swaps this so they can power farm Wukong to 6. Plus, I don't think you want to be in the lane with Jhin Rel.
All mages is a sight to see, because at any point you know that he can make that play that can change a game. He's done it so many times over so many years. It's what so many people look forward to.
I'm also just excited because I love Nico on big international stages. Domestically, we joked about it in the LEC. I think everybody has, but your ability to count minions will be tested today. Is that actually a blast cone? Will be a legitimate question we ask in the context of this game, and I'm just ready to see kind of the creativity.
Yeah, I think the thing is that I really just wish this was Nocturne or the Vi, because I think you have so much possible pick setup and split push, but do you really have the damage to destroy the front line? Like, how do you kill Renekton, Skarner, Rel in a 5v5 in the late game? You can CC them, but who is actually dealing damage?
It feels like T1, very clear game plan. TES know it, T1 know it. How do TES fight back against this? Can they get those side laners ahead? Maybe find an avenue where they don't have to run face first into this powerhouse 5v5 wombo combo style composition coming out from T1.
I do think I prefer the comp from T1. I think they have side lane options. I think they've got good team fighting.
The thing is, you also have counter engage. Like, you can Aurora ult if they engage. You can counter engage with Rel. You can impale them with Skarner.
TES know it. T1 know it. How do TES?
Jhin can have some versus T1.
I like Nocturne. That's what I like.
Crucially, the first LPL versus LCK matchup we've seen at Worlds 24 thus far. And it is just a best of one.
Zay's gonna have to pop off this game.
You talked about it. Could T1
or if they kill Jhin, maybe they just win.
I mean, there's a lot of pride on the line for LPL.
Guys, also the Jhin build does a lot of damage at 3 items. I think Jhin is thought about kind of unfairly as a low damage ADC. So first off, he's quite good in lane early game. And then once you get like Shiv plus RFC, oops, plus IE, he does a lot of damage, guys.
Really did the LPL dirty last year with the run through the world's bracket. But again, like, if you're just an international viewer, if you only tune in for the international events, you look at the top of your screen. What do you mean LCK 4th seed?
No, we mean LCK 4.
Yes, T1 really struggled this split. They've had a really difficult road to get here.
Okay, lane swap.
They just barely made it. 5 games in the regional gauntlet versus KT. Their form has not looked spectacular. But it's important to emphasize this, because if they do turn things around at the World Championship, it should really go to show how incredible this team, this roster of 5 players really is.
T1 already making some proactive map movement with Guma on the top side at 130. Looks like we will be seeing a lane swap vision to try to spot out who will be coming to potentially catch that wave as the LCK Classic movement.
What's 369 doing?
130. Looks like we will be seeing a lane swap vision to try to spot out who will be coming to potentially catch that wave as the LCK Classic.
What is he doing?
Having your support in the mid lane, but this time,
What the fuck, man?
It's Faker, and now
He's
the
just
flash
dead.
onto 369. 369 getting lower and lower. A little bit of healing from Cole. The Meek and first blood for Zeus.
Why is he there? Like, they should have... How come he didn't know the lane swap was coming?
What do you mean LCK for the world's bracket? Pride on the line for LPL.
Now they show bot side. Maybe they think the lane swap isn't coming in.
And they just barely made
I guess it's confusing because Faker is Ash here.
Versus KT. Their form has not looked spectacular, but it's important to emphasize this because if they do turn things around at the World Championship, it should really go to show how incredible this team.
369 does troll this though.
Really is.
T1 already making some proactive map movement with Guma on the top.
Why does he
side
go
of
back
130.
in?
Looks like we will be seeing a lane swap vision to try to spot out who will be coming to potentially catch that wave as the LCK Classic.
It is tricky though. I guess you don't expect Guma and Zeus to be there during the lane swap because you think that they're going to be stacking the top wave. Alright, maybe it's a understandable mistake.
First blood and they got it onto Zeus.
This is going to make the wave state really weird though for T1.
The 2v2 lane setup, which is of course really the LCK special. T1 no strangers to it. Something Gen G were really proactive at kind of bringing to the forefront. Makes sense when you're mid laner Chovy to give him a little bit more attention, but the same, very true about Faker, as he remains a secret Nico. I think just happy to have a kind of better auto attack animation for as long as humanly possible.
Now 369 is desperate to try and get level 2.
Yeah, they still get the second wave crash.
Hover around the top side of the map. The idea is, and you're going to be seeing a lot of this year's World Championship, is Zeus will get level 2, Rakan has level 2 as well, so once Zeus gets the level over, he can TP to catch that massive wave in bot, and now that they're both level 2, both support and top laner, they should be safe enough to weather the threat of the dive. Here's Tian though, hovering and ready. We should be seeing this TP come through from Zeus, but he wants to go back to base, he wants to spend before he actually arrives in the lane.
Level 2 for Keria. This is really difficult for TES to get much done here, however, because again, Jhin early on in those extended trades and laning phases can be powerful early on. Nice flashback from Keria to get away, knock up, forcing the flash up from Tien in response. No dive, no real play here, only a single plate taken down as 369 will TP up to the top side. Now Guma, of course, because of the 85% early fortification, not really able to. No dive, no real play, however, because again,
seeing this TP come through from Zeus, but he wants to go back to base, he wants to spend.
Why is Keria there? Because he thinks that Zeus is coming to catch this wave, but Zeus pings the top wave, and you can see he's recalling here, right? He's starting his recall.
Before he actually arrives in the lane.
Level 2 for Keria. This is really difficult.
And then they decide to proxy the wave instead, because I guess there's not enough minions. So basically, by the time he finishes the recall, there's just not going to be enough time, or he wants to get the next wave. Does he hit a level break off of that?
This is really difficult for TES.
I think he wants to hit level 3.
Because again, Jhin early on in those extended trades and laning phases,
but he's just not going to get it, so he has to TP in response. But he doesn't get a recall this way. That's really awkward, actually, because he doesn't get a buy-in.
We'll TP up to the top side. Now Guma, of course, because of the 85% the flash up from Tien in response. No dive,
instant
no real
instant
play here.
TP by 369 as well.
Down as 369 will TP up to the top side. Now Guma, of course, because of the 85% early fortification, not really able to get a plate back in response, but well defended by Keria.
I'm a little surprised to see that Zeus actually stayed for another wave in the top lane.
Yeah, that was a mistake.
I thought initially he was going to go back to base, spend his money, then TP down towards bot, but ultimately, not the end of the world. The flash did have to come out from Tien because he got tower aggro by hitting onto Keria. Now, level 3 through from Keria. The base actually going to come through from Zeus. We imagine the same thing is going to happen from Gumuyushi in the near future. But I say that, look at the top lane right now. He is just bullying out 369 in the Renekton. No flash means that he can just chip away at his HP bar. Level 3 now comes through.
Just being zoned away from so much XP. Luckily, as you highlighted, it does have the level 3 now. Things will get a little bit easier if he can get on top of Guma. You know, he'd be in a better position, but with Guma still having cleanse and both of them being flashless, the kill pressure that 369 brings to the table is much, much lower. And in the bottom lane, they're just now able to crash that wave. JackeyLove luckily hasn't had to burn a biscuit yet, but he's running out of mana just trying to sustain that push.
Ona continues to split mash. Split
mash?
Split mash in order to provide Gumuyushi with all this additional safety as well. The safety carries level 4 now, happily farming away as can be.
Look, if we just kind of squint, it's like season 1, sort of. You've just got double melee champs to the bot side.
That is old school, yeah.
There's Ashe and solo lanes for some reason. It's coming full circle. Stun there from Zeus, just trying to get close to get XP. Again, if he doesn't pick up CS here, it's not the biggest deal as long as he stays ahead in XP overall. Obviously, Jax.
You cook with eggplant or no?
Early itemization, but
I mean, I cook with everything.
You just get what you can, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting how I believe it's T1 that's made this decision, right? Because
you know what I like? Chinese eggplant and Thai curry.
You're just getting through those early levels. You're trying to put the enemy top laner behind a little bit. But T1 is saying, hey, we're actually quite comfortable.
Okay, they should be swapping back now to standard lanes. Nope, we're playing for grubs. Never mind. Just kidding. Jack's back bottom so they can make a grub play on top side 6 minutes.
They're going to send Gumayusi back to top once more. Carriers roam to mid.
And essentially, I think what this tells us is that grub.
Hold on a second, guys. Sorry. I had to give car keys to my wife. Kids hate League. That's true. Kids do hate League.
For T1.
That's why only us boomers play it.
530 wave that'll spawn. If you get pressure there, you get
I don't even play it anymore, guys. I haven't installed it since they put in Vanguard.
That early grub buff. We'll see if it kind of pays off for him.
Sure. Of course, Ona has maintained this split map throughout the entirety of the early game. Ultimately, all of the shenanigans haven't really resulted in a significant gold advantage outside of the fact that Zeus did get first blood. That's kind of where a lot of the lead is sitting right now. Gumayusi is a little bit behind in terms of farm, partially because he was late to the first wave. But level 5 now for the Ashe. And yep, 369 is upset.
It's a shame Apex Legends is dying as well. Is it?
Look,
I play Apex.
There's nothing he can do about this. He can't come face check these grubs. So grubs are getting picked up. The response, of course, on the opposite side for TES is to go for this Drake, which makes a lot of sense. But ultimately, grubs have been higher priority for the LCK just about the entire year. So not surprising to see T1 look for the top side on this side of the trade.
And now, after securing the grubs, they have...
Okay, so grubs secure. It's going to trade 3 grubs for Drake. T1 prioritizing top side.
2 plates over to Gumayusi. He can now look to reset and path back towards bot if he wants to. And the XP just going to be shared between the two of them. Overall, I think T1 has managed this very patiently, very well in terms of the early game.
You know what's funny about Concord, besides everything? I don't know if you guys know this, but on Amazon Prime, the guy who created, one of the guys who created Love, Death, and Robots on Netflix is doing another short form anthology on Amazon Prime called Secret Level. And it includes a bunch of video games, right? So a bunch of video games companies signed up to do these short films for Secret Level. And one of them is Concord. So we might have a Concord short film. We might have a Concord short film for a game that doesn't exist anymore. They have Armored Core, Crossfire, D&D, Honor of Kings, Mega Man, New World Eternum, Pac-Man, some PlayStation 1, Sifu, Splunky, Outer Worlds, Unreal Tournament, and Warhammer 40K. They will put it out. All right. The Concord's going for it. It's the last gasp of Concord.
Knows that he can't go to the top side of the map, so he's getting what experience he can. They are chipping away at this tower, leveraging the strength of the grubs. The total number of plates exchanged so far is even, but here becomes the 4th.
And I think the big thing here is that Jhin is not great. Normally in these lane swap circumstances, when Jack
Jhin is pretty shit in these lane swaps, right? So it's probably another reason why T1 is doing this. It's pretty crazy that with the turret changes, T1 is going to be able to get tower first blood here, but that's because of Jhin. And all the pressure that Ashe has been able to put on top side by blowing Renekton's flash and killing him early. Wow, he bought a Cull? Is this guy insane?
They didn't even get another plate in the bot lane, by the way. Jhin just couldn't.
Jhin! Yeah. It's Jhin realm. They don't do anything, man, to the tower. They don't have backup either. So you're not going to beat Jack's Ashe on a tower taking contest.
You are not. Now Gumayushi returns to the bot lane. Again, he is a little bit behind in CS, he's a little bit behind in XP, but the gold, because he secured that first tower, that's really where you're starting to see that discrepancy build up. 369 not able to leverage the strength of Renekton whatsoever.
I think it's so crazy that he bought Cull in this scenario.
Because of its strength in lane and its versatility.
Like, this should give T1... Like, you can't just punish this. He's just freezing. Right? Like, surely this is a punishable game state. Like, we can invade here, right? We can fuck them up. We can get a ton of plates. We can invade bot side. We can put pressure on. This should be free plates in bot side. Dive the fucking turret.
And the Aurora, the first pick priority here for the side of TS, really hasn't done much. Cream fine in the individual 1v1 trades, but very little of this lane has been a 1v1.
Okay, Zeus
just getting plates.
Just running around
demolish.
taking plates. He's like, I got my passive up, I'm gonna hit the tower, get a plate, and then I'm off.
They're gonna kick this man out of the buffet. he's been eating plates for 3 hours, so that's clearly against the rules.
Okay,
Jackie Love is the insane one. He didn't use it flash a single time this whole game. That is crazy to me that on Jhin he could not flash against this composition that T1 is running for the whole game. That is crazy to me.
He's only got 5 more minutes.
Wave, man. It's perfect
T1
timing.
must really misplay this.
In game 1, we talked about how BLG won wasting
If only they had
time
Nocturne.
with their map movements. Sure. I think you need to give the same credit to Zeus in this situation where he's just really trying to maximize what he can.
Knock up in, arrow to follow, cleanse out, but it's a little bit late. Immediate coming in from Jackie Love, taking...
Well, he doesn't flash because he's 100% dead there. No point in wasting it. Oh, nice double ult.
Probably just a 2-for-2 in the end, but more members used by the side of TES to make that play happen. Carrier trying to escape. Owner now stepping forward.
They're still here. So
still
Carrier lives.
A trade of life between the AD carries, but Gumayushi and Carrier ultimately getting a 2v2 kill, which is huge for them. They get the cleanse out from Jackie Love. He isn't forced to expend the flash, and if it weren't for the presence of Tian, that play could have gone much worse. But overall, as you rightly said, 1-for-1 on the bot side of the map. Nicely though, Owner pulls the wave up into the river, which means that they now have a slow push heading towards that bot side of the map. We turn our attention back towards it again. Nice side set from Gumayushi. The knock-up comes through. He cleanses the CC, but he's still in the airborne. Nice flash out from Guma means that he's still able to get the kill.
Good flash run, Guma. He actually he flashes Crash down.
Nice flash out from Guma means that he's still able to get the kill. But at this point, he's just ran out of tools. He doesn't have flash. He doesn't have cleanse. And Tian is able to lock him down and secure the trade back kill.
And if you fall behind in a trade against the recovery for TES,
nice use of the ultimate. We've been seeing that more and more around the world.
The assignment of Jackie Love into mid lane, and now T1
there you go.
The side lane focus. Cream.
Oh my God, he gets out.
Nice
Stupid Aurora.
We've been seeing that more and more around the world. The Cream doesn't panic. Uses the ultimate, not forced to expend.
So they're trading grubs just to take some more plates on the bot side.
A lot of TP. They are ready to dive this. 369 Renekton, how strong is it? So much CC.
Whoa, bad TP. Good job by T1, man. They're really just prioritizing their gold lead. This is really good.
For everyone on T1 to be there.
But look at the map state. Typically, when you're investing this much into a play, you're worried about
Jhin just sadly autoing turrets with his shitty reload.
It's Jhin in
this is a good early game from T1, man. They've dominated this lane swap.
He's on the bot lane. He's there to get more plates for himself.
He just keeps eating. He's 1.1k gold ahead. And I did not think the major story of two international titans, TES and T1, would be about Jhin trying to take towers and not being very good at it, but a reminder as to why Jhin, I think in these lane swap scenarios, or in scenarios where you're playing a much more active map where you're constantly reassigning, can feel really lackluster. He just doesn't do enough.
We're not even close to 14 minutes. Top tower gone, bot tower gone.
They literally have
of course, the good news for top esports
taken, what, 11 plates so far?
They set themselves up with 2 dragons. However,
did Monty get his take on the group draw fuck up? No, I haven't seen the group draw yet.
For a very powerful mid game. These first items are already coming through. The Trinity Force very nearly completed for Zeus. There's a pushed in bot wave. He's going to be able to catch that as well. Top esports are just being run around the map, and we talked about the composition and how I kind of favored T1's comp just because of their backline access and the number of threats that they have. This situation doesn't make things any easier for top esports.
I think the good news for top esports is Jackie Love's finally completed that static. His wave clear is going to be a bit better. They should be able to play a little bit more around Prio, at least some of these lanes, but need to see what Cream can do as well. Finished Malignance. Can he find angles with the ultimate to get picks on side lane? Because we know T1 just have so many tools. If you misstep, it's so easy for them to find these picks, to find these angles. It takes a little bit more work from TES to find those picks or find those setups on fights.
Bit of a dance between the supports as they battle over the control wards. Now, the
Faker
minion
coming in. Instant Wukong ultimate. Faker now going to fall between worlds, but there's just nowhere to go. Mako trying to find the counter engagement.
Uh-oh.
Dance between the supports as they battle over the
They all got
control
Aurora
wards.
ulted. This is what I'm talking about, man. Like, you can go in, but you CC Skarner and Aurora ults, right?
Between worlds, but there's just nowhere to go. Mako trying to find the counter engagement. It might not matter. Still in the midst of everything. Tian is so damn tanky. They weren't ready for that. The minion coming in.
But your CC is just on a tanky front line or an Aurora, and Jackie Love is just autoing the ever-loving shit out of you and procking Static Shiv.
They weren't ready for that, and Jin might not kill towers, but he kills people pretty damn good.
Jesus.
Quadra coming in, baby. Put it in the cannon, Jack. So
Control wards.
The Aurora, though,
Faker coming in. Instant Wukong ultimate. Faker now gonna fall between worlds, but there's just nowhere to go. Mako
it's the combo of the Skarner ult and the Aurora damage. Wow.
Damn tanky. They weren't ready for that, and Jin might not kill towers, but he kills people pretty damn good.
This is really disappointing because T1 had such a massive advantage. You know what I mean? Like, we don't have to use all of our CC. I mean, they know Jackie Love's there, too. We don't have to use all of our CC on this engage. Dude, they just, like, all in into the Skarner ult. The more I see this Wukong, the less I like it. I think Wukong just needs follow-up damage in these team fights that they just don't have. I mean, did he pop off? It was really the Aurora damage. I mean, he gets autos in. Let's watch him. And he gets his grenade off, which does a lot. There's his grenade. And the combo of that and Static Shiv is devastating.
Jackie Love popped off.
If you want to play a pick competition like this, just fucking play Vi or Nocturne, you know what I mean? They hovered both of them.
T1 were riding with so much momentum and confidence. They set their sights on the
The other thing is, the most of your damage is Jax. He's just not there. He has no TP.
They weren't ready for that, and Jin might not kill towers, but he kills people pretty damn good. Quadra coming in, baby. Put it in the cannon. Jackie Love is Jin.
Jackie Love.
The hilarious thing is, even after that Quadra, T1's still up 1,000, and Jackie Love only up 500 gold.
T1 were riding with so much momentum and confidence. They set their sights on the
I don't think Vi works very well with this T1 comp. Yes, it does.
But the threat to Jackie
Yes, it does. You just play for picks, and you play into Jax in a split push. The combo of Vi Jax collapsing on a side lane is huge. And you can play for picks here. You can follow up on Arrow. You can use Vi ult to set up Arrow. Ash Arrow.
He sets up with his team. Carrier looks for the engage. The knockup initially comes through.
And also, if you kill Aurora or Jin, their comp doesn't work anymore. They have no damage. They have a huge front line. So Vi can target one of the carries in the back.
Look at the positioning of Jackie Love. The wombo combo looks good, but Jackie Love, the bouncing grenade doing work, the static shiv as well. And Tian on the front line able to soak up so much damage with the ultimate.
The problem is follow-up damage? No. Yanya, you do not play a 5v5 team fight.
To clean things up. That's 4. He finds 4.
And incredible stuff there, because we talked about how
people
hard it can be
really
sometimes for
struggle
TES
with
to find
understanding
fights,
that
but they absorb that initial
some
blow,
comps
and Tia
just
to Mako
don't
are still
want to
standing.
5v5.
All of that rel CC is put to such fantastic use. You highlighted Jackie Love really just got to hang out. Now the only person in our MasterCard lane economy.
They should have picked a different ADC or top. That's not how T1 plays League of Legends. T1 is an extremely good... T1's bread and butter for this roster for 3 years is pick comps.
on the tough times
So
yet.
there's good news and bad news.
So they absolutely do want to play
Jagular
Ash
now very strong, in
as much
position
as they
to be the
possibly
carry
can,
for top
because
esports.
it's one of their
Bad
best
news,
champs as a
every
team.
member of T1 have now picked a target, and he will now be the one that they are all gunning for in the upcoming team fight.
And it's tricky. We've talked about this. Yes, he has Flash and Cleanse. That'll make things a little bit easier, but there is so much non-committal CC from the side of T1. It's easy for them to just look for those angles. As the fight for Rift Herald, a lot of posturing. TES with a little bit better vision control might be in a position where T1 has to conceive. You see both top laners resetting. 369 sprinting to the area, has Black Cleaver now completed. TP, Zaya's finishing.
Do you think the meta favors T1, or do they have a bad meta read? It's one game, guys.
Their TP's there.
The meta's fine for T1. I think they had an extremely good lead in this game.
Guma with the red buff. Poking, chipping away, the eye procced. Cream now walking in. Between Worlds is there. It's gonna be difficult for Guma to stay too
what I don't understand is T1 shouldn't fight this.
As Mako just constantly threatening.
They don't want this fucking 5v5. They don't want it.
Faker is now a blue buff, but the Herald's gone down. Tien wants to walk in and pick this one up. Should be able to do so. T1, are they willing to commit more resources to deny? Just a bit of poking and prodding, but ultimately 50-50 goes to TES, so not a lot to say.
I think the positioning from Top Esports was really good because Cream is in a position to constantly make it difficult for Ona to find that engage that he was looking for. Trying to
T1's early game was really strong. Lane swap was very good for them.
Meanwhile, 369 and Zeus were just kind of battling in the mid lane, trying to fight for access, who could get that better position ready for the upcoming team fight. But no one from T1 was really ready to pull the trigger. They don't really want to start the initiation onto Tian. They either want to find Cream or Jackie Love, but they weren't presenting any openings. So with the Herald being within range of Tian and him being this tanky Skarner, he was just slowly wearing it down and able to secure that objective uncontested. The gold still in favor.
I mean, they just can't take those fights, especially without Jax and without getting onto Jhin.
What's happened in the other game, have been prioritizing these objectives very well, only losing those first 3 grubs.
Definitely. And third Drake, 20 seconds away. Fighting now for push on the bottom side. Thus far, Zeus has been able to get this, but you can see 369 happy to step up, knowing the team will be there to back him up if he needs to fight with Zeus. Taking a look at the vision control right now, TES much better control.
I can't believe 369 got away with buying this call. That's crazy.
That vision so they don't get picked off. Mako's so good at hiding in that fog of war and setting up these traps. As instead, TES, knowing they have the Herald, going to try and force T1 on the back foot. They don't have a wave mid, but it looks like they don't even care about it. Cream moving in, was invisible. Between Worlds not going to come out. No one there to follow, so a bit of an awkward Herald usage.
Gives them access into the river, at least a little bit, as Carrier still maintaining vision control. I think it's because Zeus able to have that push in the bot wave. Base going to come in through 369, should allow Zeus to catch this wave. But the pressure remains mid for Top Esports. They know where they have control. But we talked about the range. It's difficult to approach this composition from T1 underneath the tower. But now as 4, they make their way into the river. You've got to keep your eyes on the flank from Zeus. He is pinged out by the side of Top Esports. Slowly clearing out this vision.
T1, good use. Excuse me, TES, good use of their prio to keep that vision control in their favor. But such an awkward back and forth dance. You highlighted it so well, right? Zeus playing through bottom side, getting him access to that objective, having that angle of attack, whereas TES committed to playing through mid. If T1 don't commit enough members, they'll instantly lose that tower and it gets much harder. But if TES overcommit, it's so easy for Zeus to find that flank. Faker looking to kick things off, double knockup. It's playing through mid. If T1 don't commit enough members, they'll instantly lose that tower and it gets much harder.
I mean, Guma's not here. They have no damage.
It's so easy for Zeus to find that flank. Faker
That's cute.
TES committed to playing through mid. If T1
I like having 2 Wukongs because Wukong can put his clone down and Faker can use his clone. So you have 4
don't commit enough members, they'll instantly lose that tower and it gets much
That's
harder.
actually really
If TES
confusing.
overcommit, it's so easy for Zeus to find that flank.
So Faker just flashes in here because he thinks he sees the angle. But the thing is that
Faker looking
Cream actually just ults immediately. And Guma's not there. They win the fight though. Actually, really surprised. I'm really surprised they won that fight.
So easy for Zeus to find that flank. Faker looking to kick things off. Double knockup. Instantly Zeus in the midst of everything, and down goes Jackie Love, the one-fed member. Gone in the blink of an eye. Tien does not have enough left in the tank to finish that one. Double kill for Zeus. In the midst of everything, and down goes Jackie. tower, and it gets much harder. But if TES overcommit, it's so easy for Zeus to find that flank. Faker looking to kick things off, double knock-up, instantly Zeus in the midst of everything, and
At least they got the right target selection that time.
The one Fed member, gone in the blink. Easy for Zeus to find that flank. Faker looking to kick things off, double knock.
Ash arrow onto Skarner too. They chain CC Skarner so he can't move during his ult. Why are AWS and Cisco advertising at Worlds? Because there's a bunch of millennial IT and white-collar professionals who watch League of Legends because there are no kids who play this game. So you get a bunch of fucking programmers and IT guys in their late 20s and 30s who watch Worlds, and it's very good advertising for that demo.
All of the gold lead is gone, and just keep your eyes on Faker, mimicking the Wukong. Finds the angle, pops the ultimate there, target immediately Jackie Love, and look at the follow-up there. All four members lock down the AD carry and don't give an up.
Yeah, 369 just also isn't there.
Target immediately Jackie Love, and look at the follow-up there. All four members.
Problem is that you used 4 flashes for that to basically stop Soul Point.
And don't give him the opportunity to play the game.
And perfect follow-up from Zeus and Owner. And credit to Faker, right? He throws himself forward like he's the fake clone, like he's the one just going for a bit of vision. But this one time, every other time, the 90 other times he sent the clone in, it was not the actual Nico.
He's literally like the Wukong. There's 4 Wukongs. He can make 4. Like, that's crazy. Owner can press the W.
That lines up with the cannon pretty well. That's all I'm going to say.
Like, oh my goodness. Crazy stuff.
And
T1 back in the driver's seat.
And we look at our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, right? It's all about top lane. And while 369 hasn't been the crux of TES, you can see all of the money is going to Zeus. Yes, Faker gets the setup, but it's Zeus flashing and getting that.
And Zeus needs the money. They can play around this split now. They need to play around Zeus. This is good. They need to get deep wards and play around Zeus's pressure.
369 really can't afford to walk up.
Thank you, Uber Blocktor, and welcome back. Who's this year? Who shall be this year's Razor Cake?
This game has been a target.
T1.
They were able to find First Blood. He was denied a lot of experience and farm in the early laning phase, and he hasn't been able to find.
Yeah, Tian is playing really well in this game. I agree.
The matchup's only going to get harder.
His team fighting's been really good.
For Zeus alongside the Trinity Force.
Where do you think the quadra kill was on our win probability? It's that little sliver of blue.
Tower should finally go down. Nope.
SirFunk66, thank you for your Twitch Prime sub. Appreciate you.
Siege against, right? The threat of the Ash Arrow, Faker could at any moment pop the ultimate. The threat of the Wukong flank.
Faker though, starting knowing the tower isn't really much to defend there.
Right?
I mean, how do you kill this Skarner now?
Pop the ultimate. The threat of the Wukong flank.
Faker though, starting knowing the tower isn't.
Oh my god, he gets the Rakan on the dash back.
Now between worlds coming out, Jackie Love for now untouched on the backside can look to start to finish up these kills, but Zeus in the midst of everything just gave up his counter strike. Now needs to return.
Oh, Renekton flash empowered Q. Oh my god, the procs, the Shiv procs.
So much damage, and again, Jackie Zeus in the midst of everything just gave up his counter strike. Now needs to retreat.
It's actually such a huge play from 369 because he flash empowered Qs in, which does a ton of damage as well, and then it allows this setup for him to get everybody down with the shift procs. Metal Shoes 1, thank you for your tier 1 sub. Appreciate you. That was a really good play from 369.
He still didn't burn his flash in that engage.
He also procs Black Cleaver all over them.
To put the pressure onto T1. They were the initiators, and they put T1 on the back foot, allowing Jackie Love to find good position and turn the fight around. 9-9 in kills. Top esports are going to get 2 towers.
The scoreline, the accolades, no doubt in my mind, but the.
But this is a misplay by T1, right? They overcommit to trying to save this tower, and they just end up. I mean, Mako just chain CCs with Tian. You know, owner, so he has to W out, and then he has to use his ults with just his clone, so it's not very effective.
Massive healing coming in from 369, but not nearly enough.
Huge play by 369 though.
So much damage, and again, and Jackie Love clutching the fight.
As long as Jackie
They literally
Love has
they literally
position,
just
there's always an
overcommitted to this
opportunity for
stupid
Top
mid
Esports
lane
to
tier
turn the
1.
fights around. He still didn't burn his flash in that engage, but it
Food
was
and
Top
golf.
Esports to put the
Welcome
pressure
back.
onto T1.
Do you
They
still
were
like
the
golf?
initiators, and they put T1 on the back foot, allowing Jackie Love to find good position and turn the fight around. 9-9 in kills. Top Esports are going to get 2 towers.
But I think the hero of the day is Mako there. So many of these engages have been all about that rel. He and Tien both with 100% kill participation in this game. Yes, Jackie Love is the one who's walking away with the money.
Always
the
love
scoreline,
golf.
The accolades, no doubt in my mind.
Well,
but the supporting cast here has
nobody
been so
except for
good
me is
TES.
perfect.
I mean, you're completely right, and think about it, every exchange that happens between the two teams, Cream is quick to throw out the ultimate, so we start the initiation with Mako, saying, we need this tower, let's go. Owner becomes the target, and he takes a lot of damage at the start of the fight as 369 keeps Zeus out of the fight. Jackie Love on the
But you guys can approach perfection by giving me Twitch Prime
But
subs.
look at the damage being done by Cream as well. Follow
As they
that
say,
up
Twitch
with the
primeliness
ultimate
is next to
from
godliness.
Jackie Love, and it is a one-sided fight as T1 is forced to retreat.
And I'm going to be honest, I was not excited about Static Shift Jin generally until this game, and now I am a believer. Jackie Love single-handedly convincing
I
me.
think
Aurora,
we're
on the other hand, I did believe it, and I
over-ascribing
think those numbers are starting to
Static
line us
Shiv
wide.
on Jin
This team
to
does a hell of
good
a lot of
plays that are
damage.
being
It
made
makes it so
by
easy for your
Cream and
call-up
369.
CC to land, right? If you just put them in the circle, there's really nowhere for them to dodge.
And it's great to see from Cream as well. This year was the first time we got to see him on the international stage. Of course, no rookie by any means domestically, but as a player, he's really shown a lot of evolution, a lot of growth. Initially known as this kind of assassin type of player, especially known for things like Zakali, but this year especially he's come into his own, he's grown a lot, and now showcasing the Aurora, having huge impact in these fights. I hope he can maintain that performance. Getting a win against T1 would be huge for the momentum of Top Esports here at this year's World Championship.
You can't really imagine a better way for an LPL team to start this tournament, to start to rewrite everything that happened at Worlds 2023. T1 a bit of hot water here as they try to get out of the jungle. Owner luckily still has the clone. They'll be happy to just try and get the Heartsteel proc, even though they didn't quite, and Zeus still pretty favored in that 1v1. Is Tien now trying to get something started here, spotting out Zeus. Zeus still has allies to go back to. Captive audience hitting those big. Ulti now to follow. They want to delete this Jax.
Good Ash Arrow there, stunning up Tian to allow for Zeus to then jump away to safety. The mid wave completely abandoned as both teams hover around the bot side of the map. Dragon spawning though in 10 seconds. Will give an opportunity for Zeus to go back to base, spend what gold he can. Has the TP available, not going to spend that much, only picking up an Amptome and a control ward.
Yes, pinging on the Baron, starting to move up, get a bit more control up there just in case T1 try to leverage their position to start Drake.
The beautiful thing about this game is it's showcased already. Oh, hang on.
Faker kicking things off, but only catching the jungle, only catching Tien. The Deadly Flourish not going to hit, luckily, so he will not get rooted. But
That's a crucial ultimate missed. Jackie Love once again not forced to expend any summoners. Dragon though secured for T1.
But the good news is he buys time for his team to take the Drake, and TES in the meantime can't go start the Baron or even really set up better positioning, but T1 need to be careful about approaching here. Twofold Hex not going to connect. Mako off to the side.
About 45 seconds until Faker's ultimate is back up. T1 have to play defensively until that moment.
Did I miss that? Yeah, sorry.
Jungle, only catching Tien. The Deadly Flourish not going to hit, luckily, so he will not get position to start Drake.
The beautiful thing about this game is it showcased.
It's so hard though, because like T1 needs vision to create picks, and they have had very little river vision this game ever since they kind of lost their priority on the map because of that very bad play around enemy blue.
So he will not get rooted. But
That's a crucial ultimate. Is it showcased already? Oh, hang on.
Faker.
Yikes, dude. Yikes.
To start Drake.
The beautiful thing about this game is it showcased already. Oh, hang on.
Oh man, why is he going on Skarner? Jackie was right there.
Luckily, so he will not get rooted.
I mean, Jackie procced fleet footwork. Like he gets a speed boost here, but what is Faker doing, man? What is Carrier doing? He ulted.
The Deadly Flourish not going to hit, luckily, so he will not get rooted.
What is this?
Crucial ultimate missed. Jackie Love once again.
It was a zoning ult so they could take Drake, guys. Don't worry about it. Just zoning ults. Just zoning ults.
He buys time for his team to take
just
the Drake.
zoning ults.
In the meantime, can't go start the Baron or even really set up better positioning, but T1 need to be careful about approaching here. Twofold Hex not going to connect. Mako off to the side.
About 45 seconds until Faker's ultimate is back up. T1 have to play defensively until that moment. I mean, I feel like Top Esports should set their sights on the top tier 1, an easy objective for them to secure, but at the same time, they don't want to concede this mid-tier 1. It gives so much access into the jungle. You don't really want to give it away completely for free. But it does look
Okay,
like
go back to splitting bot. Let's see if we can get a tier 2. That mistake isn't that bad because they do secure the Drake and they also don't give away Baron, so it's not so bad. Haha, he said optimistically. They also have TP advantage. They have 2 TPs, like... Oh, it's all right. It's a short cooldown on that ult. It's almost back up. His rocket belt is back up. This is going to be back up. They actually can make a play because they have 2 TPs here, and there's no TPs on the other side.
And I think it's something that has to be
so it's time for a classic T1 Baron, surely, right? Like we just put pressure into bot and then start Baron and then TP to it,
less emblematic,
right? Just do the Baron, push out mid wave, do Baron.
Guma catching the mid wave, resets now coming out.
Yeah, just do Baron. Do it. Do it. No. Yes, do it. Do the Baron.
Looking to clear out
no, start the Baron!
Crucially, the Infinity Edge done for JackeyLove is a huge power spike. Bit of an interrupt there onto Carrier, but of course, on this Rakan, he should be able to get away to safety. That tower in the mid lane so low.
All right, we're just literally gonna waste our 2 TP advantage. Just gonna waste it.
Oh, as Faker turns his attention towards top. Creep does have a bit of an experience advantage over Faker if he's able to catch that top.
This is what I mean, guys. This is so weird by T1. Like all of their strengths that they used to have in terms of Baron, macro, coordination. Why are we making a play onto the Renekton? There's no. It's 3 minutes. Why is Ash bot?
Does of course expand that summoner spell to get away to safety. The trade in vision, the back and forth. Neither team confident in setting up for Baron.
I'm going to be honest. The 26-minute 0 gold difference between 2 teams, this is what World is about.
I'm sorry, what was even more beautiful was that it was a period in time where the gold at the top of the screen was 4-4-4, 4-4-4.
Why would they start Baron there? The Baron damage is so bad without Jax. No, you TP Jax in. They have no TPs. You push bot, you start Baron, you TP Jax in, and you just do it. What's the counter? What is 369 gonna do? What is he gonna do? What is he gonna do? Nothing. Nothing. He can't do anything. He's gonna what? He's gonna run across the whole map. Baron will be dead. If they engage as 4, you have. If they walk into the pit while you're doing it, you just CC them into oblivion. You wait till Rakan and Nico ults are back up, and then you just TP Jackson.
Would be proud of that.
I'm just saying the Jin fans are eating good this game. Most certainly.
You got a quadra kill, 4s across the board.
Yeah.
All right. We're setting up for the Baron, and as you talked about, Top Esports are hesitant to just start it off because they have Jin. And as we've already learned this game,
he kills very good. Everything else,
yeah. Unfortunately, you know, we're in season 14. Only 4 bullets. He has to reload.
Yeah. Crazy what they do.
But
Jin or Aurora art that is still extremely risky. You have to play into the pit. It's a 5 versus 4. So what he said? So Guma should have walked bot and then tried to arrow Renekton. That's the play? No, the play is at Baron.
He's in a very powerful position, and
I mean, 3.5
the thing is, what I will say is Top Esports, I feel, have very easy objectives on the maps to play for. On the maps, on the map. They're pinging out the bot tower right now, and I think that is the easiest one. Into the enemy jungle,
yeah,
right?
Does.
And it allows you to get deeper push on these side lanes, which buys you more time to then regroup and then look for plays on the map.
But I think you can see that 369 doesn't want to overcommit on side. He doesn't have TP. They don't want to send Cream to go up against the Jax, and it puts them in this awkward situation where, yes, they finally get the tower, but it took a lot longer than they would have liked. Now the setup, though.
You know, it's not like they can't snap engage, right? You have Flash, ult, Rocket Belt. You have Flash, E, ult. Flash, ult. You have arrow. If they walk near the Baron pit while you're doing it, they die. Okay? It's literally exactly the situation you want with T1's composition. Man advantage, heavy CC. All sums up, all ults up. That's the way they win this game. They just drop the ball, dude.
TES taking control of the area. They have mid push. Guma going to respond. Some of this vision will get cleared out. The dance, the classic Baron back and forth.
It's not a flip.
You take what vision is there.
It's not a flip. If TES walks up, they will be engaged on.
To begin that objective.
It's been a very tense affair for the last 5
T1
minutes
is
or so.
really good at these kind of engages
Force that fight, but of
as
course
a
the
team.
Dragon now a minute away. This will likely be the next big objective that both teams set their sights on, and the fight there could even determine the Baron, depending on how one-sided of an affair it could be. Faker very far away from level 15. A little bit behind in terms of gold. As we look towards the bottom side of the map, there's about a 1k gold lead still for Jackie Love. Experience, though, pretty even.
Yep.
And
So here's what's going to happen instead. Here's my guess of what's going to happen instead. We're going to play for another Drake here. T1 is going to take the 5v5 instead of taking the free fucking 5v4 they had. By the way, TPs came back up completely unpunished. Shout out to T1. They didn't even do anything. So instead, we're going to try and engage. We're going to engage into Aurora, Skarner, Renekton, Rel, get Aurora ulted, get Skarner ulted, and die. Because that's definitely the better play than trying that Baron.
Comfortable when it comes to itemization.
And again, a lot of the reason the gold is close is because Guma was able to get so many plates early on, whereas Jackie really was not. It's the kills that have balanced things out for him. As we get later, I think, you know, Mountain Drake, not always my favorite to see, but I think when you have a Wukong against so much physical damage, when he naturally already gets so much armor for free, Jackie Love has to continue to play these fights excellently, because Owner has a very easy time to just ignore so much of the damage that Jackie Love can put out. Now, admittedly, getting closer to a completed armor penetration, it's the physical vamp.
Yeah, we definitely should do this instead, which is lose all of our vision control.
Once again, Zeus with the push in bot allows T1 an avenue into the river, while
Lose all of our vision control and then try and fight this.
T1
and just get Aurora and Skarner ulted.
5 members strong, giving respect to that clone. Last time the clone was the real thing, and they were caught off guard. This time around, they're not looking to take that risk. Keria threatening. Zeus waiting behind, Contaxian off his support. Objective getting lower and lower, but they've already got it on the side of TES. T1 now going to go in to try to get the picks on 369, hoping that maybe they can get the Baron in the meantime, but TES are already out. Zeus now getting chipped away at. Not really much there to play, but Faker again trying to make the play happen. Instant follow-up coming in from Keria. Zeus.
So Aurora ults into Zhonya's, into Skarner ult. They have no engage anymore. They literally inted their engage. Jax can't do anything. Gets W'd by Jin. It's over.
TES are winning the fight. Guma with nowhere left to go. The bullet doesn't even hit him. He's dead as it's flying. Shut down. And as long as play, but Faker again trying to make the play.
Faker just ulted Skarner, Renekton, and Rel. And the Aurora ult fucked them up on the backside. Cream plays this really well. I mean, not that you have to do anything besides hit R in his Zhonya's button. But... Oh my god. Is lonesome, and as long as that AD carry is standing, as long as that mid laner is standing, TES are winning the fight. Guma with nowhere left to go. The bullet doesn't even hit him. The peel is so good though. Shout out to Tian and Cream. They're having really good games.
And Dracos, they can look to end the game right now.
Like Jackie is literally, it's so free for this gen.
Were left untouched. They were able to clean up the fight.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, well, we definitely should have done that instead of just going for the pretty free Baron. Oh my lord, T1. It sucks because, like, this is what T1's good at. Like, how do they fuck up playing a pick comp and having a free Baron? They never fuck that up. So depressing.
As Korea's second seed. Let's see what they prepared for us in the draft. No surprise, the Ziggs going to be taken away from base. Orianna and Renekton removed on the side of Genji.
So limiting some of those safe blind picks and Ziggs obviously can just be a bit of a wild card in terms of how we can change team compositions. Aurora 2 going to hit the bench. And after that last game,
T1 not being able to play Ashe is a big fucking problem. Yeah, it is their champion. They need to be able to do that. I still think, like, the draft was kind of bad. I think the Nocturne of the Vi is way better, but they should have been in a winnable state from the early game and also at that Baron, the potential Baron, when they had 2 TP advantage. Tian and Cream played really well.
Aurora Ult is also a defensive tool, but I just realized Aurora Ult is also a defensive tool, which makes an already...
Okay, so Gen G, they really? They don't ban Lucian? It's literally the only champion Xiaohu can play this summer. He is actually ass at every other champion that's not Lucian. So just ban Lucian. Why are we banning Orianna? Just ban Lucian. He's gonna pick Lucian, isn't he?
Very strong champion, Turbo Broken. So good job, TES, for reminding
like
us all
Xiaohu has been
how incredibly
actively
impactful that
bad
champion
on
can be.
any
And
champion not
remember that
Lucian,
we have
and I think
two
he's
LCK
6-0
versus LPL matchups today.
on Lucian.
LPL already got one win, so if Weibo get one here again, I don't know.
This
I think
summer.
If you're an LPL fan, you're starting to feel a little bit better.
I mean, you're already 2-0 on the day, LPL.
Yeah.
They're off
All right, these bans all make
to a
sense.
fantastic start. Let's see if Gen G can turn things around for the LCK.
Are we first picking Lucian? You can first. Chovy is a very good mid Lucian player. I approve of first pick
Don't know
Lucian.
if he bans.
Smolder would be something new, something fresh, and it
Be
is.
locked in. Something
Is it fresh, Dracos? It's literally, this is what they did in finals. They just prioed B1 Smolder. It's so, what patch is this? It wasn't even good in finals. It just pick Tristana. Just pick Tristana. Chovy is a great Trist player. Just play Trist. They should have picked this in the finals. They should have picked it in the finals.
from domestic teams coming into their playoffs, and something that we did see
Just
come
pick
out from
Trist!
Chovy in the finals as well. He was given one game and then it was banned away a lot.
Yes.
It's a champion that Chovy doesn't have a lot of early game agency on, but because of how talented of a mid laner he is, in the late game team fights, he is an absolute.
All right, he's just gonna. I was just gonna pick Lucian now.
That Gen G want to secure that sub, but remember, it can
As a good pick, right? And not showing too much of their hand early
Okay,
on.
Poppy
just opting
Jacks,
for
whatever.
some
That's weird,
relatively
but it's-
strong blind picks overall, and immediately the mouth.
Poppy can be. Poppy is a flex. Remember, Jax is a flex. So this is a good red side
Maokai
draft. You do,
response.
okay,
Reminder, if
pick
you-
Maokai. Maokai's been nerfed, but Maokai's still good. It's just like a sapling nerf. It doesn't matter that much. Our Farley dude, thank you. I can see why Monty is retiring. How do you cast for a long time and sound kind of clueless?
Just watch playoffs.
Why Rumble? What is this? What patch do they think they're playing on? What? You don't even know if Jax is top lane. That could be a jungle Jax.
Just coming to Worlds, Maokai nerfed repeatedly. Rumble nerfed repeatedly.
This is the playoffs meta. This is what Gen G were drafting in their playoffs.
No, he's
domestically.
right.
Like,
Vedius is right.
this
Like,
their
what the fuck
priority,
is
and I mean,
this?
like,
Do they think
if
they're
you're
on the
good at
same
it,
patch?
sure, it makes-
They didn't even draft well in the finals, guys. They didn't even pick Trist. They just like banned it or let fucking Zeka have it. It was terrible.
sense. The test is going to be
Again, Gen G with the bad meta reads.
Weibo's
Dude, they do this
adaptation, have
every
they
time.
showcased more?
It's actually like really bad.
Contrast to Gen G, just
Dude, bring score back. Bring back score. Where is score? Bring back score. How does this keep happening? How do we open events with these fucking shit drafts? Who's responsible?
not really showcasing anything new and just sticking to what they're reliable and comfortable on.
And the question kind of always is, you want to give a team the benefit of the doubt. Is that
It's either Poppy or Jack's top. No, it could be Poppy support is more likely than Poppy top. Poppy support is really good right now. It could be Jack's jungle, Poppy support. It could be Poppy top. It could be Jack's top. It could be Poppy jungle. You don't know. And here's the thing. The Lucian pick is also... You also don't know where that's going because Lucian Nami's back. But it's Xiaohu. The answer is it's definitely Xiaohu, but against another team. The point is it could be flexed.
the bottom side?
Weibo, when we think back to
Why are we
Summit,
taking away Blitzcrank? Just because it's Lehens?
Success, seeing him go up against Paze is
The
gonna be
Blitz
an
Maokai
exciting
combo
one.
is very strong for Gen G.
He played that stuff.
Are you
top.
going to pick a low mobility AD?
He's won tournaments playing Syndra in multiple roles, right? This is like we have three incredible. Technically, still a flex in the spirit of.
Yeah, so they're taking away setup champions that combo well with Maokai because they realize they don't really need more damage with Smolder, so utility and bot.
You have to. Xiaohu, I mean, Xiaohu. His Lucian.
It's good, but
See, mid.
Oh, they're taking Jinx. That's why.
also the threat of a lane swap just went up exponentially.
That's why
the
we're
second you
that's
see
why
that
we're
Jinx swap,
banning
and there's really no
the
champion that can
Schlitzcrank.
G rank.
match bottom lane. Jackson Poppy are gonna have a
Why are we picking Callista into Poppy? This could be... Is this a support Poppy? You don't know? You don't fucking know. Why are you picking Callista? Why are you picking Callista? They can just lane swap or just play support Poppy. Or lane swap and play support Poppy. Genji, what the fuck, Genji? What the fuck?
A hell of a time getting through that hostile takeover.
I mean, I will
They're
say
definitely
they did
not
pick
going to play
Callista
you in a
into Poppy,
2v2.
which is always a little questionable, but it just showcases the confidence that this bot lane has with this matchup. The Poppy looking to go into the support position.
Okay, Ivern good with double 80 carry.
Today, and we said we're going to cast Tarzan versus Canyon in the match.
So it's support Poppy. What the fuck, man? Are they actually long? So it's actually support Poppy. This draft is so shit from Genji.
The battle of the minds, Strikos.
Well, I don't think they're going to be the center of attention for their respective teams, but obviously...
Did they do anything during this break?
Yeah, I don't think Jinx Poppy is the strongest bot lane 2v2, but the Ivern Jinx Poppy, as we get later into the game, an incredibly strong team fighting core.
Last game, we got some fantastic team fights from both top esports and T1, and I'm hoping that this game will give us something similar.
The Ivern allows Poppy and Jax to gap close, too.
Poppy Jinx versus Callista.
You know, I also just hate the Smolder with Callista. Okay, so let's say you pick this. You pick this because you want to bully bot lane, right? All right, so we're going for Drake control, right? We want to play for Drake control because we've got Callista, okay? So they're going to swap, right? They're not going to play the 2v2. So if we're playing for Drake control, maybe we want a strong pushing mid laner, which is why we picked Tristana. It's why we picked Tristana. It's why we picked Tristana. Just push out bot and mid and take all the Drakes. Why are we playing Smolder? Just fucking pick... Why can't Genji, a team with an excellent Tristana player whose name is Chovy, pick Tristana? Do you know what else Genji likes to do? Play side lane pressure with Chovy and farm and get tier 2s. You know who's good at that? Fucking Tristana. Why can't we play Tristana?
Renata, I can tell you right now that Weibo is not super keen to fight that 2 versus 2. And also to try and put this Rumble in a lane swap position is only good news for Weibo. So let's see if they can execute upon it. That's really
They're saving it. They're not saving it. Everybody knows they play it.
As it has returned to the meta in full effect.
And a reminder that Rumble Q damage down about 20 at level 1. The passive overheat damage on his auto attacks also down. There are some top laners that say he's still playable. Obviously not as impressive as he once was. Keep that in mind as we watch. If he's not able to find those trades, if he's not able to find those leads. But of course, the lane swap, number one thing on our minds, expected.
Still something.
Like, do they think? Why do they think Tristana is bad?
And the beautiful team fight, but here we are. We find ourselves in a position.
Poppy Jinx is a bad lane. Yes, Poppy Jinx is a bad lane. That's how you know they're going to swap.
I loved watching his early pathing, the impact that he has. I would say that Weibo is typically a bot-focused team, a team that likes to play around that bot side of the map.
Lane with Pays still near mid. Try to beat.
He's not expecting
Canyon.
Classic top lane move, right? Yeah. To interrupt, get in the way. Crisp now making his way over will be the numbers difference that Genji is not expecting.
Canyon.
The E? No.
Manages to get away. Crisp might have had the angle if he stepped forward with a bit more confidence, but wasn't 100%.
No, they can't E in there. So if Crisp E's in here, I mean, I don't think Canyon dies, and you literally, you know, they have jungle top here, and they have support mid. If you use your E into this wall, the Rumble just cooks you. You can't all in here if you're Weibo.
Canyon.
You just die.
E? No.
Joey and Lehens are there. You're basically opting into a 2v4.
But Weibo successfully get the lane swap that they were after. Breathe is taking a lot of damage, but now he makes his way over towards top lane. It's the same thing that we've seen multiple times where the support will go mid to try and get XP, you get the level 2, you then path towards bot, and you're ready for the potential dive on the stacked wave. Breathe will be able to TP to bot lane with the level 2, and you hope that you can then outplay the potential dive that is going to come through from Genji. Meanwhile, the split map is occurring. Tarzan makes his way towards the top side of Genji's jungle. And here we go.
And this is one of the big strengths of Ivern. Of course, very easy for him to steal away camps, but also just clears, all things considered, much faster than most junglers. So usually has 20 to 30 extra seconds.
Ivern's not very good in lane swaps, though.
Whereas, yeah, Canyon.
Because the thing is that
pretty far behind if he tries to match.
his camps take a long time to set up. So if you give up,
setting up all these camps.
Now keep your eyes
you give up
on
part of the
Chris.
map,
He's
it can
now
be really
making his
bad.
way towards the bot side of the map. There's only the 2 members so far.
Okay, so we should handshake
Remember, the
TPs.
Canyon's clear did get interrupted. He started on the top side of the map, so he's a little slow. So Crisp is able to arrive.
This is a good play by Weibo because they know
Being
Canyon
lost
can't be there to
still, but As long
dive.
as Breathe can get the XP, level 3 is going to tick over. And there it is. So now the dive becomes a lot harder. Canyon going to start off the Gromp. Let's see if they still commit to the dive.
Maybe just want to be able to crash that wave in. Keen's still pretty powerful despite Light's range advantage.
I mean, crucially, while all of this is happening, Keen is just catching the waves top. He's only in a 1 versus 1. There's no threat of a dive on his side of the map.
And remember, if you're not familiar with lane swaps, the kind of logic here, even as they've made the towers tankier, it's not about trading even. It's about getting Jinx out of what would have been a miserable 2v2. And at this point, it just becomes a game about XP and about saving what would have felt like inevitable losses if you had lane 2v2 against this Kalista Renata. Yes, it sucks to give up 3 plays,
So
but this
they
duo
are
is so
actually just
powerful
like
that
really
they
powerfully
probably
pushing the
would've
spot sides. They're getting
Canyon
gold
secures the blue
advantages.
buff.
It's okay so far.
And you can see the Jinx now recalling. Of course, no TPs available.
Pink's mid lane.
Rumble's doing well on top
He's doing a
side.
good job of just getting farm and experience on the top side of the map. He really is this wave in top. But now, keep your eyes on Pays and
Get a
Lahane.
free
They've
recall here.
decided, you know what, we're not letting this happen anymore. We're moving up towards the top side. If you want to go for the grubs, you're going to have to fight us first. And with the boots completed, Pays is poised to go for a fight.
They do lose
Boots
a
two for
Genji
Kalista
does
this
lose
point
a
of the game
wave
is
at bot
very
side,
nice to have, but can be much more powerful. It does come down to a
but
skirmish.
the 3-plate pickup is
Pays fighting
huge.
for a
Okay,
bit
they're
of that
swapping the
vision
other
control is
side,
on
so they're
a ward,
playing
of
around
course.
Kalista for grubs. Looks like
Genji really early on the top side. The only gold lead remaining for Weibo is Tarzan in the jungle. Not the biggest deal on the Ivern, but of course the faster he gets to level
I don't know
6,
about
the
this.
more
I think
impact
I'd
he
start
can have.
stacking Drakes.
Now, Weibo find themselves in a 2v2 that advantages in the mid lane 1 versus.
Excellent position to be in. Wave in a neutral state, forcing Light and Chris to push out if they want to come down. But Genji so quick.
The thing is, you have to ask, like, what is the value of grubs? And grubs are okay if you can split or siege. So let's ask ourselves, who is better at splitting and sieging? Oh, that would be Weibo's comp. So maybe we should just stack Drakes? Because what are you gonna you're gonna split with a Rumble compared to a Jax? You're gonna siege with Smolder Kalista? No, you're not gonna do any of these things. So grubs are not very
Just take these
meaningful
early
to you.
objectives, and I think the introduction of grubs just a big buff to Kalista because she's so good at securing and taking those neutral objectives. Now Pays though really wants that farm, is not certain if this
Maybe they
fight
want
is
to take
gonna
the grubs
off
away from Weibo, except if you actually just play around Drake.
or not. Canyon smite.
So if you play around Drake early, you can still take Drake and move up and take one grub. Deny
That's
one
what
grub,
we're trying to
right?
get the hell out. Get away from Xiao, who is the culling is there, shields are there. Chovy ready to body block, but they force Canyon's flash at the very least. They get the Super Mega Death Rocket out from Light as well.
Good flash from Canyon, respecting the damage that was coming out from Xiaohu, and honestly, I'd forgotten about the Jinx, but clearly he hadn't. He recognized that, all right, I need to get out of here, but he secures the objective that he was after. 3 grubs locked down, and Genji's still able to leverage the strength of this bot lane 2 versus 2. The farm discrepancy, nothing too significant. Light is able to secure that level 6, as we already know. So at the very least, Weibo relying on the scaling element that they have going into the late game. Ivern plus Jinx, a terrifying combo the longer this game goes on.
Tarzan walking up.
Phaetox, welcome back. I will miss Bangers
Chris,
only
can he
next
find the
year.
angle? Good handshake. to
But you
stun
won't
the duo,
miss me.
denying the play.
Still
Tarzan will
streaming.
at least clear out the vision. But good discipline
Cooking
from
away.
Genji.
Let Monty cook. That's what I say.
Helping them get that base off. Light looking to reset, either spend some gold, maybe even swap back so they can be in a position to contest the Drake. Perhaps Weibo is happy to forego any of these early Drakes simply due to the strength of this Kalista. But Genji see an opportunity for more plates.
And frankly, in the mid lane, you've got a Smolder who's chilling, right? Chovy weathering the storm nicely. Early plated steel caps to mitigate any of Xiaohu's kill pressure. Part of the chaos of this map state means it's pretty hard for junglers to solely play around mid or try to support any early advantage the Lucian could have. That said, I don't.
You'll know.
I might not be able to tell you in advance, but I can tell you when I see it on my screen. If that's not the play-by-play life, I don't know what is. Chovy flaps out to safe.
So now we just play the very boring waiting game. Why is Crisp there? Okay, Crisp is making curious choices about face checking.
At least a little bit. Nice engage now coming in. Crisp in trouble. Aftershock fading away. That Poppy is dead. Drake. Gen G have already reset their bottom lane. All ready to fight back at least a little bit. Nice engage now coming in. Crisp in trouble. Aftershock fading away. That Poppy is dead. Well played by Gen G.
Do you ever miss casting the LCK? I mean, of course. Like, actually casting the LCK was fun. All of the Riot bullshit that came with it was not fun. You know, if Riot was a competent company, it would be that, you know, paid well. It would be fun to keep casting LCK, but that wasn't the case. And you know what, guys? I chose being treated better and owning a house compared to, you know, casting LCK. I made the right choice for me.
To navigate the map state well, to be able to leverage the advantage.
I just like the way in which they save this bot lane pick for last, because it's their bridge into the late game, right? You know,
I probably made 2 or 3 times as much money by not casting LCK.
You have this bot lane which you can play through in the early game, and they're playing through it incredibly well. They were able to secure
MonteCristo is insane casting combo. Well, we still make content together. Go check out the Elephant Culture channel and our show Nerd Legion. We are in the process of watching all of the fantasy movies from the 1980s, which is very fun. Did the Overwatch paycheck help you buy a house? Yes, it did.
Certainly are. And we'll have to see if Xiaohu can
I sold my house. I don't own a house anymore.
Map plays once he has an item completion under his belt. We know the Lucian on one item can be very powerful. Paired with Tarzan, who's there to buff him up.
But I will have a house again.
Gen G playing at a very comfortable
whenever I move back
to
to the States.
To favor them. The gold, yes, within touching distance, but you talked about it. The late game scaling insurance. The fact that Canyon's been able to pick up this early lock, it means that the coming fights should be.
Yeah, but if you guys look in chat, you can, if you want to see me and Doa, you can go to the Last Free Nation Culture channel, go sub there. Who is worse to work for, Blizzard or Riot? Riot by times a million. Blizzard treated me really well.
Only concern for Gen G is
my family in Korea with me? Yep.
Reliable.
Obviously.
The same argument for Weibo, but like, who really starts the fights on
you both pray the other side's going to start the fight. So you can Maokai, Renata ult their face, or Poppy ult them out.
Yeah, you kind of I'm deciding if it's better for you to be the first on it. Probably it's better for you to be on the first on the objective, so they walk into you.
Kalista ult is literally the best engage tool in the game, which is a very weird thing to say, but yeah.
I don't know if I agree with that statement.
I think it is. It's the most reliable piece, is Crisp. Literally the best engage tool in the game, which is a very weird thing to say, but
we're just going for more grubs.
I think it is. It's the most reliable.
Good TP from Keen.
Whips his ult. See? Let's ult.
They're just going to give up grubs. I mean, 6 grubs is kind of irrelevant to the composition again, so. Alright, they have no ults now? I don't know about using every single ult onto a Poppy. A support Poppy. Seems not good. Good TV by Breathe. Why are we doing this? Why is Gen G doing this? They use Renata ults, Maokai ult, and Rumble ult to not, like, barely kill a support Poppy. And then Xiaohu just gets on their flank. Smolder's not there. What the fuck are we doing? Just scale! You got the 6 grubs that you don't even need. You have the first Drake. Just scale. Just fucking walk away. Jesus Christ. Why did I move back to Korea? Because my wife and I were leaving LA because there was no reason to be there anymore. And we thought, hey, let's move to Denver. And then we thought, hey, well, if we're going to sell our house, why don't we go back to Korea for a bit, have our son learn Korean so he's fluent, because we're not going to own a house. So we can just go to Korea for a bit. I can work from anywhere. chill in Korea for a while, and then we can buy a house later. And that way we have fluent Korean kids.
For you to be the first on the objective. How much harder it is to approach, especially into things like the Renata ultimate and the Maokai ultimate. But ultimately, those tools were used very early to secure the grubs. But once the grubs were secured, Weibo found a really nice angle for the re-engage with a good TP flank coming in from Breathe. So you'll notice at the start of this fight, tools were used to mainly try and get a pick onto Chris, but also to zone these members away from the grubs. So there's the Renata ultimate, there's the Maokai ultimate, and in combination with the Rumble ultimate too, it's forcing them back. But that's 3 ultimates now gone, and now the re-engage comes in. Xiaohu on the right side, Breathe on the left side, and this is where Genji is forced to scatter and disengage. A nice ulti from Chovy is able to, at the very least, secure 1 kill, but the fact that they were able to get away still with 3 and all of the grubs, a great situation for Genji.
Yeah, 6 grubs, not normally allowed in competitive League of Legends. We see in LCK and LPL, right? Teams will fight to get 4 and then are often very willing to concede the last 2 because it's so unlikely and can be very high risk to stick around for too long. But here, Genji really set up to just start pushing out these lanes. Chovy, again, very comfortably scaling 109 stacks, 12 minutes into the game, 125 the next big break point.
It's a good pace for stacks, for sure.
And I think that we need to kind of see more from Weibo in these fights because giving away 6 grubs, very frustrating because Kalista normally not the best champion in the game at taking towers, not always in a position to match Jinx, but when you have 6
So the thing
grubs,
about Genji is like,
To the mid lane.
they shouldn't have tried to make that play. They should just be scaling with the smolder. I mean, this comp can work. It's just super boring, and I hate the Kalista with it.
Maintain control over that prio. You can already see them doing it. Push in mid, move in towards the bot river, and now you can start threatening towards that top tower, deep vision, all sorts of options.
And Chovy conceding farm in the bottom lane to try to be first to the objective here. Both the Herald
and now you can start threatening towards that top tower, but also deep.
Same time by Xiaohu. Seconds before the objective response.
Maintain control.
So now we're just deciding that Chovy needs to farm in the side lane. He's actually doesn't have a lot of stacks yet.
Light's gonna have access onto this
It looks like he's probably going to be like 25 minutes, maybe 24 minutes
Where's the engage going to go?
on the 225 stacks.
Top river, get a bit of deep vision. Light's gonna have access onto this mid wave, push this one out. This Pay's abandoning the wave as he looks for a pick.
Why are we trying to get kills here?
It's not that reliable.
They force the TP, I guess it's fine. They use Kalista Maokai ults though.
Especially when Aurora exists. Flash from lens.
Very well positioned.
Feels really weird though because that's right when Herald spawns. So I guess you just trade Herald for Drake maybe. But now you don't have Maokai ult, so maybe you can't even do that.
Chu doing no damage. Doesn't really hit there as Chovy just continues to stack, and Genji will be able to at least threaten this tower. You can see in the meantime in our lane economy snapshot, it's not a massive difference between either side, but gold slightly favoring the side of Weibo overall.
I told you, when we hyped up this jungle matchup, it was always going to be a battle of the minds. And so much high-level play.
So much thinking.
There's so much thinking.
So little fighting. Now,
Good use of the Herald here, though. I like this.
Brush setup is good as well. Should just be able to break this one down.
And they TP bot.
Too bad we don't have a Maokai ult.
Or is Light just using this as an escape taxi?
I think he's just going out.
Yeah, he's fine.
He's chilling.
He knows it's not going to crash. They'll just instantly one-shot it, so instead drives it away and will now use it to at least push slightly more favorably.
Now Xiaohu has moved off to a side lane himself and is showcasing completed on to Breathe. Benefiting from some of the early gold advantages he was able to get. Of course, he is sitting on a kill. Been able to find on the top side of the map. And
this game is boring. You know, Chovy, the funny thing about Chovy too is he likes the top lane smolder build, which is like grasp Shojin first. So he becomes weirdly tanky.
That good fight around the Herald themselves. So
but it's also just a very slow roll, guys. Do you know the incident happened at the draw? No, I have no idea.
The strangest thing about this game is going to be about how they start fights. Because setting up around objectives is going to be crucial. Being first on the objective means that the enemy is going to be forced to walk into you, and that means you're either walking into a Poppy, who can knock you away, you're walking into the range of a Jax flank, or you're walking into a Maokai ultimate, a Renata ultimate. Like, obviously the advantage of a Maokai ultimate is it can be used to zone you off of an objective, which is always a scary situation to find yourself in. But when both sides have more
disengage tours than they have actually hard engage tours, like a Leona or a Rel, for example. Yeah, you're going to end up in this passive game where both teams are kind of hesitant to pull the trigger to start the fight.
In an awkward situation, you can see there observers wonderfully highlighting Breathe, debating if he wanted to leverage that canyon, or enemy cannon minion, not canyon minion. That one's in the jungle.
Weibo lacks good engage. You don't need good engage with this composition because you can just siege with Ivern brushes and double AD carry.
But it's a good point, right?
And you can poke. So as long as you get on objectives first, you're fine for Weibo.
You'll be fighting in much more favorable position. Xiaohu continuing to be that threat on the side lane. 2 items almost completed here. And 6 grubs does mean that Keen is going to be from Chovy.
Closer and closer to some of those big spikes. First items across the board already been completed for a while. But now the contest over the mid-wave begins.
Light and Crisp doing what they can. Obviously, as long as Tarzan's there, it's pretty easy for Light to walk up. Doesn't really matter if he takes 100, 200 damage. You highlighted it. Minute on a Baron, minute on the Drake. Both teams pushing out to side. And I'm going to be honest, Betty, when we started this game, I thought we were going to have generally still in a pretty...
This really to the state of the game. Small item advantage for Breeze, but Dragon spawning in 15 seconds. This could be crucial. Genji have gained purchase to the river through the bot lane. The top wave continues to be pushed in. This is something Weibo's just done very well this game, just keeping control of these side lanes. The Jax continues to mount pressure in the top side of the map. Smolder is actually going to go and answer that.
And Genji in a bit of an awkward position here. Callisto only has 1.5 items. Light technically ahead. Yes, he has gone for 2 components, the Zeal and the Last Whisper, but feeling pretty confident in that.
Pretty bad vision control for Genji. Also, Smolder's not here. Also, we don't need to fight this. We absolutely do not need to fight this Drake before Genji.
Breathe is going to start pushing.
We have no vision. There's Ivern brushes. There's Date. Just fucking leave.
On the bottom side of the map, waiting in the brush. Genji do spot him. Are they going to collapse? Or are they going to go for the 50-50?
So dicey.
Chris channeling that ultimate. Have a TP of his own.
Chris does a good job with this because he's hidden.
Genji do spot him.
Because they have no vision. And using Poppy when you have Ivern brushes is super nice. This is actually underrated, guys. It's actually underrated. Because you rarely see the Poppy Ivern combo. You guys know what I mean? Because usually Poppy's jungle. So, you know, being able to block vision for Poppy ult is actually huge.
Gonna go for the 50-50 knockback coming in. Chris channeling that ultimate will get the jungler out of the pit. Now they can just burst it and go for it. It's not even gonna be a 50-50. Rumble ult is solid. Mom called in, but
oh my god, the damage though.
Might not matter. Dragon taken. Weibo need to get out though. Xiaohu low. Healing coming in for the redemption. Genji, do they still want this fight? Breathe.
Why is Breathe going in?
Pays. Now gonna be in trouble. Knockback coming in. Lehens now trying to send out the hostile takeover, but it's only gonna connect onto the Jax. Breathe likely to fall here, but the rest of Weibo now ready to follow up. Pays.
Why does Breathe go in?
Jungler out of the pit. Now they can just burst it and go for it. It's not even gonna be a 50-50.
This is a mistake from Breathe. Because they get cooked by Rumble and Smolder ults, so there's not going to be follow-up. They just need to bail, right? They literally wait for Maokai to get back at full HP. Why is Breathe going in?
Breathe into the back line. Pays. Now going to be in trouble. Knockback coming in. Lehens now trying to send out the hostile takeover, but it's only going to connect onto the Jax. Breathe likely to fall here, but the rest of Weibo now ready to follow up. Pays getting 1. No kill going over means no reset for the Jinx quite yet. They're desperate to get something else.
Sure, we got a lot of stacks in that fight.
Down into the wall. Canyon going back through, healing up off the passive is clutch. As Light, no mana, but still wants to keep hitting. Handshake not going to connect. Xiaohu finishing the first kill. Reset coming in. Genji backing away, but the Drake going to Weibo.
Bad play by Breathe.
The health bars are blinking across both sides. The level of patience showcased from those Genji players stuck in the pit to just a 1-for-1. But to start with, but this difference between the range, look at how Light chips away at Chovy's HP bar, the redemption doing work for Tarzan and Xiaohu on the backside, and then Breathe working well by going in for the 1v3, but then the Renata ultimate zoning the rest of Weibo away from the exchange. But now there's just no more HP for Genji to really look for.
You can't make that engage when your team's been poked out by all of that Rumble and Smolder damage, plus
quite expect the damage to come out from
plus
Xiaohu,
you know they still have Renata and Callisto ults.
Important to understand that like Genji have to play that fight that well, or it gets a couple good ults and the fight is over.
But just
all right, Jovi's almost there. 20 stacks. Let's go.
Like, he hasn't stopped.
Xiaohu's kind of Chovy-ing Chovy.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Hello, Ferret. Welcome back.
Xiaohu is the other man on the side lane alongside
I decided I would stream Worlds, maybe.
Meanwhile, Light is soaking up every single wave in mid. He's also being donated farm from his jungler. Like, the
the carries across the board are just farming incredibly well. And while Genji are trying to find plays, they're looking for picks, like Weibo are just passively picking up a lot of gold by maximizing the amount of farm that they're able to get on the map. So they now find themselves with a 3k gold lead without finding any significant team fight. They've just been playing well on the sides. They've secured all of the outer towers now, and they're in a great position. And we talked about how Weibo is a
Do they have the 24-hour VOD rule again this year? I don't know what you're talking about, Ferret. What rule?
Full 5 games in their finals. They are MSI champions. They are touted as one of the teams to win this whole tournament. And here's Weibo with a 3k goal lead. They are the epitome of unpredictable because they have stable players. They have great playmakers, and they're a team that are very often difficult to judge. And I feel like so far in this game, they're proving why. They have a nice lead, they're in a good position, they now just need to be able to close it out, which is a tough thing to do against Genji.
Certainly is. Genji, a very tenacious team. Rumble all going down. Hoping to just get a little bit of poke. Maybe hoping to zone them off the tower as well, but Weibo, unafraid. Xiaohu off on the side, starting to Cole. Only connecting on a canyon, though. Maybe not ideal. It does give room for Krista to move in mid lane, but the Poppy not that tanky. You have to be careful, and keep in mind, Chovy has hit that stack threshold. The execute is online. Rocket for a bit of poke. Nice. Barrier there from Pays. 228 for Chovy on stacks. It's going to start to hurt in these fights. It's really going to be Smolder versus Jinx in terms of the overall scaling. Breathe looking for the flank. Genji just 5-man grouping. Side lanes.
Weibo's chilling, but you can see how awkward it is for both teams because of how little engage they have. They're just chipping away, they're waiting for someone to overstep, make a mistake.
Super hard, so neither side losing out on a lot of CS.
All right, so Chovy actually does have the 225 stacks now. Pretty late, honestly.
You can't get engaged on in mid lane. Then it doesn't matter if you're 5 versus 4, because this Jinx is going to look at you and be like, okay, cool, my Jax is taking your bot tier 2, by the way.
Lord Dominic's finished by Light. See what he finishes for the Zeal item here
now,
as well.
What they could do is they could have Jax just solo, the Dragon by the way, while keeping pressure in mids, because Genji are trying to contest this mid wave as the culling comes out from Xiaohu. Good damage.
Still have some tools as Chovy forced to ult. Canyon, do they want to start the fight here? Breathe still waiting.
Looks like Breathe deciding not to. He's hesitant about the potential engage, but
it's such a good game, but it's such a goofy game, Betty. Because they just, you're right, they cannot engage on each other. The calling looks great, but it's just both sides trying to see fish for an angle.
You're literally waiting for an overstep, for a flash W from Canyon, for a root to land from Tarzan, for someone to overstep where they shouldn't be. Chris maybe finds a flash E into a wall, or someone starts an engage.
I mean, Genji just getting pushed out. They don't really have control of their mid lane.
Thank you, Ferret, for your prime sub. I appreciate you.
They'll get pushed first. Weibo in a very commanding position. Recalls are now being forced out. Luckily, Genji have decent vision around the objective, but Crisp kind of shepherding them like a border collie up toward push first.
The step where they shouldn't be. Chris maybe find
fish for an
angle. This is a very weird standoff that's going on here.
For a flash W from Canyon.
Because they just, you're right, they cannot engage on each other. The calling looks great, but it's just both sides trying to see fish.
The thing is, Weibo just doesn't have engage, right?
For a flash W
their entire thing is sieging and or just having prio on objectives, which is fine. I mean, if you can push them out by poking and use range advantage and then just go to an objective, it's okay. Like, they can just double back onto Drake right now.
Push first. Weibo in a very commanding position. Recalls are now being forced out. Luckily, Genji have decent vision around the objective, but Crisp kind of shepherding them like a border collie up towards the top side of the map. His hand's getting lower and lower. Rocket hit stops the recall.
I think they could just do Baron right now.
They're being herded.
I think they could just do Baron.
Come out from the Smolder as well.
They have the damage. They can just do Baron.
Just walk away.
I mean, they get the push in mids. The wave does get caught by Key, and they now have clean access towards the Dragon. While all this has been happening, I do think they could have just kept Breathe there, but I guess the fact that he doesn't have the TP was the biggest thing that they were concerned about in the event that a fight did kick off. Either way, though, now, I do wonder if Weibo are overstepping here. Looks like they will be fine, yeah, okay. I was worried because with Breathe going to the top lane and Genji actually having an opportunity to reset after all that pressure, there was a world where Genji could then look for an engage. But I say that this is their window, so now they're setting up for the Baron.
And they're going for this now, knowing that someone really should probably try to pick up that farm on the bottom wave. It will cost Weibo to be here, to be present in this play. Poppy all going to be big. Canyon, nice.
Oh, he W'd it.
Advance, keeping him in the play. They just need to finish the objective. They just need to get the Baron down, and they will do so.
Wow.
Now in no man's land. Ulti now used by the Callisto.
Mega play by Canyon.
Trying to find the angle, flashing out to safety. Calling from Xiaohu, doing a whole hell of a lot of damage as Tarzan tries to chase. But Chovy, crucially untouched. Flash it from Chris, trying to finish the job. The bailout there, but the bailout is not enough. Breathe, still going. Xiaohu flashing in with full confidence. But Chovy is alive, looking for the resets. Tarzan now trying to get the hell out. Chovy looking to finish one more kill. Canyon gonna get the job done. Weibo with the man advantage, 4-3 overall.
The max power. Thank you for your Twitch Prime sub. I appreciate you not freeloading on my channel.
Genji recognized the amount of time that Weibo spent on the map, and they see a window to go for the Baron. They're able to secure it, but it costs them 2 members. The TP now coming back in.
Fight not done yet. Breeze chasing.
No, this fight is done. I do not think that Weibo can continue to chase
Terrible
this.
TP.
I think that was an overzealous TP play for sure. At the very least, they're back out onto the map.
Breathe hasn't been very good this game.
But the reason why I was concerned about the start of this Dragon was because they spent so much time on the map. That gave a great window for Genji to go for the Baron. They rush it down, use the Maokai ult to zone them away, but then they turn. But the reason why I was concerned about the start of this Dragon was because they spent so much time on the map. That gave a great window for Genji to go for the Baron. They rush it down, use the Maokai ult to zone them away, but then they turn their attention to Breathe, and they think this could be an easy pick. He buys a lot of time, and Genji becomes split up. That allows for Weibo to capitalize on the split up members. They target the bot lane, and they're able to find 2 kills. The downside for Weibo is that Tarzan does lose his life in the river, but ultimately it's a Baron secured for Genji. Now, here's the big...
We go again.
We just kind of go again. I like what Genji's doing though. They've abandoned bot side of the map. They're committing members top, leveraging the stacked wave that they do have, and they're going to siege onto this tower. Good use of the Baron. They're immediately now moving.
Maybe
into
they'll
the
finally
top
get
side
the
jungle.
mid turret at 29 minutes into this game.
They're no longer just sitting in mid.
MTG Killian, welcome back. Welcome back.
Weibo did get some kills.
How is Magic the Gathering treating you?
Now starting to fall. Keep in mind, about 2 or 3 waves of CS were also deleted in bot lane in the midst of
Are you
that entire
magically
Baron
gathering?
play. So the gold is basically equalized. Only about a 2K difference between the teams, but item completions overall essentially dead even. Yes, Xiaohu has a little bit of a lead, but that means the fights are going to be pretty damn close.
One on the Swiss stage.
Great ult.
A lot on the line here.
You want to beat 1-0. You want to find that advantage, get out as quick as you can. Remember, 3 and you're in. Lose 3 and you're out. Is a great ulti kicking things out. Tarzan caught. Beautiful layering of the CC. And now Genji. Want to find that advantage, get out as quick as you can.
We got to stop saying layering of the CC, guys. It's chaining of the CC. We got to stop with the layering. Layering is bad. Chaining are good.
Beautiful layering of the CC. And now Genji.
Stacking CC bad. Chaining CC good. Layering CC bad. Chaining CC good. It's a great play,
A
though.
lot on the line here.
This is the danger. The dive is very strong, right?
Advantage, get out as quick as you can. Remember, 3 and you're in. Lose 3 and you're out. Is a great ulti kicking things out. Tarzan caught. Beautiful layering of the CC. And now Genji set up on this next tower. Knockback from Chris. Not really going to connect. Does force the ult out from Pays at the very least, but... Beautiful.
Dude, I love the interaction between Poppy ult and Callisto ult.
Knockback from
Look at that. Just yoinked him. Dude, Genji at least playing very well in terms of their micro. You know, after the first Poppy ult hit Canyon, he just W's the second one that's aimed at him. Like they're prepared to just have Lahens bait out the Poppy ult again.
TP now coming in from Xiaohu as well. Wants to TP behind them.
Lucian?
Yes, sir, it is.
Dear Lord. Surely this can't be good. This can't be allowed to be good, right?
Here comes Breathe as well.
Breathe here too. Genji actually has to be careful though. Their TP's coming in, but it's going to be a little bit late. If Weibo could...
Here comes Keen. He has no ult. But he has a flash and he has a Q. By the way, guys, I love watching Chovy flash forward. He knows his limits so well. He does this on Tristana too. Watch. He just ease over. Zoning from the Renata ult. Instant flash. Instant dead. So good. Alright, Weibo lost. What a terrible play. Dude, honestly, shitty TPs may have lost this game for Weibo. They do not also seem like a team that should be playing with 0 engage. Some teams can do it. Not Weibo Gaming. Keen too good also. Compare the Keen TP to the Xiaohu TP.
But there's Pace!
He gets the shutdown onto Xiaohu, and Genji now showcasing their dominance.
I kind of hate, I really hate Genji's draft this game.
You're pretty disadvantaged.
And I really hate how they tried to contest things in the early game. But, you know, once they're online, they are really mechanically on point. Their team fighting is super good.
This time they didn't commit Keen's ulti. They'll be happy with the objective, though.
Crisp eating about 400 damage just to try to walk up there.
But as Blade would say, some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill. Why do we have to ice skate uphill, Genji? Can't we just make things easy for ourselves?
Well, getting the Baron, just gave them all the tools they needed to really begin their siege, right? Because empowering those minions really hurt Weibo's ability to stall out and wave clear. On the table, once more, we see both teams setting up for the objective.
They also have no magic damage at all. So Canyon's having a great time.
True.
We normally see Maokai's with at least 3 Weibo have brought together.
Yeah,
at this point.
This Baron becomes the big point of contention. Breathe doing what he can to push in the side lane. Void Staff now secured for Keen, but the little magic resist that does sit on the side of Weibo, looking to get shredded.
Lens flashing out, Tarzan flashing in, hostile takeover is there, but Breeze still onto the back line. Gonna be forced to use the ulti out from Pays, buys a bit more time, reset is there. Hostile takeover didn't do much, but now Breathe, in the midst of the entire team, is still about to get shredded.
That's a cool interaction. Did you guys know this? I actually didn't know this. So Lehens uses bailout on himself, right? But he gets instantly Callista ulted, and it doesn't tick down while he's in stasis. I mean, I could have guessed this, but it doesn't tick down when he's in stasis during Callista ult, so he gets chucked back out. He still dies, but it gives you more of a chance to get the bailout off.
Xiaohu finding the kill. Pays, Chovy, Keen still standing. Looking to push Weibo back. A 2 for 2 thus far. The slow on to Xiaohu from the Maokai is crucial. Even from the Grave Canyon having that impact, and the fight just stops there. Nobody really has the tools to follow up. A very close back. A 2. But finally, Lehens will drop light on the backside. The resets are starting to come in. Chris still standing. Be forced to use the ulti out from Pays. Buys a bit more time. Reset is there. Hostile takeover didn't do much, but now Breathe in the midst of the entire team is still about to get shredded. But finally, Lehens will drop light on the backside. The resets are starting to come in. Chris still standing for an extra moment here. The knockback is there. But down goes the tank. Xiaohu finding the kill. Pays, Chovy, Keen still standing. Looking to push Weibo back. A 2.
Fair if Weibo is able to.
They have the Rend. TP behind. Genji betting. Maybe not everything, but a whole hell of a lot on this play. Xiaohu now in the midst, trying to get a bit more damage now. Flash in from Pays. Keen going gold, and Xiaohu needs to get the hell away. Pays just running him down in the 1v1. But now it's Chovy and Pays, the 2v2. And we just keep going. 7 seconds on Breathe, but he doesn't have the TP. Canyon up in 5. Don't think it's
settled back out onto the map. Allow back
to build the defense.
Push
for a brief moment.
Double 80 carries.
Canyon, can he get into
Wow, they really should not be doing this, Baron. They're just going to get nuked by Maokai ult, Rumble ult. There it is.
But no, Tarzan finds the angle. However, Crisp already going down. Breathe off on the flank, hoping to find an angle into this fight. All of Weibo retreating. Genji might not have gotten the objective, but it looks like they're
oh my god, he actually got he got off the
instantly into the back line. Jax finding the knock up on a 2, the stun, excuse me, as we continue the fight.
Well,
off the side, it's Chovy finally getting involved again. The execute's coming in. He's just
another flash for Chovy he delved too greedily and too deep.
Still standing. Pays still standing. It's a hot mess. Weibo down a man, but up a Baron.
He's trying to get an execute onto someone recalling, but he's not going to be able to find anything. But the
always get soul now.
And wow,
soul point.
What a back and forth.
Soul. Oh no, it's soul.
Team fight.
Oh, it's over now.
Ambitious flash to shut down light, and he almost got the execute, but he died just before he was able to get enough damage.
And surely a full build Smolder with 425 stacks and Infernal Soul is enough to end the game. But this fight.
So great Rumble ultimate onto the backline, but it doesn't actually end up doing as much damage as I thought it did. Crisp ends up getting melted immediately. The Jinx positioning is.
I can't believe Lehens actually got
this flank from Breathe.
The ult off there.
But look at that 3-man knockup coming out from Daisy. Provides good utility as Chovy finds a kill in the Baron pit.
Chovy was so close to get. Look at this. Ah!
From Chovy, tries to get the last bit of damage. Not quite enough as Breathe comes over to help. And then it ends up being a 3 for 2. This Jinx is full build now.
Yeah.
I mean, nearly everyone is full build.
Everyone, we're approaching that time of the game. Breathe now.
It's crazy to me. In a meta where we expected the return of mages, right? This is what happens. Overall, the side of Gen G, you
the potential to just end this game rapidly, right? There's no cleanse on light right now. Hostile takeover hitting either of the 80 carries here likely means they instantly kill their team. Yes, Tarzan does have access to the Mikhails, but it's going to have to be quick with it. And on the opposite side, Papillon, right? If Chris can knock a carry out of the fight again, Weibo can very easily start to clean up, but you know, those are both slow, very telegraphed abilities. And it's just, again, I feel like we're a broken record here, but we have to say, like, this is a really hard game to play out because you have to be completely confident if you're going to pull the trigger on an engage, or you will be the reason your team loses the game.
Because the thing is, like, if Canyon flash W's in, you got...
Oh, Maokai means the setup around the next objective is that
Genji
much
just
easier.
decided to play this on hard mode, I guess.
No matter what comp they pick,
It don't matter. Gold doesn't... Wait, hang on. Chovy sold his QSS, and he bought a Randuin's as well.
It's actually really smart. Like, I mean, they're basically a full AD composition. The Randuin's has crazy value here.
Yeah, okay.
Genji's itemization is often really good. I really like a lot of the itemization choices that Keen and Chovy make in particular.
Okay,
They're very
it's
good at, like,
Genji once
reading
again
the
with
game
control of
state.
the midwave. Unsurprisingly, Breed finds himself in a side lane pushing. The Jacks trying to get some work done. If they can continue to stall, which they're doing a good job of so far, maybe he can even put some pressure onto that tier 2, but Keenan...
Weibo. See Rumble respond, feel confident they can step forward, instantly start winning
500
fights.
stack.
Certainly
Smolder,
good.
casually.
The team. Wait, forcing the flash out. Likely to
Remember,
lose the fight.
Kalista
TP flank, they know that it's coming. Breathe on the way in. Rumble equalizer, not doing much. Gets a bit of space for Chris. Pay's starting to step up. Aldi coming in from Chovy. Hostile takeover big. Light immediately gonna cleanse, though doesn't want to give too much. Pay's trying to get into the back.
Breathe just taking 1 trillion damage.
And already the Elder is taken. They're not doing much. Gets a bit of space for Chris. Pay's starting to step up. Aldi coming in from Chovy. Hostile takeover. Has to force very
Where's Chris Soul?
TP flank. They know that it's coming. Breathe on the way in. Rumble equalizer, not doing much. Gets a bit of space for Chris. Pay's starting to step.
Did they get
Has
interrupted?
to force, and again, whoever has to force, very likely to lose the fight. TP flank. They know that it's coming. Breathe.
Oh, it got interrupted by handshake. Oh no.
Space for Chris. Pay's starting to step up. Aldi coming in from Chovy. Hostile takeover big. Light immediately gonna cleanse, though doesn't want to give too much. Pay's trying to get into the back line, trying to make sure that Light doesn't have any room to work. And already
They played really well around these Poppy ults after the first one went so badly for them.
44. That window of opportunity, Keen going in the favor of Gen G as they take down.
That was
Weibo.
unnecessarily difficult. That was unnecessarily difficult. Oh god, the Fiesta game. Surely this is a Fiesta, right? There's no choice but for this to be a Fiesta. Both these teams have no macro.
With much more confidence. So the importance of this first one, and it's not a series. We have to play again tomorrow, and both these teams looking to start off 1-0.
I gotta pee. Well, it wasn't 17 minutes this time, guys.
To face the other
Of a break.
teams, get a bit of a lead early on. Falling down can be devastating. All it takes is a single upset when you're in that 0-1 round.
Effective Vi can be in the meta. The Aurora ban going to come through from Fnatic.
All right, Vi versus Lucid. Lucid is his best champion probably, but the Lee Sin is viable and still there.
They saw the impact that it had in the previous game from Gen G.
It's had very few options, giving over.
First picking Yone. Okay, well, we're not picking the Lee Sin yet. We're just gonna pick the Skarner instead.
So we talked about adaptation to the meta.
So Zyra Renekton, powerful 2v2 in the top side. Showmaker. Oh man, see, they're just taunting us with Lucid just hovering Lee Sin, Showmaker hovering Syndra, but we don't actually get those champions. No, I've not seen the matches. I was asleep.
So old if he has changed his mind and it's just like a jam.
More likely going in the direction of aiming, but we'll have to wait and see as the Ash ban now comes through from the side.
Okay, aiming on Ezreal's not a surprise. This should be probably a priority for D+ if they want to keep playing the aiming focused style that they played. Okay, we're just going for LeBlanc, which Showmaker was playing even before this patch and the Storm Surge buffs.
But the Kai'Sa is much safer as we get later into the game. So instead, the Kai'Sa
Ooh, I like it. Yeah, let's play. Oh man, I thought we were gonna play as Karma and just shove it down their throat in the bot side.
Exactly what it's going to do, paired up nicely with the Ezreal. It's a very safe defensive bot lane 2 versus 2.
I mean, Braum really good here against so many low-range champions.
The idea behind picking Kai'Sa into Ezreal is that you can have a relatively easy laning phase to allow the Kai'Sa to scale up, get that early static shiv, have a little bit more wave clear. The problem points are going to be this.
How do they kill aiming, guys? How do they ever kill aiming? Here's the issue. Who is supposed to kill aiming here? Especially when he has Braum and Gnar and Skarner. Like, how does he ever die? Well, he can always E into them. Ah, yes, the way that he lost to Gen G in regular season. True.
I'm looking forward on the brawls.
Kai'Sa level 1, Yone level 1. Hard for them to stop.
Side of Fnatic.
Top of your screen. The global power rank is powered by AWS. Fnatic at 13th, DK at 7th coming in here.
And here comes the lane swap through from Fnatic. Gonna play it safe. Already jungle and support record as I've now
As earlier. A medium amount of confidence. I think it might be a really Fiesta game. I'm not sure. We need to see.
Might be like a really Fiesta game. I'm not sure. We'll need to see. We're a new Fnatic. Hopefully we don't throw leads. Hopefully. Wow.
Fnatic, hopefully we don't throw leads. And then he said, hopefully one more time. Which undermined, I think, a little bit the sentiment he was trying to say. But
that's a great quote. This is the kind of stuff, like, why can't we have stuff like this instead of fucking Twitch chat messages? This is funny and interesting and tells the story of the teams and the players. Let's go Liquid from Jim Bob 37
and I think it is a similar story.
Is not a good use of broadcast time.
D+ Kia on the opposite side is we've now got the 2v2 mid set up. Oscar and Noah trying to do damage, but again, you can see what 85% fortification looks like. Those autos do not do damage to that tower.
What's crucial here is because Jun has been pushed underneath this tower, he's been denied the level 2. He's still one creep off it, I think. He can catch that wave. We're chilling.
It's really awkward though because his aftershock was procced by him hitting the blast cone, I believe, onto Moham.
And here comes the TP.
Which means if anyone hits him, he is likely dead, but Oscar is here. Fury
He's going to tick over to level 3 off of this.
He's taking his time, waits to Q until he knows he's got it.
Jun is being denied so much XP. Here comes the dive.
Mark's there, concussive blows, making this dive easy as Oscar tries to make it out.
Oh, he stopped. He actually, Jun actually flashed into Lucid's E to prevent him from stunning Oscar. He's still gonna get a die though.
Before he gets the cold meek back. Jun trying to body block, but the boomerang still there. Q flash, not gonna do much of anything, and Jun now in trouble.
Nah, he's dead too.
Well, but they're gonna take it down in the end. A clean bot side dive from D+ Kia.
Great patience from D+ Kia and good management of the aggro from the tower as well. Razork does finally arrive, but it's too late. No TP available for Oscar. Kingen gets 2 assists, 1 kill, goes over to aiming as well.
And D plus Kia are just setting themselves up nicely.
Kingen doesn't even need to TP to top lane. He actually, Kingen, because the wave's pushing out, so he missed catching this wave, obviously, which has set him about a level behind in XP, but he's also just going to have TP advantage now, which is pretty important.
As good as you can hope of a start. Not only are you the team not swapping, so it's easier for you to take plates, but you're able to make this dive happen.
Yeah, they get a lot of damage off onto Oscar to start off the play. Aiming does take tower aggro at the very end, but he's able to disengage. And then like, you see a nice little hop hit from Kingen. And combined with aiming, they're able to deal enough damage. And then Jun, he just doesn't have the cooldowns this early on into the game. Yeah, just very well played. They did their best to outplay. Oscar even committed the flash, but that's now a summoner spell down. We find ourselves
Kingen is a level behind, but we'll see how he uses his TP edge.
Having advantages across the board.
No, and Jun got away.
He's gonna have to play kind of cautiously.
At the very least, but I think the only silver lining of this all is aiming. Goes back, he buys a tier, he buys some components, but early itemization at least forcing Ezreal away from more combat stats. So it's not too much of a discrepancy in the 1v1, although he will be able to spam a lot more Qs. Need to keep our eyes as well on mid lane. Humanoid and Fnatic prioritizing this Yone very highly, but obviously partially due to the lane swap in the 2v2, as well as a difficult lane matchup. We just haven't seen anything from it quite yet. He's down flash and down T. We haven't. The saving grace of some inconsistencies in his performance was that when it mattered, he did show up. And if that's no longer there, you know.
So this first game will be a big test for him as well. Like, so far he started off the lane pretty well. You can see there's a stacked wave that he's going to have to catch underneath his tower as D plus Kia already going to secure that dragon. And unfortunately for Fnatic, they're a bit behind on the play. They don't have control over the mid wave, ready to set up for the grubs on the top side. They didn't commit for any type of swap. So while there's constant trades back and forth in the mid lane 1 versus 1.
Is Kingen pretty behind in terms of XP. Oscar going to get to a much faster level 6, but I imagine it'll be pretty difficult for him to leverage that spike unless Kingen oversteps here.
Humanoid going to commit to a base here, investing in early magic resistance to help weather the pressure as Lucid already starting off those grubs.
I guess Lucid just gets every early objective.
Control over the mid wave, ready to Monica for so long without any results to back up a statement like that.
And it's thing from it quite yet for him to be in because that's
for him as well.
Gotta use the timing to get Drake and chain it directly into grubs.
So the downside of kind of going for that game.
Only get one grub though. As Gnar is weak at this time.
Level 6. He has just been power farming his way through the early game, and already with that ultimate available, puts him grubs, but because 100 gold lead and the Sheen already secured.
Sheen going to make a lot of these trades much more favorable. But overall, no objective on the map to play for at this stage. 7 minutes in, both grubs and Dragunov will get a bit better for Humanoid as he gets more attack speed and more magic resist. But for now, LeBlanc still very much running the show. Oscar able to push in Kingen, but you can see Lucid there to support.
Reacting to the lane swap as you're supposed to. Ultimately, when you get to that point of the dive, it all comes down to execution.
I wonder how this Zyra is going to stay alive in the LeBlanc. That seems like it will be really hard to deal with.
In terms of the early objectives, though, it's pretty even. Lucid now with the level 6 himself as full clears continue to come across the board.
Feels like Zyra getting comboed by LeBlanc plus an Ezreal would make it very, very hard to stay alive.
Gets the flash out. Q3 there for Humanoid. Does manage to lock it up. Jun immediate lockdown coming in as well. Showmaker the clone is there. He's able to get out to safety just in time. Razork throwing down the ultimate, but hand delivered. Lucid bringing Jun back under the tower to punish. Lock it up. Jun immediate lockdown coming in as well. Showmaker the clone is there. He's able to get out to safety just in time.
Very nice trade you're seeing in this early game. How favorable it is.
Gets the flash out. Q3 there for Humanoid. Does manage to lock it up. Jun immediate lockdown coming in as well. Showmaker the clone is there. He's able to get out to safety just in time. Razork throwing down the ultimate, but hand delivered. Lucid bringing Jun back under the tower to punish. Really nice.
Yeah, Jun went too far in.
Jungle of D plus Kia.
Should have taken the flash and walked away.
Fnatic were a bit the tower, and the chains connected as well. The tower shots were enough to trade back the kill.
And what's frustrating there is that while Jun was there for the play, that was a 2v3 where Fnatic had more members, and you can see now the price of that play is that Aiming and Moham just get 2 plates uncontested as Noah is forced under tower. He's going to need to reset soon, only half his life bar remaining.
2 kills now for Lucid. This gun is going to become a very serious problem with the rate that he's being accelerated. Pushing the top side, going their way as well. Long individuals, they are just, this shouldn't come.
Fnatic has finished the stage. Time be a trend in these lanes.
We'll acknowledge that I haven't been keeping track of the top laners because rarely do you in a Renekton versus Gnar matchup. Hang on, Lucid.
Lucid going in, has already locked
free.
Humanoid. Humanoid wants to get out to safety. The ulti though hits a target, means he doesn't really have anywhere else to go. Ignites to
Lucid! Actually, huge flash there.
Going in, has already locked up Humanoid. Humanoid wants to get out.
They don't quite get. They get in front of the Yone ult, but watch Lucid here, man. Oh, it's such a sexy flash Q.
Snipes him down with a rock.
You thought it would be aiming that finds the Q connect, but by Jun blocking that projectile, he couldn't block the projectile from Lucid. A nice angle.
It's actually such a good micro play by Lucid.
He's going to put 3 on the board. 4-0 now, the kill score in favor of DK.
Nice snipe there to finish. And good positioning as well to make sure that Humanoid could not use that ultimate to get out for free. DK now transitioning that pressure topside. Showmaker already pushing in. And this is such a comfort zone for DK. Lucid, Showmaker, having those individual leads now, extending their reach across the map. Razork is there trying to punish, but they don't really have a whole lot of follow-up damage.
I think Zyra is just shit here.
Ready to go. Razork still alive, standing behind the blue buff. Showmaker trying to finish off the first kill, and he'll do so successfully. Lucid gets a quick ulti off. Blast Cone is going to take him to safety. Oscar and desperate to get in here and get something back. Noah on the chase. Razork as well. Oscar, nice stun. Not sure if he has the Slice Dice cooldown yet. Guess is correct on which one's the real Showmaker. Root is there, and Showmaker will just dash out to safety. 5 kills.
Are they really not going to get anything?
Is he going to get the execute? Jun?
He actually gets the execute. That's 0 kills for Fnatic. Wow, I can't believe that's how it played out. DK, they're able to get the kill onto Jun. They're able to spread out, and they walk away without giving over anything to Fnatic. 3K now, the gold lead in the early game, and Fnatic are very quickly falling apart.
Aiming is just in the face of Noah and Jun 2v1ing. Completely unafraid. Humanoid will catch a wave on the bottom side. Hasn't even completed an item yet, but this is a terrifying position. Only Noah and Razork have completed an A from that Herald.
I mean, they are just being rooted in the early game by just Lucid's ended up falling so far behind, but ultimately, he's still going to have value and relevance with these fights coming up. And also, we already talked about it, Renekton up against a Braum is going to be very difficult to play, especially with how much strong Lucid is. This front line is going to be so difficult for Fnatic.
This is Soul Unbound back, Q3. They try to think if they want to go for a play here. Some resources burned on a Mohan. Is that now Noah trying to start things off with aiming, but there is Lucid waiting, trying to hand deliver. Noah flashing over to get the kill. At least gets the 1-for-1.
What the fuck?
Commitment from Noah as he
what the fuck is he doing?
Clear range advantage makes it easy for him to get first pushes. Jun and Razork debating if they want to go for a play here. Some resources burned on a Mohan.
So he just hits his Void Seeker and is like, surely in the dark and scary jungle at 14 minutes, that Skarner won't be there next to the Ezreal doing the Herald. I must use all of my sums and my ultimate and then not even stop the Herald.
End up trading 1-for-1 in the mid lane, and Lucid not been there. Maybe it could have gone more favorably for him. Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, Kingen getting zoned away from his tower, as Showmaker finding advantages for himself on the top side, pushing Oscar in and out of the lane. But the Herald still going to go in favor, of D+ Kia.
You can see here in the lane economy snapshot, it's pretty favored right now to the side of D+ Kia. Oscar in and getting something back, but again, getting impact out of this Renekton. It looks like it will be Stride Breaker. It's going to be tough. Hopefully he'll be able to stick to those targets as okay, just continue that topside threat. You only have 1 grub, but still putting so much pressure down.
I think when it comes to expectation setting, right, we talked about how DK should come in as the favorites.
Yeah.
And we talked about how, while they can be a chaotic team, so far, this game has largely been very clean.
And look, we talked to Chronicler, and the thing Chronicler said is, if you want to understand if DK are winning the game, the most common version is mid-jungle 2v2 domination.
Yep.
And that has basically been the game so far.
Well, the thing about D+ is they're not always terrible in the early game. It's their mid and late game decision making that becomes really stupid.
At least able to grab that kill on a Mohan.
Valuable and much needed.
So starting now, we see if they're how they're doing.
Behind. They set their sights on the mid lane. Razork getting zoned out. Razork has to
away.
flash.
Showmaker now chasing. A little bit of damage back from Razork.
I think the Zyra is so bad. That's what I'm talking about. You get absolutely dominated by this LeBlanc.
secures the top tier 1, but DK, they're not going to slow down here. They still have the Herald, and they want to put some pressure down onto the...
They also have very bad wave clear on the siege, so it's really troublesome for Fnatic's composition to deal with this, with double melees in their solo lanes.
Smoothly rotate over to the Dragon. This is going to be the third one of the game. Humanoid is going to try and keep his pressure into the top lane as Kingen commits the TP to try and stop him.
Knock up there from Humanoid, well timed on the TP. Now TP's more coming in from Fnatic. It's going to be 2v2 on the top side. Oscar is here as well. They're trying to lock up Showmaker, trying to get as much damage down as possible. Oscar taking the tower, but he just gets deleted. Now Humanoid is going and trying to get Showmaker, but he can't get anything done. Moham here to interrupt. Oh, that's not good for Fnatic. Q3 back at the very least gets
They got the tier 2. It's kind of worth.
Showmaker. The tier 2 at least will drop.
They actually got 2 TPs, traded evenly in kills, and got the tier 2. So it's a pretty good cross map from Fnatic.
This is what we've come to expect from Fnatic. They know that they're not in a position to contest the Dragon, so instead they go for the cross map.
The thing that Fnatic has going for them is the Yone split is going to be very good.
It's a 2v2, but Fnatic just overforce. They're convinced that they're able to one-shot Showmaker, but they just don't quite have the damage. Instead,
shout out to Fnatic for bag holding the worst contract in esports with 3 years on Humanoid. I mean, the funny thing about that, guys, is that everybody wanted Humanoid. Dude, the fucking Humanoid bidding war that happened was crazy behind the scenes. Like NA teams bidding for him, EU teams bidding for him. Everybody wanted him, and it turned out just to be such a dumpster fire of a contract.
We're not even 20 minutes in.
Yeah, against LeBlanc and Ezreal, also double scary. His aiming continues to be relatively unfazed in the mid lane. Noah did find that all in, but it was still very close even without Lucid getting involved. See what the setup on the next objective is going to look like. 2 minutes. Tell that Baron. Can't imagine that either team is going to rush for it. And Oscar just shepherding in this bot lane wave. Fnatic trying to find somewhere to play.
Is it true they have a net loss of like 6 million per year? I mean, I can't know that, right? But it wouldn't surprise me. That's
blast cone over, dash in, immediate dash back, and they're just dancing around each other. Lucid there to support in case Showmaker wants to go in for another trade.
Blade is a huge spike for Yone. The thing is, Lucid is here to cover with Moham right behind him. Humanoid alone won't be enough to look for any type of play against all these players. But Lucid continuing his strong jungle coverage. Sure, he's behind in farm, but in terms of impact on the map, he has just been absolutely everywhere. Stealing away this Gromp, knows he should be safe to do so as Showmaker continues to push in that top wave. Yeah, Oscar's found a nice push in bot, but that level lead that he had earlier has completely disappeared as Kingen gonna catch that.
And if we just take a look at the vision that Fnatic have, it's almost nothing. You can see question mark pings out a little bit on the bottom side. They know Showmaker is here, they assume Lucid is here, but they don't really have that concrete information. So Humanoid really can't push much further than this until his team is here to support and clear out some of that vision, push out some of these waves alongside him. DK just lingering, lurking in the fog, ready to
find a way. Keep mid pushed. The smarter decision is to recall, spend what gold you can.
I will say this 2-item spike for Razork can be very devastating in fights. Rylai's absolutely disgusting item on this.
The thing about Razork is how do people kill Ezreal? How do you kill LeBlanc? LeBlanc can just poke combo Razork out. Razork is just so squishy, and Zyra is just so much better into comps that want to play into you, right? But there's a huge front line here. There's a huge front line, and then there's these two poke champions. So I feel as though Zyra is really shit here, and they didn't get they opted into a lane swap, so you don't even get like the Renekton Zyra ganks.
Strong side laners as well.
I mean, this Ezreal is spiking so hard right now as well. That's one of the most concerning things. I think Noah's still quite a ways off, quite a ways away from the Rage Blade.
And it's really tough to play this one out because even if you do get that Rage Blade, right, Moham is there, and you're in
not that much damage though. Oh no, that Ezreal will do a lot of damage.
That unbreakable for when Noah does decide to go in, or Razork tries to
burn all those cooldowns. The LeBlanc does a lot more damage than you think.
Breakpoint. Stridebreaker is an incredibly strong item on this patch. Maybe that is
but he built Horizon Focus, so he didn't even build Storm Surge. He built Luden's Horizon. So it really is just about the long-range poke.
For them at all.
Right now, Fnatic prioritizing enabling Humanoid to farm on a side lane, which on the one hand is fine, but Dragon's a minute away. You got to be shifting your perspective towards that objective. You cannot afford to give Soul over towards a LeBlanc and an Ezreal. Their poke damage is just too much. I'm sure Humanoid is desperate to get enough.
Yeah, the Infernal Soul is also insane for them.
See the Rage Blade now finished for Noah, which is a good upgrade.
Humanoid can get the item complete.
Okay, is that the Stridebreaker?
to the river.
Constantly harassed over the wall. Fnatic moving in, observers showing us the vision. They see really nothing. Razork needs to be ready to go over the wall. Objective getting lower and lower. Remember, this is sole point for the side of DK. Lucid still in the area. 2K getting lower. Razork,
Oh my god, I can't believe he got that. He also managed to not get hit, Razork, by any of the poke.
Sole point for the side of DK.
Look at that. The Ezreal W just slightly too short. He's attacking Oscarin now. Now, how does this get taken? Right? 1400. Oh my god. Razork smited first. So the red smite is Razork's. And then his auto takes it. Oh my god. You can see his auto right here.
Getting lower. Razork gets it.
Oh my god.
They got what they came for. Human has to be careful. Quick ulti back to safety. They took away the Drake. They do not want any other part of this fight.
They don't want to overstay their welcome. It looks like that the title of Jungle Steel King still holds true. Can't afford to overextend down on.
Oscar showing on the bot wave at the same time as Humanoid could have been really rough for that Baron contest. DK not. It's good.
Can't Lucid suppress Razork? Yes, he can.
Still in the area. 2K getting lower. Vision. They see really nothing.
There are a lot of questions here. There's a lot of questions you might ask. Like, Lucid's positioning should be here, right? They should be Showmaker. They need to, you know, position more aggressively. Showmaker should probably be here, threatening to poke. You know what I mean? Aiming, poking from this direction.
Razork needs to be ready.
King and his mega too. Like, why are we just letting them walk up like this? Why are we letting them walk up like this? It's so crazy.
Still in the area. 2K getting lower. Razork gets it. A crucial steal. The rest of the team now just getting out. They got what they came for. Human has to be careful. Quick ulti back to safety. They took away the Drake. They do not want any other part of this fight.
They don't want to overstay their welcome.
I do not understand.
Like the title of
I don't understand why Kingen is like inside the pit. I don't understand why Lucid, you know, if they walk up, you should just impale them and then smite. Right? It's really bad objective control.
To overextend here is the rest of D+Kia are shifting their attention towards the topside river. They still have smite available on Lucid, and they're just not starting the objective, but they're putting that pressure down onto Fnatic, forcing them to overstay a little bit, giving DK the opportunity to reset and get back out onto the map.
And it's good that we're early in the game for the side of Fnatic because Oscar showing on the bot wave at the same time as Humanoid.
But have you considered that all 10 players in this match have a stacking debuff that makes them more and more dumb the longer the game goes on past 15 minutes? That's funny.
And both TPs are available for the Fnatic solo laners. So all things considered, across the board, you know, DK, yes, they're still on sole point, but
they just have a dot on them that makes them dumber.
Their 2K gold lead is very spread out, really aiming the only one with a significant individual lead, and this has turned into a pretty close.
It's actually crazy that they wouldn't even fight for soul.
The good news for Fnatic is the lead hasn't grown bigger, right? DK haven't successfully been able to convert it into any additional objectives outside of the ones that they were able to secure in the early game. They've done some good damage onto that bot tier 2, but ultimately they are still in a better position. Their mid tower still stands strong. It's not going to be an easy siege for them, especially with the low range champions of Yone and Kai'Sa. So they're going to need to find a fight or some type of advantage in order to really knock that tower down.
Comes through, stops Kingen from using that Narf. They do want to fight here, but again, there's no objective to fight for. Flash out from Kingen is nice. Slow there from the Rylai's means Lucid can't really approach.
Kingen in the extended. He's got a decent amount of HP now as well, thanks to.
Oh, we're just waiting for Soul round 2.
Lucid will win that smite fight. Ulti from aiming, chunking out Razork. Both sides posturing. With Humanoid playing in bottom lane.
Fnatic is playing this correctly though. They will have side lane pressure.
However, will need to immediately TP if a fight does break out. Whereas Showmaker is much, much closer.
Both teams.
Surely they can't mess up Soul again. That sounds ominous. Young DOX.
Second seed versus the LCK's third. Of course, I think if you'd ask many, they were not expecting D+Kia to be the third seed. But here we go. The Baron started off. Fnatic have no information of this being started.
Noah, of course.
Why are they leaving? Why are they leaving?
Long range poke.
Why are they leaving? They see Renekton.
Started off. Fnatic have no information.
What? Why are they leaving? They could force double TP here. Kingan's Mega. What? Just finish. Finish. Right?
Of this being started.
Noah, of course, Void Seeker. Nice
At least get their TPs.
Give them at least a little bit of information, but you're right, DK. I think maybe undue hesitation. If they had perfect information, I think they would have realized they probably could force that down.
The thing is, Dragon spawns in a minute.
True.
So the worst case scenario is no one gets the Baron, right? But you've lost a lot of HP, and now Fnatic, because you're in the river, have better position over mid, giving them access to the Dragon, so you then can't contest it. So yeah, they fished and they said, you know what? This isn't safe enough. Instead, we're going to go back to base.
All this
Dragon,
total vision control.
Fnatic's in a similar position where they want to spend as much
and
as
Megadar isn't safe enough.
Chunked. Does have the TP.
But the mid-wave control is just consistently in the favor of D plus Kia.
I mean, it's just so hard to step up against Ezreal, right? He just gets to hit the wave for free with Mystic Shot. You always have to put yourself in jeopardy if you're Noah to step into that wave when you don't have the team to support you. As Fnatic, again, find themselves in a position where they may have to fight through this choke point. Both teams sprinting towards that mid wave to try to get push, or at least set it to a neutral state. Bot wave in favor of Fnatic gives them an angle to play through, but you can see that control ward and the brush and the minimap at the bottom of your screen does mean
surely Skarner will just flash suppress the Zyra this time, right?
Meganar won't be available too quickly as Fnatic again trying to take away this objective. Lucid miles away. They just need to burn this down now. Well played from Fnatic. They can secure this. DK, if they don't find the fight, that's big. Now instantly the fall coming from Humanoid. Soul unbound, gonna find free on the knockup. Oh! Snapback is
how does Aiming get hit?
Noah goes in right.
How does Aiming get hit?
They can secure this. DK, if they don't find the fight, that's big. Now instantly
he literally gets out by E-ing, and then he gets hit by a fucking Yone ult?
Lucid miles away. They just need to burn this down now. Well played from Fnatic. They can secure this. DK, if they don't find the fight.
Dude, he has vision of this.
That's big. Now instantly the fall coming from Humanoid. Soul.
How does he get hit by Yone ult? Oh my god.
And that's the power of the pick. Noah goes in right after him. A perfect. They can secure this. DK, if they don't find the fight, that's big. Now instantly the fall coming from Humanoid. Soul unbound, gonna find free on the knockup. Oh! Snapback instantaneously, and that's the power of the pick. Noah goes in right out. Now, well played.
And then he panic flashes at the end. Where does he even flash to?
Now instantly the fall coming from Humanoid. Soul unbound, gonna find free on the knockup. Oh! Snapback instantaneously.
Oh, he flashes in place. He fail flashes because he can't go over the wall. Very nice. Very nice.
1-2 punch to find the shutdown onto Aiming.
Out of nowhere, Fnatic find a massive fight. They shut down the bot lane of D plus Kia, and now there's a potential Baron on the cards. The fight that they needed, they're able
I wonder
to
if the
find
Ezreal should be in engage range of the Rel or not.
Fantastic engage. Jun and Humanoid together. Noah following. Oh, his team finishes the objective. Flash back to safety. Showmaker wants to finish the job. Turn this one back to the power of the Yone, and this fight is huge. Shut down there. Humanoid starting to look like a monster. Trying to 2v1 the solo laners on the side of DK while his team finishes the objective.
Just gets kited by Gnar and LeBlanc. Very good.
Humanoid now in trouble. And the Baron still tearing through his team as Showmaker and Kingan. Look at them, circle them, try to find these angles. Jun coming over the wall. What is the call here? Fnatic desperate to finish this objective. Playing with fire, getting lower and lower. Baron taken by Razz. The secure is there, but now Kingan going mega. Kingan trying to finish the job.
Oh, true shot, dude.
But now it's Noah versus Kingan, and Noah gets the fight.
This is the chaos we were waiting for. Absolute cinema delivering as Fnatic find the Baron. But what did it cost them? All 4 other members. Yone oversteps, Humanoid tries to go for 2v1 and he just can't win that. Kingan is able to get the Meganar, connects the jungler into the wall along with the support. Oscar gets killed by the snipe. I think it was the Zyra that had enough burst to actually take out Showmaker at the very end there. And then Noah stays alive. I mean, the coaching staff is stressed. And that was a situation where I really think the Humanoid was feeling himself a little too much. And he oversteps, but the Baron is secured, and now the cold is dead even.
Yeah, this is wild. Like, what is Humanoid doing?
Fantastic engage. Jun and Humanoid together. Noah following now, though. They're trying to up the pace of the game. This is where it starts to get messy. Showmaker, can they turn this one back to the power of the Yone? And this fight is huge. Shut down there. Humanoid starting to look like a monster. Trying to 2v1 the solo laners on the side of DK while
why is he doing that? He can get kited by LeBlanc and Gnar. He should just go to Baron. He can use Soul Unbound to zone them.
Look at them, circle them, try to find these angles. Jun coming over the wall. What is the call here? Fnatic desperate to finish this objective. Playing with fire.
Remember that D+ could have had a free Baron too. But they decided to stop and then lose Soul anyway. These teams disgust me.
But now it's Noah versus Kingen, and Noah gets the fight.
This is the chaos! Yone oversteps, Humanoid tries to go for 2v1 and he just can't win that. Kingen is able to get the Mega Gnar, connects the jungler into the wall along with the support. Oscar gets killed by the snipe. I think it was the Zyra that had enough burst to actually take out Showmaker at the very end there. And then Noah stays alive. I mean, the coaching staff is stressed.
Yeah.
In good position as Humanoid continues to push in bot.
So Noah's the only one with the Baron buff.
We talked about, right? It's very easy for aiming and Showmaker to back
because
guess we're just gonna see another. Gonna see another attempt at Soul.
You know what's good for Fnatic? Again, where this is the silver linings for Fnatic cast.
Because just for context, D+ Gear is still winning.
Yeah. They're still great. All it takes is one Drake to go in their favor and this game's over.
That was close.
And again, we have a situation where, again, every single one has the potential to be taken away by Lucid.
Very scary observers showing how little Fnatic can really see. Ooh, I say that Showmaker with great damage.
Kingen off to the side as well. If Fnatic can wait out the Mega without losing too much more HP, it's not a bad trade deal. Humanoid keeps his eyes locked on this tower.
They finally secure it, but it's still D+ Kia that have control over the Baron. Admittedly, Braum lost a decent amount of HP. Oscar, though, continues to get chipped away from him. He needs to go back to base, TP back into the fight. He needs to go urgently. No deep wards really. Oh, there's one in the tri-brush at the bottom.
The poke is so crazy. This is what I'm talking about, guys. They have nothing to stop the LeBlanc and Ezreal poke. And Razork's just completely fucking useless. Look at that. He's so useless.
That is Infernal Soul, and now this fight went from bad to worse, but instantly they finally engage. They pull the trigger, and maybe it'll be enough. Lucid with an excellent ultimate to try to disrupt the fight. They're now trying to retreat, but again, Humanoid Noah together in the clutch. They may have lost the objective, but they find the angle. Kingen now chasing. Triple kill for Noah.
I'm baffled as to how Fnatic found that fight. It looked like that their whole team had been chunked out, that they didn't have the HP to contest. D+ Kia, Oscar, look at the damage from Showmaker. Razor can't get into the pit, the soul is secured. Jun on no HP, goes in, gets a 3-man ulti connect. Noah immediately follows up, Humanoid follows up. They force aiming out of the fight, and while Razork does fall, the chase comes through from Noah. He's able to get a snipe with the W, and he walks away with a triple kill. We talked about how coming into this game, eyes were gonna
doing so much work in those moments, and you could see aiming. While he is strong, all things considered, in terms of itemization, it's so hard for him to play fights once any piece of CC hits. Once he's marked it all by Noah, he really just runs out of space.
Fnatic now find themselves staring down, gaining vision control over DK's side of the map. Showmaker, oh my goodness, just look at the damage. HP. The Baron being started by Fnatic.
This is very confident, but Humanoid and Oscar should shred through this quite quickly. Noah as well.
But Showmaker's damage is so scary.
Healing now coming in, they're forcing out the early.
For Noah. The Baron
They're just starting this Baron.
Very confident, but Humanoid and Oscar should shred through this quite quickly. Noah as well.
But Showmaker's damage is so scary.
Healing now coming in, they're forcing out the early ultimate. They managed to lock up Jun. The follow-up engage is still going to be there. Humanoid still finding multiple. The Baron taken down in the meantime. Showmaker doing so much work, but all DK is grouped up into a death ball. Looking to finish these kills. Noah goes golden. Noah trying to flash out. Blast Cone just knocks him straight into the air. However,
what the fuck, Noah?
The Baron taken down in the shred through this quite quickly. Noah as well.
But Showmaker's damage is so scary.
Healing now coming in, they're forcing out the early ultimate. They managed to
So they stop any kind of rel engage right here.
lock up Jun. The follow-up engage is still going to be there. Humanoid still finding multiple.
Why is Noah ulting into a backline that contains a Braum and a Gnar?
Looking to finish these kills. Noah goes golden. Noah trying to flash out. Blast Cone just knocks him straight into the air. However, Humanoid gets picked off by Showmaker on the side. Jun taken out as well. It's a is grouped up into
everyone gets one throw.
Healing now coming in. They're forcing out the early ultimate. They managed to lock up Jun. The fall engage is still going to be there. Humanoid still finding multiple. The Baron taking it down in the meantime.
Showmaker doing so much work, but all of DK is grouped up into a death ball, looking to finish these kills. Nova goes Golden, Noah trying to flash out. Blastcone just knocks him straight into the air. However, his humanoid gets picked off by
Showmaker on the side. Sean taken out as well. It's a disaster for Fnatic as they're getting run down. King
There goes our hero.
The wall won't hit,
Noah
Showmaker certainly will. Razor
decided to lose the game. Very
the
nice.
Baron costs them everything. Oscar's the only member still alive. That was a massive overforce from Fnatic. And with these death timers and a wave push in mid, D plus Kia may very well look to try and end the game right now.
Oscar has to delete this wave. They don't have Baron, but if he steps up at all, he dies.
15 seconds on Jun, 25 on Humanoids.
Tension mounting, Fnatic.
I don't think he can hold this. He doesn't have the ultimate available.
Was it an overstep? The answer seems to be yes. Oscar dead, wave gone, base gone. DK a bit back and forth there for a few moments, where they'll close this game out clean.
And just like that, the game is over. D plus Kia.
Quality League of Legends there, guys. Very good quality.
Then they were one of the worst teams in the LPL, or at least one of the most questionable.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I
All
do
right,
think
our friends at Team Liquid will surely win this game,
really
right?
since, like 2016 TSM, which did not work out at all.
All right, they're taking away Scouts Yone.
Judgments based on this first game here at Worlds.
And let's be very real as well. In this game, I feel like we're going to be expecting a lane swap as TL. It's their bread and butter, one of the best to do it as well.
Going to get picked for
Skarner, Rumble, Jin, Jax.
This year really did
all right, they're going for the classics here. I guess OMD playing Skarner is a little bit more new.
LNG, yeah, they're still playing a couple patches ago.
Oh yeah,
and we'll see if this does work because this is Tristana mid for Scout. You know, he was excellent on these types of picks. This is going to be the Rumble.
Hey, look, LNG knows to pick Tristana. I wonder if Gen G can win some or can learn that someday. Okay, they're taking away all of his. Are they taking away Nautilus? All right, interesting.
It's just really kind of anyone's guess as to what they consider to be that old style. Away from Core JDL, so they are pretty limited what Core was bringing out.
We're back to the Nico for APA.
Quite a while ago.
What is his champion pool? Who can know? This looks so similar to the composition that we saw from T1. They're just playing a pick composition as well. But they are going to have a hard time in a 5v5 versus LNGs. Like, they cannot fight a straight-up 5v5, I don't think. Versus LNG's comp. The Tristana resets will ruin them.
Since last year's World, having a trying to be of these games, people wear flag, but seeing votes that they well been something that has allowed this team to really kind of build around.
Got a level off it as well, of course, as well. Level's very important in the lane swaps as we've seen not only throughout today, but the course
Does
of
TL have follow-up damage? They don't need follow-up damage. Again, it's like T1's composition, where they really just want to hit like a hard engage and then use Kai'Sa ults, or they want to collapse onto the side lane and get a split pushing advantage for Jax, right?
Counting on that.
This is a 4v2 though. This is looking rough, and Weiwei's level 3 as well.
Is it going to be enough for Jax?
As their focus for these two carry comps, as we are seeing impact here.
So it's already different because we don't see the support in the mid lane or the top laner in the mid lane. So they're just going to try and dive this immediately. That's why we see Core JJ hitting 2 and recalling
This is a 4v2 though.
before the third wave crash happens.
Is it going to be enough for Jax? As you said, Core is now shadowing. LNG trying to commit to this dive. Big wave coming through. Fourth shot to start off the damage goes into.
So they see Core there, and then they immediately TP Zika into the top side to pick up the crashing wave. But this was a second wave crash. So the thing about this is a second wave crash top side, and here is a third wave crash. So, you know, he's not going to get as much XP by TPing. So this could still be good for Team Liquid, honestly.
Is it going to be enough for Jax? As you said, Core is now shadowing. LNG trying to commit to this dive. Big wave coming through. Fourth shot to start off the damage goes into turret. Zika hovering top instead, and they say no, Azale. They're like, yep, we're leaving it.
This is actually massive as they're going to just abandon the dive. So they didn't have confidence that they could actually pull it off with Core JJ showing up. So Core making a really good move there. This is something that they have been getting so much credit for in NA especially, but even from a lot of analysts around the world, TL is so adept at playing out these lane swaps. They really know their timings.
You guys have been talking about mainly all year.
Scores, we're going to have to fight here.
It is a big brain one at that to start us off, but Impact gets on out, and Gala and Hung just too strong, getting some damage back on TL.
A lot of pros always talk about how there's to really put pressure on you, and we have to how they're playing out in the team fights. I think Hung can be a little bit up and down, and how he works with Wei, isn't always at the same level as those top support jungle duos in the LPL. But Scout is...
This year's been a great development year for him as well. Rough spring, as we already mentioned, for LNG, and I know we're going into the stories, but it's a general lane swap, guys. We've seen the defense from Core JJ, Hung and unable to stop the back.
I mean, this is pretty different than the other lane swaps we've seen, I would say.
Backs away, and he looks to go and match top yet again. But my point being that LNG are a surprising team. The fact that they even made it here with this last-minute run, with this pop-off from Scout, with Zika's development, and the fact that if you look at the Weibo 3-0 in regionals, Zika was a real big carry of that series. Things like his Na are incredible, and I think Zika's just matured so much as a player.
LNG has opened up a little lead here, but not too big of a deal. And again, I think TL's going to be pretty happy to have avoided that early lane state. Talking about that Rumble as gold, it's pretty much just that plate and a little bit of farm, so not really a big deal whatsoever. And TL just going to be looking to play potentially for these grubs here. We'll see if they're going to be looking towards that, as traditionally in the LCS they have been pretty heavily preferring to go for the grubs instead of down towards Dragon.
As again said earlier before by Dracos and Vetty about the Dragon priority for LPL teams, considering the bot laners they have now. Grubs spawn way
have push in top, so they're feeling pretty good. You can see that the clone from APA, he actually just sent it up over towards Raptors and had the recall there, which extends the clone animation, so he had a little bit of scouting. And now Core going to move in. LNG.
All right, so 3 grubs over, no play on the Drake yet, no cross-mapping from LNG. You have to be careful here.
Exposed. Not confident to go for it, though, because I don't actually think that Core was ever spotted leaving lane, so they're not sure if he's in that side brush, and it's going to be TL's looking for their play mid.
Pull the double whammy onto Scout. Pop Blossom down, interrupts the jump, and Tangle Barbs hits max range. He flashed in a straight line.
Nice chain CC.
Into the wall.
Looking for their play mid.
Nice chain CC. He literally just can't get out of this. Because he flashes, but the E's already on him because Core flashed as well, and then Umti is able just to point blank E him into the wall. Beautiful.
Easy rush into the wall. TL open up, blood first in mid.
Nicely done. Unfortunately, is the one that gets the kill. It's not going to be going over on APA, but still TL going to be really happy about how this game enemy space on the map, pressuring jungle camps. And this is something that last year they really started to talk about, where they really wanted to make a transformation and try to turn themselves into that top team. And they talked about, so they became a team that really was
great stacking, great layering.
They're going to fight you for camp.
We said this was competitive for a big reason, and in this early game, not just that first blood, but also trying to find an angle around this mid lane.
Well, does extend the animation, allows you to scout, allows you to kind of check these brushes pretty safely. And Jan obviously has Core behind him, knows that MT is in the area, so they're feeling confident then push back up towards this top side. You're going to be seeing Core move and play with MT so heavily. It often means Jan is having to play, in these 1v1, 1v2 situations, and he's become pretty comfortable in those spots, but it is something that LNG could look to try to capitalize on. If they can get good vision, if they can find Core on a roam, you can sometimes punish those windows. Like right now, as he sits on the ward, Weiwei is already up in this topside jungle as he clears Krugs. It's Umti also sitting in the pixel brush, so you're right. This could be bad as the setup's there, but pull away. Yeah, and Zika was actually just basing, so if TL overcommit to this, there could be a TP on that play potentially to the tower, drop an equalizer. Actually, excuse me, he did just drop the equalizer to push the wave, so not much of an opportunity to do that. But doesn't amount in anything. Zika just gets the push in with that equalizer, does go back to base, just kind of using that for tempo. And Scout and APA just farming it out. APA does have that slight farm advantage as well as the assist.
They didn't think he'd stick around. Weiwei just stayed up until he could find the play, and Core JJ is
for tempo. And Scout and APA just
farming
it out.
He's just
APA does have that slight farm
sitting there in the top side.
They didn't think he'd stick around. Weiwei just stayed up until
waiting for the opportunity to use Sejuani ult.
JJ is going to be the victim. Gala gets his first kill of this best
trying to do that to potentially secure grub respawn.
For Gala as he's still engaged on Umti, wants the angle but out of range, still slowed down, but you got to ask yourself, what can he find? An Impale is exactly that, but Hung tries to get out. The Shattering Strike down, it won't matter. He disengages an LNG walk away. Now looking at grubs in 30 seconds.
Yeah, not going to be able to really get anything from that. And now with that ulti down, it's a lot harder to actually fight on the grubs. So a good punish on Core as they're going to go re-engage.
Umti doubling down himself, throws a rock, good damage onto Gala. Maybe that changes the grub play here as there's so much damage. All in from Yon.
Nice force flash.
Flash. And I think it definitely changes the landscape of those grubs.
Yeah, that was actually really nice. The extended play there from delaying the recall again. They're trying to set themselves up for this grubs play. They know they didn't get a kill with the ult and get over there. Really contest anything, but with APA having full push, the fact that Jax is in this game, someone who can play through side lanes very well later on. But even if they do just
still
end
a
up
smite.
getting
Can
the
he actually
five,
get
they're gonna be
6?
pretty happy about
He's got
that.
5.
Sung's looking mid with
5.
Zika.
No, he
APA
uses
may be in a
smite.
bit of trouble. They picked the wrong target though. He tries to cut out first, but drawn back into the Magnet Storm as Omti tries to carry.
He didn't get the
Even though
stun.
he's brought Zika back into turret range, it's not enough
Wah,
damage.
wah.
They find the mid laner of TL, but they got 5 grubs in the end anyway. Weiwei just has to get the scraps after the play.
Definitely a mistake from APA though. It was actually a nice backstep on that deadly flourish from the Jhin, but then you need to flash. You need to be able to just spend the summoner, survive in that situation. Does get a little bit greedy. I think thought he could fully out. Actually a nice
Zika back into target
about that as Hung's looking mid with Zika.
APA may be in a bit of trouble. They picked the wrong target though. He tries to cut out first, but drawn back into
He could
the
have
Magnet Storm as
flashed
Omti
that.
tries to carry, even though he's brought
He
Zika back into turret range,
sidestepped
it's
the
not
Q,
enough
but
damage.
he
They
got
find
hit by
mid
the
laner
crash
of
down.
TL, but they got 5 grubs in the end anyway.
He could have lived if he had
has to
just
get the
flashed
scraps
towards
after
turret.
the play.
Definitely a mistake from APA though. It was actually a nice backstep on that deadly flourish from the Jhin, but then you need to flash. You need to be able to just spend the summoner, survive in that situation. Does get a little bit greedy. I think thought he could fully outplay it. Then when he actually gets hit by the CC from Rel, realizes, you know what, I'm dead. I'm not going to expend the flash. So correct decision from that spot, but definitely a mistake and a good punish there from LNG, who open up a small gold advantage here. But this is one that is very, very even, and TL, we're going to see if they can make it happen in the team fights where LNG can really make some magic happen here, and Gala now has the early 2 kills.
Remember, Dragon's still sitting there. 12 minutes into the game, first Dragon just ignored, and I want to talk about the other objective that was taken. I think the biggest part is the fact that they denied it from LNG. The fact that you have Rumble on the side lane, you have Scout on this Tristana. No grubs here outside of the 1 is always important to note, especially when a team can push so fast. Now that's an engage from Core JJ. It's a Zenith Blade with a Deadly Flourish mixed on in. You add Tonic to that, you get a nice drink, but for now TL just get the push in bot, and defense comes through as LNG hover in case there's more.
Yeah, exactly. They're just going to move over to this Dragon. LNG, no, it's a little bit dicey if you do contest here with Gala having no flash, because Core has his flashback, has his flash, so it could be scary. APA even held on to his, obviously, in mid lane, so I do think they're likely to just give this one up. But LNG at least poking around, Hung just
It's fine if he wants to save it for drag. First drag is being taken at 12 minutes. Guys,
so TL, take another objective.
that drag is not going to be a factor in this game, I don't think.
Blood now forces another flash down here.
You're definitely not going to play for it as if it is.
Could be in trouble.
On the Core JJ is a Glacial Prison, but Omti's still here, but Shattering Strike stops him mid-wall. TL is stuck in a 3v3 with health bar disadvantages. LNG still hover around. It's a good attempt, but now...
they're looking for Zika.
It's a cheeky minion. Now that's a sus guy. How did he get here, says Zika, as he's got his... with health bar disadvantages. LNG still hover around. It's a good attempt, but now...
they're looking for Zika.
It's a cheeky minion. Now that's a sus guy. How
The
did he
TP,
get here,
the minion
says Zika,
TP, very
as he's
nice.
got his flash available on the wrong side of the rift, but a Pop Blossom down means it's an easy
Did we
kill.
have did we have to use ult there?
Minion. Now that's a sus guy. How did he get here, says Zika.
Did we have to use ult there? I feel like we don't have to use
means it's an easy kill.
Nico ult there.
Always plan ahead with your teleport is a good reminder for TL's second kill.
Nicely done by APA. Gets up towards the top side. Umti's able to cover the attack on bot side there from Weiwei. You know, Core wanted to go for the re-engage onto Hung and might have been able to kill him if that Zenith Blade connected. Who knows? It would have been a pretty close fight, I think, but wasn't quite able to connect it. But they do make a play on the top side. Impact joining up there with APA, punishing Zika, and bot has the 5 grubs here, is going to be able to outscale this Rumble pretty heavily in the 1v1.
Oh, yeah.
And that could be problematic for LNG later on if Zika gets put into a...
This early game is a little bit tilted. Gala in a good spot, but also APA in a great spot considering the early gank that came through from Umti.
You know, the popular build right now on this patch, but a lot of Nico players, you know, do go different builds, you know, Proto Belt, you know, things like that. So we'll see where he is.
Faker went Rocket Belt earlier.
As LNG are able to take that top lane turret, but TL obviously pushing mid and also are able to grab that tower very likely on the bottom side as Yan is down there.
Where he sends out the prison, but it's a good
Yan.
It's only a clone in the end from APA.
Yeah, Yan's going to get solo gold here on this bot lane tower, so it is going to be a trade. With obviously first tower going to LNG, but all of the gold getting isolated on Yan is a really good thing for the TL AD carry.
Veterans, I should say. Because that has a chance to be any...
As it's going to be another flash.
Gala on the back, Pop Blossom is no one. Gala flashes away. but he won't get pulled out of the wall, so he drifts his way out. TL are still thinking about the engage as Zenith Blade turns it on its head.
Why does he? I wonder why he keeps turning into a minion.
Onto Gala on the back. Just lets. He's no one.
He does force the flash from Gala.
Disengages rather, resets up the equalizer, hurting as well, separating TL from one another. And Zika just lets the flamethrower unleash. LNG know they've got them on the run. And TL
how do you feel going into the Raiders game? Amazing.
Yeah,
I can't find anyone with
why would it not be amazing? Devontae Adams is out. The Raiders receivers are bums.
Summoners, but as a result, LNG,
it's Gardner fucking Minshew. The Broncos defense is amazing.
Big team fight ultis and are able to win out pretty massively because Scout wasn't.
They're playing at home.
Taking the bot lane tier 1. They're going to crash the Herald into mid
in their retro jerseys, which are their best jerseys.
And that is going to open up
I feel great.
Significant advantage for LNG.
Apparently, they're doing like a 70s throwback at Mile High. So they're going to paint the field like it was in the 70s, and they're wearing their throwback uniforms. It's going to look sick. Yeah, Max Crosby also probably out. The Raiders are boom, guys. The Devontae's like injured and trying to be traded. Like the whole thing is fucked. Dude, have you guys seen the Broncos alternate uniforms? They look so sick. They're so good. I wish these were the regular uniforms. Hold up. I'll show you. They look amazing. I gotta find the full one because the socks on it are key. I gotta find it, guys. Hold up. Look how beautiful this is. Look at that. There's Pat Surtain. Ooh. I love the socks. You know, I have a vintage sweater. It's not here, unfortunately. But I have a vintage Broncos sweater from the 70s. That Dan Reeves, their coach, used to wear. I'll show you. I have this sweater. It's awesome. Hold on, here you go. Wait, what the? I dropped it. Hold up. Wait, what the? Where'd it go? I lost my tab, guys. Sorry, I have too many monitors. Oh my god. It's a horror. What is going on? Everything is scuffed, guys. Everything is scuffed. My tabs are not going into the right places. It's a tab disaster. All right, here we go. It's going to get into the right browser window this time. Okay, here we go. See, this sweater I own.
TL really overcommitting in that top side there to try to go for this fight. I mean, Impact even TP'd in, and he couldn't even really join. If he just stayed down towards bot side and covered,
so I found it. It's a
loss to just have that one kill.
It's a vintage 70s thing that I had to find on
at a 2.5K gold lead
on the internet and get sent to me, but it is a baller sweater.
I think we're talking backstage about.
I also have a crazy Broncos. I'm sorry, I have to show you this too. It is what's it called? have to find. It might take me a minute. Here it is. I have this jacket. It is fucking glorious in person. This jacket owns, guys. It's so cool. This chalkline jacket it's so glorious.
The difference of like some of these Eastern teams, when you make one mistake against them, some of the better teams, their ability to punish is huge.
Yeah.
And the quickness to punish as well, I think is another big factor. They move to mid, they get bot as well. 3 outer turrets now taken by LNG to move them into a 2K gold lead.
And I mean, the real question now for TL is the only thing you got from that is some flashes, right? So now you have to be able to punish Gala. Now you have to be able to punish Zika and have something come from that fight. Otherwise, it's a complete loss because LNG just played the map. You know, they're able to get these towers. They win out of the
That's
fight,
my
so they're feeling
vintage
so good
Broncos
about their
memorabilia.
position. And we'll see if TL can make anything happen with those slight advantages, with those summoners that they were able to force. But it's going to be tough because obviously there's no flash on APA or UMT either. Core in a spot here could be dangerous.
He engaged onto that. He's now used his solar flare.
Here, hold on. I can show you a picture of me wearing that jacket, I think. Here you go. I wore it on Flashpoint. You guys are not ready for my broadcast outfit. It's from my Instagram.
But Hung and Zika are the ones in trouble. Omti rams him in, but he doesn't get until the Impale brings it back. Locked in place, Zika is a free target for Yon to get a kill. Lower health bars on the jungler here, but TL find a pick right before the Dragon.
Yeah, they're able to get that pick. That's pretty big. Umti, I thought, was actually going to drive him to safety for a second. That got a little bit dicey.
Sketchy.
And then as Yon was pushing forward, he had to actually walk.
Only I would wear a 90s Broncos jacket with an orange
not as clean as TL would like.
with an
Scout is coming.
orange
Impact also here
bandana
on the
around my
flank.
neck.
LNG looking like they potentially want to keep fighting this because Zika's going to be up in 12 seconds and he has TP, so they'll have a massive HP advantage if they can make this time.
Impact has everything available though. Curtain Call is brought into the forefront.
Looking like they potentially want to keep fighting this because Zika's going to be up in 12 seconds and he has TP, so they'll have a massive HP advantage if they can make this time.
Impact has everything available though.
Why is APA always... Guys, is there something I'm missing about Nico? Why is he always a minion in this game?
Himself, but Core JJ has to absorb the bullet onto the back line. No, it's going over to TL the Dragon, but they're caught in the middle. The TP bringing Zika back in as you labeled before as Opti drives out of there. TL looking for the grand escape, but Impact's now lost his team. He's behind enemy lines, but not for much longer. As
There's some sort of minion trick with Nico, isn't it? Yeah, you can't get hit by abilities that only hit champions. So like Ash Arrow, Jinx ult. Yeah, so it's probably Sedge ult. That's probably what it is, right? It's probably he doesn't want to get hit by Sedge ult. That's my guess.
LNG look for another chase down. Yon is so low. Core JJ in kill range as well. He'll sacrifice his life, giving another kill over for the Dragon that makes 2. LNG gets some gold back.
Honestly, not that bad though, because they're going to get the mid lane tier 1 as well. So they do
Jin W, that's another good one. Thank you, a real catch. Yeah, Jin W is another good call. That's true.
So TL do get the Dragon here. They are winning the objective game a little bit.
Yeah, the thing is that Soul is so late. It's like a 29-minute Soul.
It has closed itself down a little bit, but this was honestly really well played by LNG to just buy time because they knew that they had the HP advantage. As soon as Zika's going to be rejoining the fight, it's going to be a 1-5v5 for them, no problem. So TL just had to focus down on that Dragon, but the Jhin ult bought so much time and created so much chaos for TL, so they couldn't really just kind of fully focus on what they wanted to do, killing that Dragon and getting out. It allows them to catch up, kill Impact, and also Core on the exit here. And Impact, you know, had that strong early game, but really has not made any difference in the game thus far. Jackson, you aren't able to really make a big difference, and you're not getting that gold, right? And this is one of the things that I've always kind of...
They got mid-turret out of it, too. That's actually pretty good. So TL, they lost a couple people, but they got mid-turret, and they got second Drake, so not bad.
You need to be greedy. You need to play for yourself. Put yourself
Plus, they pulled out Zika's
TP.
TP.
Play for your lane, and sometimes I do think he overgrew
369 for the potential Baron.
So now that's kind of TL's turn, so to speak, over on the map. It's going to be LNG who are going to be able to move in, take some vision, potentially clear out some of these wards around the Baron. That's a little bit shallow. Going to look for a potential angle, but nothing there just yet. We'll see if they can try to find Hunk.
Is take account of the flash being one of the most important tools to angle yourself, as we saw earlier on. Players like Faker pulling it out and almost clutching a win. Yeah,
exactly, right? And we saw kind of both sides of it. We saw Faker have some incredible engages, but if you do swing and you miss, right, if they're able to flash out, you don't really have much after it. It is kind of that one-punch team fight.
Yeah.
So it's really tough because, yeah, you have the flash, you have the rocket belt, but you have to be so on point with your engages because if you go in for that big combo, they flash out of it, it can just be a straight-up lost team fight unless you are really Jax. Full info on this, but they're not reactive.
In the OME, was that? L ain't available yet.
They just as well as TL. They don't.
They can see it.
So LNG have
they can see it, but Zika still doesn't have TP from TPing in for the Drake.
And his teleport's not up and available yet.
That's a good call by TL.
They're just standing there on the bot side.
T1 would never do this. They would never do this play.
That was bizarre. What in the OME was that? Port's not up and available yet.
They just were not reacting at all. They're just standing there on the bot side. Spot that ward. So
Dude, why are they all on the bot side of the map? This is so crazy.
And his teleport's not up and available yet.
They just were
Dude, good call by TL. Holy shit.
LNG, there's a ward that you see the Baron. That was bizarre. What in the OME was that? LNG just lost Baron and TL just snuck it.
Yeah, I mean, this is something TL did a lot in the LCS, but they had a ward that was on it. They reacted so slowly. I guess they just decided, you know what? And they don't actually end up moving. I want to see that replay because I'm so curious. Like, I assume that ward gave them full vision, but maybe there's somehow the TL was only on the bottom side of the pit, and like, because there are some weird wards on the map where they don't give you the vision where you think they would.
Observer toggled vision and showed us, you know, LNG's viewpoint. I'm pretty confused.
Well, LNG do give up the Baron. TL pulling that gold back to pretty much even here, and now you have 5 grubs on impact. You have Scout, though, playing towards Zika, which is something he did so much in the LPL. They love to overload these side lanes with both their solo laners to look for picks. We'll see if Scout commits to this. They don't see Scout anywhere, so Impact should have an idea that this could be going on. He just needs to slow play, allow TL to grab the dragon here, don't give an angle, and that's exactly what he's doing. Now once Scout shows in mid, Impact can start to push forward once again here, and we'll see if TL can make it happen as Zika's going back to base and preparing for a potential TP.
No, TP wards are deep though. There's only one right in front of the dragon here if TL overextend into the enemy jungle. So LNG have that angle as Zika now just receives the next wave. As you see, Scout has already walked down, and for this third dragon, I will say giving it to TL though opens up a lot of doors in this game.
Well, look at mid lane. This is the problem, is LNG have kind of overcommitted to this bot side.
True.
They lost control of mid lane, so TL are going to say, yeah, go for it. Great, you take the dragon. We could potentially go for this tier 2 mid. And now Impact's coming from below. They're going to look for the fight. Here comes Nico.
Remember, Yon as well can find the angle. As you said, that's only a clone. Impact has already teleported in, but it's a cross.
Go for it. Great, you take the dragon. We could potentially go for this tier 2 mid. And now Impact's coming from below. They're going to look for the fight. Here comes Nico.
Remember, Yon as well can find the angle. As you said, that's only a clone. Impact has already teleported in, but it's a crushing blow.
Yon isn't here. Oh, APA! Oh, the setup was so good. The setup could have been so good, guys. They were almost there.
Go for this tier 2 mid. And now Impact's coming from below. They're going to look for the fight. Here comes Nico.
Remember, Yon as well can find
they just weren't quite in position.
As you said, that's only
APA's positioning, man.
Impact.
They could win the game here. Legit. TL.
Already teleported in.
Like, Yun isn't there. He's still in mid lane.
Go for this tier 2 mid. And now Impact's coming from below. They're going to look for the fight. Here comes Nico.
Remember, Yon as well can find the angle. As you said,
that's a heartbreaker.
Impact has already teleported in, but it's a crushing blow. Impact finds a one-man as as you said, that's only a clone. Impact has already teleported in, but it's a crushing blow. Impact finds a one.
Oh, man. That could have been such an immense team fight, because Yun can get in there with his ultimate, right? Because he comes into the back end of that fight, and if APA is there, if he is actually there for this play, oh, he had TP too. Oh, I'll tell you guys what the real play was. The real play is when this TP starts. I think this is my take. When this TP starts channeling, he TPs here. You know what I mean? I think he TPs here. And then they're able to chase in. You get the ult into the back line, and Nico's just here with the mega ult. Oh, man. If he TPs onto the wave, holy shit, guys. Ah, Liquid.
On the edge is good, but Hung keeps
They just win the game.
Zika just runs through the rest of them with a good old g'day as he burns them down. Core JJ's next. You can see Hung on this rail played such a big role.
Oh, no.
The perfect fight we wanted that we talked about moments ago cost them dearly.
Yeah, LNG win the fight there. I want to see that one more time because it looked like APA fully whiffed on the ulti. I think he was trying to flash over the fat wall there to actually get back onto Gala, who Impact was able to force the flash out from. You know, Gala's flashing.
That was so close. It was the right idea, just badly executed.
The idea very clearly is Impact's going to come from below, push them up into the
Does he have Rocket Belt
Nico here.
off cooldown? I think he does.
Time as he's looking for the angle here, and yeah, that flash. I mean, he gets nothing, right? Like, absolutely nothing there.
Thought he did, yeah.
No, so an absolute fail flash there from APA. Not the debut he wanted on the world stage. This guy has improved monumentally, but obviously feeling the pressure here. Didn't have a good showing at Worlds last year. There from him as time looking for the angle here, and yeah, that flash.
He tried to Rocket Belt flash. I think he just fucked it up. Let's look at his mechanics. I think he just fucked it up.
Angle here, and yeah,
because there's the Rocket Belt. I think he was trying. What I think he was trying to do was Rocket Belt flash here, but he fucked it up. I think he flash Rocket Belted instead. I mean, it's hard to do, guys. That's hard mechanically to execute, but damn, that's sad. That literally probably was a game-winning play. I think they literally just win the game there.
Absolute fail flash there from APA.
If he hits like 2 or 3 people.
He wanted on the world stage. This guy has improved.
He should have just not ulted early. That's also true. He did ult early.
Didn't have a good showing at Worlds last year.
Yep.
And that is tough because that's the kind of fight. And you can see the stress on the coach's face there.
It's fun. That's a hard one.
That could have been the game-deciding fight. Like they were in such a good position. If you crush that fight, as they probably should have with Nico,
they could have ended the game.
That could be a massive gold lead. That could put them in a position to just take the whole game. And instead, it's a whiffed engage there from APA.
As he's also got to seek his armor guard to run him into the fight.
They're still in it, though. They're still in it.
Second item here. So here we go. TL just going to try and push through mid as LNG look for another angle or another afterthought.
And that being said, you know, at the end of the day, the gold is still very even. You know, TL is still in this game. Definitely a failed fight there, and one that TL are going to want back, APA especially. But they need to stay calm. They need to be able to just kind of realize, you know what? The game is still in our hands. We still have an ability to win this one. We'll see if they are going to be able to do it, as Scout is just playing so heavily through side lanes, creating more and more of an advantage. He's quietly opened up 1,000 gold here over APA. And Impact has not been spending as much time in those side lanes, so you know, hasn't gotten quite as strong as he would like to get, though he is in quite a good spot here. Has the Thunder Sky, has a Triforce, likely working towards a Randuin's next against the double AD. Makes a lot of sense. You can see the Randuin's already completed there on UMT as well, as Gala has delayed his armor pen, so Last Whisper going to be coming in fourth for him. But he could struggle with some of these frontliners until that is completed.
But at least some of the flies like Jonas Holden and Zika just avoids, but a Tangle Barbs as well. Equalizes down. Zika has his own time to spare, but he's not dead yet. He's not dead.
This is the right play again. This is the right play again, guys. They want to be collapsing on the side lanes and using their pick composition, but the Zonias just fucking trolls them. And they just can't kill. Oh, that's such a heartbreaker. Oh, if he dies there. Omdi got pulled out of the wall. Oh, man. Oh, they TP there too, and then they lose a 5v4.
It looked like they thought someone else is going to finish it off, surely, but no one else was able to stay and finish it off, and now Core could die. This could be Baron.
They lose 2 people. Oh, God, it's a disaster.
Push, though, so we'll just be another kill and a slight gold advantage here. These last couple fights, TL just has not had it.
And if they go wrong, again, we talked about Scout, what he can do inside, but for now he's joined the team. Impale didn't hit. General, what are we doing?
It's all down to the execution, and these last couple fights, TL just has not had it.
And if they go wrong, again, we talked about Scout, what he can do inside, but for now he's joined the team.
Oh, he missed his ult.
General, what are we doing? How can you lead the troops like that? As LNG converge on his position, and he'll be taken out. 0-7 to that guy for
Angle here on a potential
hits an ulti though.
below. Yon gonna spot him now.
Core JJ is going to get whacked for a few to start it off. A good shattering strike to Equalizer laid perfectly to bear. Core
Equalizer
JJ
actually isn't
sticking
very
down.
good.
APA finally hits an
Great
ulti,
flank
though,
from
but the
APA.
Storm is already back up. Can they get the damage down? You know the answers though when Scout is hitting around.
So hard, though, to win that 4v5.
He picked up a triple, but Gala and Scout.
Ah.
4,000 gold there from APA. Really nice. Yon's able to get into the a good engage on this angle, but Sika's equalizers have been so perfect, it feels like, in these fights and in these situations. The engage there from APA, really nice. Yon's able to get into the back line and try to really get some damage down, but he just gets focused down by Scout and Gala. Like, yes, you found a multi-man engage, but the two key carries were not touched, and that's why LNG was always going to win that fight. And you can see the frustration from MT that's very likely off.
And you know, aggressive early.
This is a heartbreaker, man. TL really could have won this game.
A little bit over 2.5K. And he is getting
Oh, I thought they would win this game too.
Until now, Pop Blossom there, he flushes over the wall. He reacts.
He is really strong. It's a death cap done for APA, so if he hits that engage, he can 100-0 these players, and he is getting into the backline. Gala doesn't see him.
Until now, Pop Blossom there, he flushes over the wall. He reacts in time, and it feels like at the edge, he could see that little minion walking towards him as impact in the permafrost range, but LNG have walked away.
So they force the flash, but again, this is the weakness here of champions that are so ulti-reliant. You force the flash, but now you can't do anything until your ulti really is back up. So
it's a short
LNG
cooldown,
are going to probably
though.
try to pressure the Baron. They know there's not that much threat from TL without the Nico ultimate.
Bait of LNG's impact walks into the pit at 4K. Weiwei thinks about flipping the game and classic LPL style in front of the pit. He does flip for the Baron. It goes to LNG. The curtain call sits over the wall and now looks for new targets as Jean has to get out of there. He's getting fried. He walks from the last 4 shot. That's good. But Zika now walking in after overheating himself and LNG as a 5-stack. See blood. It's good burst damage here from APA off the side and Yon helps with that, but it hasn't stopped here. LNG just
MT away as he's trying to get into the pit. The timing was very good.
Jean thinks about flipping the game and classic LPL.
He literally just gets Trista. Why? What are they doing?
Zika is coming in. He's just walked from mid-wave as simply a clone for now. It takes the bait of LNG's impact.
Omdi should be able to get into this Baron pit just by Eing, right? He gets stunned instead, and then he throws a rock at Baron and then gets Trista ulted. Like, where's his E? Can't he just E right here?
Front of the pit, he does flip for the Baron. It goes to LNG. The curtain call sits over the wall and now looks for new targets as Jean has to get out of there. He's getting fried. He walks from the last 4 shot. That's good. But Zika now walking in after overheating himself and LNG as a 5-stack. See blood. It's good burst damage here from APA off the side and Yon helps with that, but it hasn't stopped here. LNG just want that little tick, but for Baron they still walk out not losing anything, even though they couldn't chase TL down. That looked like free fishing.
Yeah, this is just so well done here. Scout just busts your shot. They're going to try to overload the side lane here. They're going to look for Scout. Remember, he has no cleanse. If they can land the CC, they can get him.
Minions, Pop Blossom, he did. He did his homework, but he has to flush away from ulti.
The opponent sees missing flashes, and as a result, they're going to try to overload the side lane here. They're going to look for Scout. Remember, he has no cleanse. If they can land the CC, they can get him.
Minions, Pop Blossom, he did. He did his homework, but he has to flush away from ulti while the turret goes down regardless. So an attempt made again.
Yep.
You said the turret's going to...
But Yon with Core on the side. They got to start clearing out this wave if they can. LNG could try to push the tempo here. They're going to go.
They're going to continue forward. As you said, the turret's going to turn into mincemeat. It's Core JJ locked on in. He turns it into a Zenith Blade because he can only engage, but Gala takes him downtown. A 4th shot into the ground as Omti tries to get it once again. It is support for now, but TL have lost too much damage on their jungler again. A Chin ulti.
Skarner too fat.
As APA almost gets clipped on the side. It's Zika who goes golden, buys time. It ticks over anyway, and that makes a double here for Gala. LNG world.
LNG Scout
wow.
and Gala standing strong
I feel
here.
terrible for Liquid watching that. I think they could have. I think they definitely could have won that one. A couple of those fights going their way would have been huge.
Is absolutely
they even had the right
level.
ideas, just execution. That's a bummer, big bummer. All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Okay.
It's like almost a guaranteed perfect engage. It feels like every single time.
Here, I'll show you some more of those 90s chalkline jackets. There are a couple ones. I'm not a Seahawks or a Bucks fan, but I think we can agree that these jackets are awesome. So I really like the Bucks old colors, the creamsicle. And I love this jacket, man. And then I like the Seahawks one as well. I can't really see it that well. Hold on. Here you go. I think this one's really fun too.
So it will be exciting. You know, I do think the meta can fit.
Rob Schneider arc for LFN culture. Doe and I did do a Rob Schneider movie, Surf Ninjas. So consider that.
Them very, very well. PSG over on the other side. Obviously, we talked about them a little bit, but going to be really interesting to see how they.
You know, other teams as well that we're questioning roster.
Kwanzaa, dude, or whatever it was. That's right, Adanian. We just torture you with these films.
You know, T1 comes into that argument. I know the desk is going to look at that throughout the day or at least throughout the tournament. But let's focus.
Bar, you know, that are win. So why would we show anything? You know, we're just going to kind of, you know, hide our picks.
That is an interesting point, actually. Yeah.
You don't really know if it's going to be that. You don't really know if it's just, you know, like Yone. Those were kind of the big three that a lot of people were talking about, especially in mid lane. And top lane has been, you know, pretty.
All right, HLE. What are we banning? We're banning Peanut's Vi, but Peanut has plenty of other dangerous champions. The Vipers, Ziggs, and Peanut's. Aw, man, Peanut's Poppy.
For the course, everyone kind of thought top lane was basically the same. Yeah, that's terrifying. Because
all right, so Yone first for Zeka. That's not a surprise. No, we're not actually playing a Mumu. Okay, Maokai very, very standard.
He's going to be coming under mage stuff in this pick.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Maple playing a Kali. We're going for it.
Is so good on the SRO. He's really good on pretty much every champion. He is one of the best AD.
Probably playing Kaisa.
Absolutely.
We had to guess. Right. Oh, he's playing Xayah? Really? Oh, the Kaisa was taken. All right, we're just going to play Xayah, I guess.
Light.
I watched Session 9 over the last 3 nights. Yeah, it was okay. It was okay.
Is incredibly good at.
I haven't seen any of the new 4-play arc because it was, you know, Richard's the horror enthusiast, and we're doing like scary movie deep cuts for October. And so it's like I haven't seen any of them. It was Session 9, Gonjiam, which is a Korean found footage horror movie, Cure, a Japanese movie, and Kill List. So we're doing some obscure horror for sure.
The start of draft, I was just gonna say it's just gonna be the pairing.
I feel like it definitely could be.
And they say whatever, take Rel. We'll just put Delight on Comfort. We'll put Delight on that same champion that he's so well known for.
I mean, he is so well known for it. I just feel like it is just screaming out to call out at that point.
Yep.
And he is going to answer. We are going to get the Delight of Rakan.
What's the best horror movie you've seen? My favorite is Hereditary, but I'm not a big horror fan.
If you're playing, you know,
not because I don't like it, but I just haven't seen a lot of it.
Either way, but when you realize it's like Zeka got Yone, Delight is on the Rakan.
Peanut on Maokai as well.
I like Ari Aster a lot.
Comfort. Viper is going to be incredibly difficult to dive, and you're kind of like full committed to this hard dive, right? Alistar is just even more of that, but it's not like you could pivot out of that and say, let's strap.
Not a movie, but also
now.
shout out to The Haunting of Hill House, which is fucking great.
With a Kaisa, it's full dive, you're committed.
Now, as we round out the comps, there is one stat I need to share with everyone at home, and Betty's brought this up to me last night. He's like, hang on a minute. He's like, wait, Peanut, this entire...
Yeah, dude, the fact that Toni Collette wasn't even nominated for Best Actress for Hereditary is mind-boggling to
entire
me.
year only lost 1 game on Maokai out of 18 games. And it was in the grand final that he lost the game against Gen G. But again, shout out to Betty for bringing that to my attention. He is
All right, we're going to lane
17-1
swap
on
again,
the
probably.
pick in
PSG going to lane swap this
2024,
time.
which is an insane stat here when they're average. That's a good throw. PSG, the Swiss stage. PSG, we get to find out if that's going to be the case again.
Yeah, LNG into this first.
Okay, what are we doing? Yep,
take it away.
we're Swapperino. What a surprise. We're going to dive Gnar.
This looks like the most standard start, but of course Betty and Woody are going to go against that, and they're going to swap
You know
sides.
what, the can be strategically cool, especially if there is some sort of adaptation that's going on.
True.
But when you come to Worlds, you want to see the best players in the world laning against each other.
Yeah.
You know, you just want to see the 1v1s. You want to see the 2v2s. You want to see those outplays. And lane swaps, unfortunately, do deny us a bit of that. We'll have to see, though, if...
Yeah,
PSG
Gnar
get too
just
much from this,
GTFO into
obviously.
mid lane and use range
Alistar,
harass.
famously awful level 1, so
Yep.
a lot of players here
On
just
to
electing
the
lane swap.
Akali.
They do have Alistar, even if it's just a quick push towards. And Peanut is just power farming here on the Maokai, so HLE is already up, you know, good 400
TP's in the
gold.
top
You
side.
know, just the
What
world.
prompts the TP into the
We'll have
top
to see,
side?
though, if PSG can get too much from this. Obviously, Alistar, kind of famously awful level 1, so
Yep.
a lot of players here, you know, just electing to lane swap when they do have Alistar, even if it's just
I
a
guess
quick
because they don't
push
see the
towards level
Alistar
2.
on the
That's exactly
proxy.
what they're doing. This is kind of a similar situation that we saw Core and Impact in last game, where obviously Woody's going to be going down bot lane to try to cover Aja here on the Jax. Of course, we know that HLE isn't looking to dive. They're just going to farm and play. They're just chilling and continue.
I guess because
to move
Maokai's coming
around
to that side of the
here
map, they
as
feel more
Doran's gonna
confident.
TP back towards top, catch that wave, and Peanut is just power farming here on the Maokai. So HLE is already up, you know, good 400 gold, and they're just saying, you know what? If you're going to give us that advantage, we're just going to take that gold lead and we're going to just run with it.
I mean, again, the difference is that, like, this time as well, there's no setup for the dive, right? The support still moves to the same position, but junglers are pathing towards top, and Doran was able to get some experience through mid, but now receives the wave. Betty's push too only looked like a couple of waves there, not that big build or stack up that we saw even in the last game as Azale, where it was about denying as much experience and gold as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, honestly, you know, Betty elects not to do that massive stack wave because Woody is basing, right? So they're pushing to get level 2 fast as Woody's going to look mid and does force a flash.
Nice.
So as soon as they want to try to go for that fast level 2, that means you can't really slow stack it, right? You have to just, you're kind of opting into a different strategy where you have to fast push a little bit more, get the fast level 2 for Woody so he can get back down to bot.
You know, normally
to
I don't
cover
like the
potential
Xayah
dive.
very
Obviously,
much,
that
but in
didn't
this
end up
particular
happening.
game
Yep.
against
But he's
the
able to find
Akali and the
something there,
Kaisa,
and,
having the Xayah
awesome.
be able to
Walks away
dodge
as Doran
the
was able to get his
backline engaged with
drill
ult is
thrown
probably
out,
pretty
but you
good.
notice bot side, some heavy trades coming through.
I think Xayah has been overused in LPL and LCK, but it feels pretty good here, I think.
Well, this is the thing, right? You know, they're just farming plates. They're saying, great, like, you're going for this. Peanut's just going to cover Dorian. There's no way you're ever diving this. Just, like, absolutely zero chance it would work in a 3v2. So, you know, it's great cover here from HLE, and they're saying, yeah, sure, do the lane swap. Who cares? We're going to have Viper way ahead in gold. We're going to get, you know, a gold lead as well.
Been more disastrous here.
Yeah, plate advantage is going to be pretty huge because they're just not swapping back.
Because every time, generally when you play Jax in these,
See where this map, let's see where Peanut decides to go, because I'm curious if they're gonna swap. Yeah, they're gonna. I'm curious if they're gonna swap top for grubs or if they're gonna try and make a dragon play.
To actually get to those minions, to get any farm, he's constantly CCing him, harassing him, and then, yeah, sure, even if you land a counter-strike on him, Viper's putting the feathers through you, so you have to watch out for the pullback, so Ostrich just basically, every time he steps forward, is being forced to immediately leap strike backwards to a minion, and that's why he wasn't able to really get any farm until just now when
trying to cover for Doran again.
But look at what Doran's done, right? You know,
Because Maokai's trying to take his camps on the bot side of the map.
And now, since the wave had bounced, Doran needs to push it out. That's why there's someone here again, and this is just simple stuff, but
They're
makes
doing a
such
lot
big
of good
difference.
coverage for top
if
side.
There isn't someone there to cover you on this push, you could easily int it in this situation, but because HLE have them covered entirely, it's just
Keeping all their plates on the top side. This is just good incremental advantage play from Hanwha.
And as Delight moves up top to also cover Doran as Chunja was spotted in the area.
Man, I would love to see Hanwha win Worlds. I really hope Peanut doesn't choke it this year.
Grubs are also up and available. And I also noticed that Doran is about to hit level 6. A couple more minions, and he will be able to impact this as PSG start them off at the very least.
Yeah, going to be able to start up these grubs here, and at the very least, they will get
Doran hasn't
one
bought,
right
though.
away. Maple does move first, but
He has no items.
Is still missing a little bit of health, and Zeka did just buy, so we'll see if they want to try to get in for one, but it doesn't look like they're going to go for it.
Junja's almost level 6. He won't get it off this last grub. No, he will not indeed. Just got the massive boost from the first. So 3 grubs go over to
Imagine
PSG.
Zeka with 2 worlds and Chovy with
Bot lane
9.
is still up at the top side. I mean, I guess it's least to be expected.
What a time to be
Still
alive.
an 800
Imagine
goal lead
Barrel
for,
with
HLE
2 worlds
really
and Chovy
nothing
with
happening,
none.
right? You know, we barely had any fighting. Aja gets a little trade there as he finally knows Delight, of course, was up on that top side. He showed he was kind of harassing Junja over on those grubs, and Aja is going to try to just sit back, making sure he is not exposing himself to any sort of a gank from Peanut, because they know that Control Ward is there over by Try, so he doesn't really have any vision in the enemy jungle, and that's why he has to play so safe, even though potentially he could put some pressure on and farm these minions. He just can't afford to expose himself because he doesn't know if he's going to get wrapped around on.
Well, so HLE just doing their due diligence as Delight once again makes himself known.
Androx, thank you
as well. Sees Junja
for your tier 1 subscription. Welcome back.
Also covers for Viper again. I mean, just covering these lanes seems like the early game talk here. As once again in a lane swap, it feels like every game we talk about who's covering who and how important it is. From PSG, first blood taken away as Zeka can't get his fate sealed. Instead, he gets his fate
Stages? Why not?
all onto Zeka. Remember the game we talk about who's covering who and how important it is at the time.
Absolutely. And I mean, especially if you have really a lot of confidence that you can win out in the later stages. Why not?
All onto Zeka. Remember, his flash was burned early. It's still
Whoops.
not up. Great timer from PSG. First blood taken away as Zeka can't get his fate sealed. Instead, he gets his fate put in the dirt as first blood over to PSG.
Nicely done. Woody.
Kaisa
just
ult
finds the
advantage.
gate and no hesitation from him. Woody impressed me so much when I was watching the PCS. This guy is mechanically very, very good. He has that killer instinct. He has that edge that you need as an engaged player to find that small window. That last game with River, on the Lilia, it just felt like anytime River showed himself, Woody is flashing on his head, Woody is finding the kill on him, and setting up
In the very good spot in this early game.
team that is having a very good year. I think people sometimes talk strangely about
Hey
PCS.
Monty,
It's
first
like
time
they
Jin
almost
mid right
pretend
now
that
in
they have
Silver 2.
always
Wish me
been
luck.
like they were,
You're a
like
scumbag,
2015
Fatty
and
Dave.
stuff
First
back in
timing
Watch Days,
champions
and
and
it's not really
ranked.
true. I mean, last year alone, they failed to make it out of play-ins at MSI and Worlds, and that's not to criticize. That's to say, we need to call attention to the improvement and to how good of a year they're having. This is a standout year. They did so well at MSI. Doran in trouble here. Junja's behind him.
He's flashed over the wall, but going to be met. The counter strike and the stun in place. No mega.
Oh, he didn't get mega.
Before he evolves. Now for Peanut, he's left here without his top laner. He needs some assistance. But
we're just inting now? All right. That's fun. Oh, wait, Junja's inting? Everybody's inting?
They pull the feathers in, and for Viper, it's good.
Okay, maybe we shouldn't flash that wall, Junja.
Gets a 1 for 2, but remember, PSG took the fight there and won it out.
And we are dead even. It's just a great read and great play from Aja and Junja. Junja just gets behind Doran, and he's sitting in a position knowing that's exactly where the Jax is going to put him. That is really good stuff from the top side duo here from PSG. They play an abnormal amount towards Aja, so these guys really are an experienced duo as a top end jungle.
And playing in the day, and I said it if those fans remember. Now for PSG,
Just gonna give up all 6 grubs because we used our Maokai ult in a silly fashion, so now we can't engage. All right.
6 grubs here, and the gold
Super late Drake.
Again, that means he's just going to
Not looking good for Hanwha.
But the glacial prison means that PSG can try and life. He gets sunned up, altered back, and as Al says, that means the death knell's there. Bramble smashed the wrong way, but for Peanut still getting the engagement. The counter-strike set up by the glacial prison means that PSG can try and turn this, and with Maple in, they will indeed. A fate
Kinda missed the Yone ult, but it doesn't matter.
Zeka brings the fight back. Maple jumps in under turret again, but this time he might want to go further. Flash, perfect execution there. Humble Life lucky to be alive with another trade.
Goes in for that cannon, but PSG had the TP from Maple to cover. They quickly come in on that, and they punish the missing flash from Peanut, because remember, they have that timer from him running away. He got killed off by Junja on that top side, so Maple arrives, they get that kill. It is just a 1-for-1 trade, but it's, again, that proactive play, that cover that you need to have there from PSG. They are not rolling over here against from Delight.
Him shadowing Archer. Bot side turret goes down while we're glazing PSG a bit. Humble Life do get themselves first turret blood, which leads them into a gold lead.
For these plays, and they can, in theory, play
The
through
pressure
side
just
lanes,
been so much better from Hanwha.
To be someone getting in, Jax gets in.
That's the
on top
thing.
of Viper, and he pops the
That they
ult,
have
and
this
all of a sudden
gold lead,
Maple's
even though
there
they're
too for
taking some
somewhere
really
else, and
stupid
that's the
fights
kind of
just
stuff you're
because
gonna
they've
be able to
been
need to
assigning
unlock,
lanes so
because
much
if you're just
better,
running
and they
straight at him,
covered
you have
top,
absolutely no
push
chance of
their
ever getting
advantage in the
What I
lane
like for
swap
PSG
bot.
is that we get the MasterCard lane economy snapshot to show you that, yes, Jungle's ahead once again, but everyone from HLE, despite the circumstances, is ahead in gold. I love again that PSG tried to pull this comp out in their debut on Swiss and are like, we can do it. We can operate it. And while picks early have come into fruition, now, as you say, it gets more difficult into the 5v5s, into the later objective setups. Look at that.
The Rune King's done, Triforce, Locket, you know, all these key items have now come through for HLE. So I think that they're not just going to be giving this up. And Peanut going to be moving in and pulling aggro now on that Herald. They have Megan already, so here we go.
On a ward, so they'll know the exact health bar here. PSG still angling for the fight. Betty took a bit of damage, which might hurt a bit, but at 4K, it goes down. HLE draw PSG in, but Arja wants a 1v1 off the back end. 1500 on the health bar. Junja for the steal. The ulti sent out. He runs in into Herald. It's not taken, but now for the quickness. HLE take the fight and take the brute force.
Oh, they just decided to lose the game right here. Very cool. Good job, PSG.
You said it, Azale. You said how hard it's going to be. Doran whacks him back.
Doran somehow gets his Mega Gnar back up. You know, how come nobody talks about Mini Gnar as just being Gnar's refractory period, guys?
So they'll know the exact health
Up and
I feel like that's the correct term.
moving in and pulling aggro now on that Herald. They have Megan already, so here we go.
On a ward, so they'll know the exact health bar here. PSG still angling for the fight. Betty took a bit of damage, which might hurt a bit, but at 4K, it goes down. HLE.
Napoleon Flower. Merci for your Twitch Prime subscription, Monsieur.
Raw PSG in, but Arja wants a 1v1 off the back end. 1500 on the health bar. Junja for the steal. The ulti sent out. He runs in into Herald. It's not taken, but now for the quickness. HLE take the fight and take the brute force. Get the back end. 1500 on the health bar. Junja for the steal. The ulti sent out. He runs in into Herald. It's not taken, but now for the quickness.
I was watching Betty here. His Delight just flashes on top of him. And Zeka kills him.
You said how hard it's going to be. Doran whacks him back for the kick flip ulti. Arja sent packing.
I just don't know how they think they win this. Because Aja's not here in this fight. And Betty gets way too close to Zeka, who's flanking right there.
You said how hard it's going to be. Doran whacks him back for the kick flip ulti. Arja Swiss.
Yeah, they just have the outplay in that 5v5. They have the Herald as well. They get 3 kills on the
God,
Gnar.
they get the Herald, and they're just going to get the turret. Jesus.
They're in an incredible spot now. Look at the Gnar gold lead as he gets the solo gold on that. He's nearly 2k ahead. Now Zeka is 1.6k ahead.
Oh my God, I didn't realize that. They did such a good job of accelerating Doran in the laning phase.
Maple's going to make a teleport play. He flashes for the 5-point strike, but HLE imagine he's about to go to Mega Gnar, gets a stun ulti again. Maple's against
Nice
the wall.
TP by Zeka.
Free firing, and Junja can't save the situation.
Ah, we're teleporting now. Very good. Very good.
Run the hell away. Just when you think PSG were finding angles in this game, after that fight, after that pick, it's a 4.5.
Have I done the G2 game? No.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they played really well through the early stages, but it's always going to be that question. Can you out-team fight a team like HLE? They had given themselves an opportunity to do so, but they are so good in these skirmishes, so adept at playing out the fights. And again, you have to commit so much to killing Viper off that it means Zeka's going crazy, Doran's going crazy. The rest of the team was not even threatful, but he knows after that fight and all the towers they lost, they're in a terrible spot. So he TPs before Doran buys to try to get the bounty. And honestly, I kind of respect it because you are just in a terrible spot from this position.
I mean, again, it's just talking about Doran, where he was last year at Worlds, and the expectations we have. Some beautiful teamfight positioning and play. This guy's leading the chart.
We've seen a lot of kind of sad sometimes because it can erase, you know, all of the good work and all the things that these players are doing so well.
I just felt like you watch the finals and you watch some of the best HLE games of this split, of playoffs itself, and it's always this team just finding the margins. I'll never forget game 1 as long as I live of them versus Gen G, of that fight top.
Of Gen G throwing?
Viper, absolutely hand-stiffing again, to use the word, in that first game against Gen G.
Some may call it hand stiffing. Other of us may call it pays inting.
At that highest level, some incredible mechanics on this team. And now PSG are in for a world of on one of the key members. It basically has to be Zeka or Viper dying as soon as the fight starts, or you're just not going to win the fight. So it is going to be up to Junja, up to Woody, up to these guys that are on those playmakers to find that perfect initial engage on a key member. Secure Viper that tier 2 mid, so he grabs that, gets the...
And you've got Yone, you've got Nara, and you've also got Zaya, HLE. One mistake can lead into this.
Thoughts on Hysteric's casting ability? I love Hysterics. I think he's great.
Lanes now for Doran. Know that Doran got to play out his solo lane for a little bit longer without much stress, but it's still just kind of showing you how this guy
sort of window of opportunity. Viper pressured Ajan every single. Doesn't really stand too much of a chance here against Doran. You know, he's just in such a...
There's damage even to Junja here. He goes over the wall. Maple tags him. They might take this all in. They hit everything onto Zeka. He's caught a fish in headlights, it looks like, as the shutdown's there. Now for HLE, the rest of the fight won't go as smoothly, but a good Maokai ult from Peanut stops PSG from the chase as they get the pick that gives them a numbers advantage.
Yeah, that's actually huge. They got the shutdown, and they got both Summoners and ulti off Viper. That is massive there for PSG. It's exactly the kind of play that they do need to continually make here against HLE. They are staying competitive. They
smoothly, but a good Maokai ult from Peanut stops PSG from everything onto Zeka.
What is Zeka doing?
Zeka, who's 2 items up versus 1.5 for Maple, is damaging.
He's pointlessly trading onto a Sejuani
Might take this all in.
and then getting hit by Sejuani ult.
He's caught a fish in headlights, it looks like, as the shutdown's there. Now for HLE, the rest of the fight won't go as smoothly, but a good Maokai ult from Peanut.
Forcing Viper to then burn all his summoner spells.
The pick that gives them a numbers advantage.
Yeah, that's actually huge. They got the shutdown, and they got both Summoners.
There have been a lot of like
sus
jungle shenanigans from HLE this game. It's completely unforced errors.
Here against HLE.
Zek has TP, 10 seconds, he can just join in. They are on a ward though, but another scrying ward to see the ultimate information as Doran goes over the wall into a 1v3. He goes into Meganar, keeping them at bay. His ulti, Grady flashes back over, but Baron's getting low. Maple tries to jump in, but a smite is the way to go. Ultimate information as Doran goes over the wall.
All your tools. We're just going to start shutdown, and they got both Summoners and ulti off Viper.
This is interesting. This is an interesting play though from HLE.
Exactly the kind of play that they do need to continually make here against
They would like
HLE.
opt into starting the Baron because they know that Sedge is on a recall.
He's caught a fish in headlights, it looks like.
Because he actually takes a bunch of damage from the Baron. So that's a good call probably by Peanut, right? Because they see that he's super low, so they're just waiting for him to leave.
Actually huge. They got the shutdown, and they got both Summoners and
Jerky's Minion, welcome back! T1 Faker delusional fans are still my favorite ones because they actually think T1 could win Worlds again this year.
That is massive there for PSG. It's exactly the kind of play that they do need to continually make here against HLE. They are staying competitive. They really are making it difficult here for HLE to just run away with this game. But HLE are just going to say, you know what? You're missing all your tools.
It's a really good call. Especially because Zeka's up in 5 and he has TP.
Another scrying ward to see the ultimate.
Good timing on the Mega as well.
He goes into Meganar, keeping them at bay. His ulti, Grady flashes back over, but Baron's getting low. Maple tries to jump in.
Super nice call.
Is the way to go. Archer tries to spin to win, but now
and then Yone's here because he TP's onto the big board.
His ulti, Grady flashes back over, but Baron's getting low. Maple tries to jump in, but a smite is the way to go. Archer tries to spin to win, but now Zeka teleported.
They also catch Betty on the backside. Really good call from Hanwha, man.
They've got no health left, no regards, and with Betty down as well, HLE take the Baron, take the kill, take the blood that we were looking for, and PSG are now got their heads in the air.
Yeah, Zeka TV's back in.
Even it's just a snowball chance, and how I've learned to never count T1 out after all these years. Guys, this roster that T1 has never placed below 3rd at an international event. Their floor is very high. So, before you count them out, just remember that. Do they win a lot of these events? No. Do they place 3rd at least? Yes.
Really, all they can do is just continually look for these fights.
And they've been doing that for 3 years. So I think they will figure it out, guys. They played a very winnable game today.
They all do group together, so they're just going to have to head mid and look for that. We can watch this one more time. As yes, over the wall here, Doran is in some trouble, but Flash is back in the pit, and Maple takes the E, but look at that counter engage from Delight, instantaneously charms him out of the E there. I think he maybe even disjointed the shuriken flip.
Yeah, that was a really good Baron call.
The wall, so he couldn't get that finish.
Like, they had no ults. Zeka had TP. Junjia was chunked out and recalling. Peanut made a very good call there.
But it's a perfect counter engage there from Delight. They're going to look for Viper.
They're okay. Delight Bond here. 007 is once again showing up here in the river, and PSG want to take another fight. I mean, they're falling so far behind, and Zeka re-engages, looks for the angle himself, gets a four-man knockout,
beautiful,
sets him into the corner. The Fate Seal on 3, rather, as Delight comes in with a perfect quickness. It's beautiful to watch as everything used on Archer. Maple tries to get in the thick of it, but he can't get anything more than a kill. Over the wall, he finds himself, but a feather through the heart seals the deal. A triple over to Viper, and Hummerlife are not taking any prisoners in their debut.
Man, it's just PSG going into the bounce house there.
Oh, we got the Azael growl.
Triple over to Viper, and Hummerlife are not taking any prisoners in their debut.
Man, it's just
man.
PSG going into the bounce house there.
It's always a yeah or a man.
HLE CC him up against the wall,
and Hummerlife are not taking any prisoners in their debut.
Man, it's just PSG going into the bounce house there. HLE CC him up against the wall. The knockups from Zeka, the stuns from Doran, the knockups and CC from Delight just set up so incredibly well there for Viper. Just a really well-executed team fight there as Doran was able to push out Betty. He couldn't really be involved in it. Maple goes in, tries to salvage something, does.
Which games have you reviewed so far? All of them up to this point. I'm doing them in order.
Everything is being set at Zeka there, and Viper is just able to crush them in the fight.
It's an 11k gold lead just about at 25 minutes into the game. It started with that fight in top. It continues to happen when PSG want to scuffle down and get dirty with it. We watch one of those fights again, and HL
pretty bad Counter-Strike, honestly. Junjia, or I mean, Aja gets too far in front,
they pull back, and
then they just all get mad CC'd.
Back in with the fate is sealed.
Where's Viper throughout all this?
And HLE just bought so much time. This is the key thing here. They pull back,
dude, Viper takes the Hex Gate. I didn't even notice. Look at this. This is hilarious. He takes the Hex Gate and is perfectly in position to start tossing feathers through all of them. That's amazing.
Betty had already been pushed out there by Doran. Viper,
great positional play by Viper.
No way Maple was going to be able to take the portal out to safety. It's a good try, but you can see now IE done for Viper. He's already on 3 items, plus has the Hex Drinker. This guy is going to be a nightmare.
You called it a bounce house before. Just going back and watching it up for
scattered through multiple lanes. This gold. Man, it's always so demoralizing when you're like, well, maybe we can get a pick, and then you look over and there's a Locket, and then you look over and there's a McHale's, and then you look over and there's another Locket, and there's just all of these tools that, because really when you're this far behind, your only hope is finding that miracle pick, right? And well, now Sejuani can't really do anything if the light's even in the area.
And how much damage are these carries going to do? Let me have a look at their items too. Oh, there's a more as well. You know,
you knew it was about
gold lead, and we're waiting for this Baron for threaten. You can see Hummerlife are just around topside now. Their vision shifts. Doran with TP available gets that bot wave into receivership for Arja to look at, while Peanut just says, hello, Junja. Did you think this was your jungle with the teleport now flying through and a flank at that? PSG want to fight their way out of the mud, but the quickness is there waiting for Arja. A beautiful blade caller as well. The feathers fly out a second time. Blades be damned as Woody gets the great multi-man, but his team is dead. And this cow is about to go into the grinder as well. I think that beef will sell for time. Flank at that. PSG want to fight their way out of the mud, but the quickness is there waiting.
Maple absolutely just wrecked up here.
Did you think this was your jungle with the teleport now flying through and a flank at that?
They get the TP on the pink ward before it can get destroyed, and then Maple's just chilling there.
Waiting for Arja. A beautiful blade caller as well. The feathers fly out a second time. Blades be damned as Woody.
And Zeka still has ult.
But his team is dead, and this cow is about to go into the grinder as well. I think that beef will sell for $5.99 a kilo as Junja runs for his life with Zeka.
It's a very specific. That's a very specific number. $5.99 a kilo. That's pretty cheap beef. Alistar, even if it was pounds,
it gets more
British
dangerous.
pounds. That's very cheap beef, $5.99 a kilo. Where can I get some of that? Is Alistair just bad quality beef?
Enough. 13,000 gold lead, 28 minutes in. They're looking for the Nexus.
It's a good run. It was scrappy. It was fun from PSG. But
All right, guys, we got 2 more games. The Aussie just flows out of hysterics so well. Is beef $5.99 a kilo in Australia? Because that is so cheap.
Should be a win if you want to believe in North America, or at least FlyQuest here at this World.
Absolutely. I mean, this is one of those situations where this is the result of you getting first place, right? They got.
Oh my God, we're actually banning Shyvana versus Levi.
An LPL or an LCK team. Does that mean it's a free win? No. Does that mean it's an easy win? No. You have to take it seriously. You have to still play well to be able to take down these teams. GAM, they played very well.
All right, playing Ari here or Syndra for emo. Is this why we're first picking? No, we're okay. So just ban Ari and Syndra now. FlyQuest.
You know, they're where, you know,
Yep. Syndra.
If you're wondering why
Rumble, just gonna let the. Are you gonna pick Syndra? Maybe quad pick Syndra here.
Wukong, so he's going a bit of a different style. He's playing heavy towards Go as Kiaya go back to like.
No, he's just picking Ori. I guess Ori into Syndra. Whatever. I was gonna say you're still playing Syndra into Vi at that point in time, which might be painful.
For Masu here, and quite high damage, so great scaling over on the FlyQuest side, obviously from their mid laner. And gonna be curious to see how GAM rounds out their comp. You know, with the Jhin, you generally want to have dive alongside the Camille. This is absolutely just like a full send comp. Almost, you know, full physical. Of course, Akali obviously is going to be magic, but if you went towards...
Ooh, are we doing the W Max Vlad? I was wondering if that was going to show up during Worlds.
It is all dive pretty much here. So it's going to be Poppy support, Akali mid, Nar top, alongside that Vi.
No.
Okay, so
wow, Butba, why can't Butba be fucking normal? Why can't he be? Okay, let's Scion cheese at level 1, right?
You know, he is getting some flack. You know, some people love it, some people hate it. Butba will tell you whatever he thinks, whether he's right, whether he's wrong, doesn't really matter. He's gonna give you his honest opinion on anything.
Well, Ivern seems shit here, guys.
I met him was actually at a Rift Rivals event.
Isn't Ivern just super bad with the composition that FlyQuest has?
And
what is Ivern supposed to do?
He just started telling me their whole draft plan. I'm like, you shouldn't be telling me this. Like, don't tell me this.
Is W Max even a thing? Oh yes, the Vladimir build that is sweeping solo queue is W Max. You heal so much. You heal so much. Hang on. I think he was nerfed on. I'm not sure. I think he was nerfed on the latest patch. But yeah, there was a
You know, he's
there
really
was a
open,
W.
He's great, you know, as far as that goes.
W Max last patch.
Around Worlds, but
he's been great. He's been like the little villain, right? But as much as, you know, some people don't like it and some people don't like how outspoken he is, again, as you said, great content.
Yeah, they just nerfed Vlad.
This narrative that if Bwipo starts winning as well,
lol.
Bro can walk the walk that he talks.
Exactly, it's great. But the other part of it is,
yeah, W Max Vlad.
People like, he's getting an ego. He will tell you, and has said constantly, he thinks he's the worst player.
Yeah, they changed his W, so healing is now 60% effective against minions, because it was so dumb how much he could heal off his W.
Keep pace with your teammates and to be able to make sure you're doing your job.
Breast or butt? Thank you, YouTube chat. I think you can answer that question by looking at a picture of my wife.
And that is the role that he sees for himself now on this team. And so as much as people want to talk about ego, to me, that is about as like humble as it gets.
I mean, again, it's a great narrative.
The FlyQuest comp is unkillable. That's true. They don't have a lot of damage outside of burst. That's a very good point. That's a very good point.
As well.
With the shields from Ori and Ivern,
but the other part of it is,
they actually are kind of unkillable. I agree with that.
he will tell you and has said constantly he thinks he's the worst player on his team. And he's saying, you know, it's a privilege to play on a team where you are the worst player on your team. And you need to be working hard to live up to that, to be able to keep pace with your teammates and to be able to make sure you're doing your job. And this is what he's talked about time and time again, if you watch his stream, is that he is going to do his job. He is going to play to set up his teammates for success. And that is the role that he sees for himself now on this team. And so as much as people want to talk about ego, to me, that is about as like humble as it gets.
I mean, again, it's a great narrative coming in because FlyQuest in their debut have got a lot to show up here for North America.
Thank you, Ang Fons. Flying through Seoul soon. Best fried chicken. They're probably just going to be like one of those mom and pop shops, honestly. But BBQ is pretty good.
Against LNG. Now, this one people are saying should be...
Out of a bizarre fascination, I looked up a flyer for Foodworks in Melbourne. Rump steak was 23 Australian dollars a kilo. That's actually not bad. That's more what I would expect.
GAM came through play-ins so unconditionally well. Undefeated. Is it GAM time or fly time? We're about to find out here in our second last game of day number 1 here for Swiss. And as you said before, GAM have built a comp that wants to send it and try and send it on top of Masu. And
what I will say is their engage needs to be perfect, because if you fail your engage against Ivern and Redemption comes down and multiple shields come down and Daisy is interrupting you and all these things are happening, you are going to lose the fight for sure. So your engage needs to be picture perfect, but this is a 2-threat comp over on FlyQuest. So if you can nail that engage, instantly kill Quadr, instantly kill Masu, all of a sudden FlyQuest is going to be...
Here, to that point, guys, you want to see a picture of my wife from the first BlizzCon as the WoW Warlock Succubus? To answer that guy's question. There you go. From the first BlizzCon.
Sorely lacking in damage, whereas over on the other side, there's really 4 threats from GAM. You know, yeah, Nara's not a true carry, but they are some real damage dealers on that team. So, you know, it is kind of high risk, high reward for FlyQuest. If you can perfectly protect those carries, have that counter engage, it could go really well. But if you don't, it could fall flat on its face.
Now, just an update on the other pick that should be highly contested here is, again, we're just looking at the star of GAM. Well, you can see his world appearance. This guy's got 10 of the VCS of the 11 championships of GAM. I mean, on the Vi here, he's a big playmaker for this game.
And he as well, you know, I talked about this with Maple. He is in his last Worlds appearance. I mean, he's talked about that retirement, you know, and he has been so incredible. So many people think back to, you know, him playing like the Nocturne, the power farming Nocturne, and being able to pull off.
Luckily, we got to see it in this Worlds too, right?
Exactly, like the surprise plays that he has been able to pull off. He has brought some incredible moments to Worlds. This guy truly is world class, and he's so exciting, so fun to watch. A great personality as well. So FlyQuest are into lane swap here. Sion obviously very adept at that. Whipple going to be taking a lot of damage, but did start W level 1, so was able to soak that and wanted to walk forward to get the experience. It was not about farm. Just wanted to make sure he was...
There's been a lane swap like every game, guys. I'm beginning to think that Freak doesn't know how to stop lane swaps.
We've been seeing a lot today from Core and from HLE as well, where he gets level 2 and then bases the cover. But
the classic Sion lane swap.
GAM, I think for sure, are going to try to dive this, and it's going to be up to Inspired to try to cover here with Levi waiting in the brush.
Now, while I was wrong about the Nocturne for Levi, of course that was Oddie on the other side. I might not be wrong about how well this dive goes, because this wave is getting bigger and bigger.
So Monty, how often does the Succubus outfit enter the rotation? Never.
Where's the attention going? Kiaya also
that was a long time ago.
Here. This is make sure this try and works out. You're right.
This is really risky. They're going to go for it, but
they get engaged. Oh, it's clean, but the shielding's huge. It comes through clutch, but over the top, Easy Love gets the range shot. A beautiful finisher, and GAM layering of CC was still clean.
Yeah, really nicely done there. Even with those shields, you know, I thought it might have turned around a little bit, but they weren't able to survive long enough. But this is the benefit of Sion. Yeah, you died, but he didn't really miss any experience. He farmed a lot of the wave before he died, and then he just immediately TP's back, and he's like, well, you can't do it again. So, you know, that is kind of that difficulty. But thankfully for GAM, that kill went exactly where you would want it. It went to Easy Love. That dive would have been way less beneficial if it a shot
out. You're right.
This is really risky. They're going to go for it, but they get engaged.
Oh, it's clean, but the shielding's huge. It comes through.
Oh, W.
Over the top, Easy Love gets the range shot. A beautiful finisher, and GAM layering of CC was still clean.
Yeah, really nicely done there. Even with those shields, you know, I thought it might have turned around a little bit, but they
sorry, I just TV's back in. It doesn't actually matter at all.
This is the benefit of Sion. Yeah, you died, but he didn't really miss any experience. He farmed a lot of the wave before he died, and then he just immediately TPs back, and he's like, well, you can't do it again. So, you know, that is kind of that difficulty.
How would you remove those lane swaps from the game? I wouldn't. I like them.
It went to Easy Love. That dive would have been way less beneficial if it went to, like, you know, the Poppy support or something like that.
True.
And we'll see as Poppy's here.
Ilya tries to bring Busio back into rage. Some good damage done. Emo in trouble though. Quad, wait, he's got so much to do. He's run low on mana here, but forces Emo out as he gets a low health bar.
Yeah, Quad has become a very strong laner. You know, one of the things that FlyQuest talk a lot about, again, is that this is a guy who is too selfless, and they really kind of wanted to instill into him that, no, you are going to carry the game. You need to be greedy. You need to play for yourself. And so that is something that FlyQuest has really been working on, and that Quad has really been working on, is to try to really set himself power farming. People were calling him, you know, the full clear CEO and stuff, and like all of these kind of memes. But, you know, he is willing to play all of the styles, and I think that's what makes him
Bwitbo actually getting incredibly far ahead here just because he's Sion in the lane swap.
And he really can play such a high level for pretty much every champion.
And I mean, again, having so much versatility as a jungler is such a good thing here, especially heading towards a deep for Busio, but he's okay here with the shield up.
And nice little bit of chunk there. And now, with that chunk, you start to get nervous about, you know, can I walk forward on this wave? You know, Masu is just kind of thinning it out a little bit. They're going to allow it to keep pushing out towards FlyQuest. And going to just hold this and make sure to keep denying as much as possible from Kiaya. Whereas on the other side, guess what? Jin cannot pressure a Sion in a 1v1. So Bwitbo's going to keep farming, and Bwitbo is getting way ahead.
The Jin was slow at pushing, slow at taking down some of these tanks as well. Constant pressure added there while he has to reset and go bottom.
Praying that TL fixes their execution. Yeah, I was really sad
utilizing the sign, utilizing that passive, picking up as much farm
about
as
that,
possible.
honestly.
As Levi does get eyes on inspired, but he'll just use the smite and then go back towards his Krug to pick that up and be able to be there to cover any sort of thing top. As they are pushing the Poppy out, we can see Jin's moving towards top. Bwitbo is going to move forward and try to proxy this wave and keep Kiaya away from it. You can see on the mini-map, they're just kind of like jostling for position. While that is happening, this is all lost farm here.
It's a 1,000 gold advantage, though, which is crazy for a team that was in the lane swap. Oh, my God.
He gets a grass stack, presses E. If he goes into zombie, he'll also kill Kiaya. He's just waiting for the cooldown, and it's just such classic Sion play. The flash away as Bwitbo just tries to survive. He's got
God's flash. Nice job by Bwitbo, got the plate as well.
It's just really smart.
The thing about Bwitbo is, like, he's just so good at some of these, like, weird champs, like Sion and Urgot.
So even though Kiaya survives, it cost him his flash. It means he lost multiple minions.
Thanks to the Raycon recommendation. Yeah, dude, in terms, like, the price, the value you get, the quality for the price is really good on those Raycons.
They are down a first blood, which is worth 400 gold, and they are up 1,000 gold here, not even 7 minutes in.
I mean, again, remember that because of all the health that he's gained off that W as well from killing the minions with the minion advantage we talked about before, makes those dives worse and worse and worse.
We don't take sponsors that are crap, guys.
Tankier. Even in this early game, well, Gam at the very least, you can say they've started this dragon, they'll take this dragon.
Movement, you think back to the TL game early, their early stages were great. You know, I do think they were outplaying, you know, LNG as far as their lane assignments and as far as how they were moving around the map, but you have to be able to execute in those 5v5s, and here they go.
Okay, well, they set it up, and Poppy tries to stop them with the steadfast presence, but it matters not.
LNG as far as their lane assignments and as far as how
you can't stop the Callista.
In those 5v5s, and here they go.
Okay,
the Callista ult with that, so he uses the W too early.
Masu picks up the kill, and Busio flashes away. He survives. Easy Love now has a lot of spears in him, gets rendered out, and Masu uses the rest of his mana to say back off.
Yeah, great play there from Masu, just utilizing the ulti. Bwitbo's up here to go top, and they're going to just rotate their bot back towards bot lane. Bwitbo almost has the ulti, and if that comes up and Easy Love is still here, it could get a little bit dicey, to be honest. So Easy Love does need to pay some respect.
He's got the thumbs up. I'm waiting for it too, as Daisy says bye-bye. Inspire just hovers over the bot wave. Bwitbo, I think we're mega close to that, and as you said, Easy Love has to back before he gets taken out.
But their tempo is so bad because he's basing so much later, and Kiaya has no TP, so Kiaya bases now, goes top, and guess what's happening? Again, you're losing the wave to the tower. So, you know, their map movements are a bit slow. Obviously, this is partially because Fly have the bush, but I also think Gam on some of these resets are being a little bit greedy, a little bit late to the punch. That's an entire wave that is gone, and that is nearly a 2,000 gold lead now for FlyQuest here, and this is not even 9 minutes in.
This is what, I guess, you know, the best part of the lane swap is. You can see so many minute differences, but when it exploits...
No, I haven't seen the draw yet. We'll watch it later.
Decimating smash damage, you just see what a team that is experiencing this, I guess, going up against TL.
Yeah.
Yesterday was the day I found out the Kalista ult pauses the bailout decay. I know, I figured that out too. I mean, it makes sense that it does that,
Absolutely.
but
mean,
I
we'll
was
see if they
watching
can
that today
make it
as
happen
well.
when it does come down to those team fights, but thus far, it is a map kingdom here for FlyQuest. They are playing the
Yeah,
map
complete
really,
domination
really well.
from
They're
FlyQuest,
excelling
damn.
in that macro game. And we'll see if they can kind of continue to value in the 5v5.
Oh, you're not worried about the early game. I believe
It's crazy that FlyQuest drew Gam, though. This is
We talked
such
about
a
it before.
fucking slam dunk
Bro's not taking any damage
of
from
a
the
match
chain
for them.
best
The
with
Swiss
Kinkle
seeding
Gem
is so
already picked
fucked up.
Things looking good here for the FlyQuest early game that we
That's trouble.
There's a dissonance that comes through. Emo almost got solo killed again.
Yeah, I mean, Quad has just been putting on a lot of pressure. I mean, Quad is basically a kill's worth of gold ahead of his opponent without actually getting that kill. He's just constantly pushing in, constantly harassing him, not allowing Emo to get any free CS at any point in this game. And he's even going to get a plate off this pretty much guaranteed. So is in a great spot. That's going to be now going on a 600 gold lead for Quad without a kill, without really any jungle intervention now for Bwipo, as he's got the unending spare. So FlyQuest, again, just moving around the map in with that Kalista.
Gam really seeking after. They're the only ones here. Fly just said
Going to be 4 grubs for them, so they are going to get the Void Might spawn. That is very, very nice. Busio gets eyes on this, and we'll be going back up towards top to cover it. You can tell he's a little bit nervous. Oh, is someone coming? So he's going to pull it back and make sure that he can secure this. Just, I think, was probably waiting to make sure that there's no chance of any sort of contest. We, of course, know that Inspired was not there, but Inspired now has the redemption done. FlyQuest starting to complete these items. They're not going to feel pressure with top lane, so could be a play.
no, it wasn't.
No, definitely didn't have vision on him there, but they are going
Now
to
they
check. And they are definitely aware of the possibility, so Levi will get spotted.
So the next question is, what happens with this Dragon down bot? Because you can see that Inspired is there. Now that Levi's spotted out top, are they going to commit for the dive? Are they going to continue for this play and try and maximize it? Or does Levi now need to sprint towards bot and try and make something happen?
I think it would be too hard of a play to really make happen, honestly, but at the same time, I don't think FlyQuest
Gam just fucking dizzy from this macro, man.
They have a lot of damage here with the Ivern.
Yeah, that's true.
If they send their bot lane down there, then maybe they plate for that time that was spent top from Levi. Bwipo knows, you know what? I'm not pressured. If there's no jungler here, you're not killing me 1v1. So walks up, claims the plate, and they're just going to keep
FlyQuest really nailing this, honestly.
Where they feel very strong. You can see item now done here for Quad. They're just waiting on the Blade of the Rune King for Masu, and that's where I think we're feeling confident that they can look towards.
Where's the damage on Fly's comp, actually? I don't think they need it. Because all they have to do is survive the burst from Akali and Jhin, which they can with 1 quintillion shields, and then they can just chip them away slowly with Ori and Kalista.
Talking about with PSG, pulling out what you'd argue is a riskier composition, right? Well, Gam just take care of Daisy. Now finally looking towards the bottom side with setup on Scuttle, potentially set up around the Dragon as well, while Fly looked top.
Yeah, nice little trick there.
It's also Seraph's Embrace onto Quad, so it's even more shielding. I mean, somebody needs to buy Serpent's Fang on Gam, but like, who buys it? I guess it has to be Vi? Ugh, it's so ugly.
You can actually walk the opposite way. You can also do a Shaco alt clone.
True.
So there's one of those little things that just kind of showcases mastery on the champ.
Like, Jhin with Serpent's Fang sounds terrible.
They want to fight here.
Here gets a setup. It's a set fast presence set up by the Keeper's Verdict, and Fly getting out with the redemption comes in handy. The engage is deep from Busio to try and get on out, but now he's got
They can't kill anybody.
Shockwave onto Emo means perfect execution out. No one dies as a setup, and Summoners are burned in the process.
Yeah, Levi looking to try to pressure Quad here, at least keep him away from some of those
Serpents on
minions.
Vi sounds like a nightmare. Well, who builds it then? Somebody has to build it, right?
Inspired for a little bit of time there from the Gam squad, but the redemption keeping them safe along with Quad moving over to try to cover. They couldn't really chase past into Quad. They would have been really difficult to pull that off. But again, the gold lead just slowly but surely extending more and more. We're now up about 2.5, 2.6k, and this tower is getting incredibly close to dying. Easy Love is just going to get ignored.
The Akali pick here seems so bad. Yeah, I mean, he got crushed in lane.
Sure, like if you gave tons
and then I just don't think he kills anybody ever.
But like You cannot win a team fight where Gnar just sits there and autos.
I mean, again, with all the resources Wupo's getting, I mean, armor stacking is going to come through.
They have
so
redemption
much
as well. I mean, it's such a nightmare. You have Seraphs complete now. You have redemption.
Towards Titanic, will sometimes go towards like Sterix and play these more kind of.
I don't think you can afford it here. Look, I'm not arguing, but like they need it.
Which can work really,
It feels. That's my point, guys. Is it feels incredibly bad to buy Serpent's Fang in Gam's composition, but I think you have to buy it.
How much health he's already gotten, so going on 700 free health already. So can definitely make him a threat. Even just with that one armor item and a ton of HP.
Fang on Gnar would do the most good. Maybe it's Gnar. Maybe that's the answer.
So if he builds a little bit of damage, he then has.
I mean, you can proc it across multiple people with Vi E, right?
Where you can't ignore him and you can't really kill him. So then it becomes okay. Well, what now?
I mean, the health stacking is at 715, by the way, just from that W.
Yeah, and this tower top is likely going to die too. So FlyQuest just slowly but surely moving around the map, chipping away at these advantages. It's not a lot of fighting, it's not a lot of kills, but it doesn't need to be.
It's frustrating for Gam. Like, it doesn't need to be for Fly, but you can see Gam are getting edgy, and they're like, we need to find a pick. Onto Busia, no, denied. Masu's nearby, Wupo's now moved into position as well. It's all around this Herald that's just sitting there, glanting an eye to see who starts it off, but Gam don't want to do it because Fly are around, and they still keep finding a pick, but no overextensions here, as Fly's still playing it so patiently, as you said.
Exactly, and it's so frustrating, as you say, playing against this style, and it can sometimes make you overcommit into a dive or overcommit into a play where you say, we just have to do something, and that is where Ivern will kill you. If you do not have the perfect execution on that dive, if you go into the back line, redemption comes down, the shield comes down from Ivern, Daisy's there peeling, barrier gets popped, Orianna's shield comes through, all of a sudden you're not even close to killing them, and you're all dead.
God. MasterCard lane economy snapshot in the meanwhile, 1800 gold mid. In top. Mid's about 1k, and everything else is daisies and peaches here for Fly. Yeah, it is so frustrating. It's been a slow game. You guys sitting at home going, well, when the action going to happen? But, for Fly, they're picking up these 1 items, the 2 items coming across and starting to build towards as well. They have the gold lead. They'll have the item advantage. They'll have the fight advantage here as third dragon comes up, and obviously that's going to be something they'll deny. But I think they'll be happy taking the fight at that point as a denied anyway.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's what FlyQuest is going to look towards, and then the question is, well, what can Gam do about it? Can Gam really make a play happen? Because as much as they are building this slow incremental lead, if all of a sudden Gam pull off that perfect fight, insta-kill Quad or insta-kill Masu at that dragon, put themselves a sole point, well, now there's a very easy win condition that you can look towards as Wupo pops the ulti and is not going to be able to make his way back to the tower just yet.
We walk slowly, but you're right, it goes down in the end, so Gam gets some more gold on the map right before this dragon. Wupo not having the ulti before that objective might mean something here, as he just catches a wave, and you can see the rest of Fly move down to try and position and get themselves in river a little bit before this spawns.
Yeah, but Masu needs to go back to base. He's sitting on 1,800 gold, so he must, feel like he needs a certain power spike that he's waiting for to actually complete.
Can T1 get to playoffs this year? Yes.
Inspired did just go back to base. He's already on 2 items now. Of course, they are cheap ones on the Ivern, but that's part of the advantage of this champ. Like, he's already on Moonstone plus Redemption. That's full build for Ivern.
Yeah, no, we're done. We're done. Yeah, it's annoying as well. The longer these fights go.
A lot of it are in.
He won't pop anything while Fly deny the dragon stack, and looks like Levi.
This is actually just a crazy macro class.
That is very tough
from FlyQuest. I mean, credit to them. Great strategy coming in.
Item now complete for Quad, and I think Masu's probably gonna have a second.
But like, well thought out.
Not rush it. They're gonna try to knock him.
Oh yeah, and Wupo just gets in the way. That's how hard the
game is slipping away. Let's put pressure on them to try
references. But this game is like, for Gam, it's like going to Walmart and there's no cheese, but it's taco night, and you need cheese. You can't have taco without cheese, right? I took it as like, I'm assuming Walmart sells cheese. I don't know what that
I like how Hysterics knows nothing about what he's talking about right now.
Right? That's what this game feels like.
He's like Australian and he's trying to talk about tacos and Walmart.
But it's taco night. I'm going to try this because I don't normally make American references, but this game is like, for Gam, it's like going to Walmart and there's no cheese, but it's taco night. And you need cheese. You can't have taco without cheese.
So he literally says you can't have tacos without cheese, even though like most Mexicans would eat most tacos without cheese, right?
Right? That's what this game feels like.
It's a disaster.
I don't know what that shop
How
is.
is that an American reference just because they're...
And also Azale's Canadian, so
Right?
nobody actually knows what they're talking about here.
I'm assuming Walmart sells cheese. I don't know what that shop
How
is.
is that an American reference just because there's
Because
Walmart
there's
in it?
Walmart in it. I took it away. I didn't use Woolworths. I didn't use Coles, which is
Okay.
what we got back home. I didn't use Reva.
You know what we
which is
do in
Burma.
LA for taco night? We go out and get some street tacos.
Oh, much better.
They
well,
are
the
so good.
van's not there. GAM don't have the van.
And he's not even going to
what do they
mention
do?
that any
What do they
street
do?
tacos you buy in Los Angeles will not have cheese on them.
How are you going to Walmart? We come back to the setup point, and then we question, what are GAM going to do in this game?
Where will they get their cheese?
That's only for Americanized tacos, guys. And look, the ground beef hard shell tacos are fucking banger with cheese, all right? But it is funny. Like, he's not wrong about that, but he probably just triggered all of Mexico, which is funny.
The keeper's verdict is out. It hits backline. It's good. And GAM finally pull the trigger. But Whippo with a three-man knockup set up with a decimating smash. Versus 5, but the whole of GAM even as
The first actual fight of this game in 20 minutes. So they try and kill... Who are they even going on to here? Are they trying to kill Ivern? Why?
The whole of GAM even as they move in are getting forced off.
Why are we ulting Ivern? What is GAM doing? Mini Gnar Vi ult. Who is supposed to kill? They think they're going to kill Ivern in the back line? Okay, they do Poppy ult. They do Poppy ult Orianna. Oh my god. Look at this, though. So Ori just gets back just in time to command protect Masu. Look at this. Shield, big shield. Doesn't die. Flashes Mega. Masu plays that really well. But why are we Vi-ulting Ivern? What the fuck? We just give up the turret.
Masu played that.
He misclicked for Callista. Callista isn't close. He doesn't click Callista.
With Daisy out, it's a 6 versus 5, but the whole of GAM even as they
Callista's right here. He can literally press R on Callista right now. Doesn't misclick Callista. Masu with the redemption. Masu with the shield. Shout out to Quad who gets back in time to shield him.
It's just hopeless, man.
Yeah, Ivern OP. Look, I had questions about this comp, but now that I'm seeing it in action, I think it's great. I didn't understand it. I wasn't familiar with FlyQuest's game, but now I respect it.
But perfectly timing the are going to crush the fight, going to take the Baron, and get a stranglehold on this game.
This is looking clinical. This is looking well thought out.
Will you be watching Worlds Live now? I'll watch the VODs tomorrow.
First win of the Swiss stage to North America. It is
good to see you two, fandoms.
As they move to a 6K gold lead with the Red Bull Baron power play.
Yeah, they are looking really, really strong. The Sterix is complete for Bwipo. So
very good incremental advantages from FlyQuest this game.
They try to get in the backline and burst out inspired, but he flashes, he shields himself, he drops
just Masu getting autoed by Gnar this entire fight.
Onto Masu here, but Masu kites back. He flashes out of the Mega Gnar, dodging the Jin ulti at the
Masu's mechanically very good, guys.
On his summoners, he did not panic when he was getting low there, played it out really well, and you can see the
why does Nuke Duck look so angry?
He did not panic when he was getting low there, played it out really
What's with the sigh and the jaw clench? Why is he mad? Mithy looks disgusted. Wait, Arrow's like very nervous. Demonte has no idea what's going on. We can't see Papa's face.
And you can see the intensity on their faces. Yeah, the game is going well, but they know it is not over till it's over.
True.
And the coaching staff...
This is a very weird reaction shot.
And Bwipo as well. You know, he turned in almost 4K damage himself. That's what I'm talking about. When you
is that Papa? Yes.
Tank
yeah,
in
it
this
is.
Situation, you can build a little bit of damage like the Sterix.
Arrow is in FlyQuest. Yeah, he's a bot lane coach.
So incredibly well with his HP stacking passive. Gives him so much bonus AD on this champ.
Lord's Blood Mail. Let's talk about that in a second. Ulti used at point blank range. Levi in trouble as they keep trying to dive this turret. He almost dies. One hit away. That play from GAM, though, was 2 turrets on the top side, so you know, while we are talking about Fly in the Baron play, for now, things are stabilized as Fly try to trade out through bot, as we saw.
Fly gonna beat D+. You heard it here first. I mean, I believe that.
Because if you can't defend, then you cross
I'll take that. I'd predict FlyQuest to win.
Like, how are you supposed to actually
I have no faith in D+.
With 4 melee champs, basically, and a Jhin. It's just not really going to happen. So they try to look for a play on the other side. Bubo defense as well as he can. Almost gets a kill. FlyQuest gets some gold down on the bot side. And this Baron power play is still going up.
I asked Ryan August if he wanted to do an interview with you.
Side of the map from Gam, so
I mean, he seems like a fine guy. What do you mean an interview? I don't want to interview him either. What would I interview him about?
Well, if you thought the sign was thank you now,
just wait.
Doesn't get better.
Yeah, buckle up. I mean, again, that Kalista with
Build
3 items.
the minefield here for the Jhin traps. Time to sell your items and go AP. See if someone will step on them.
And then Whippo would just run it down mid with the ulti, and it doesn't matter anyway.
Well, FlyQuest pushing out the map. They're just going to play 1-4. No need to get too overcomplicated here. Whippo cannot be killed. It's just not going to happen. Or if he is, you're sending 5 people and they're ending the game. Yeah. So FlyQuest are just going to stay around. They're taking over vision in the enemy jungle, making sure there's no possibility of a flank. Inspired just needs to make sure that he's not getting one shot.
Thank you, Vlakexis, for your Twitch Prime sub. I appreciate that.
Has a Dawn Core done now as well. So he gets even more supportive here. The shields are getting locked.
I mean, like, I wouldn't be a douche to August or anything. I have no issues with him. He seems like a cool guy.
It is in time only. Just Whippo demolishes it, almost takes it down, but Fly is still sticking around. Whippo just stands in front, and you can see the Grubs are even doing their own work as Daisy gets a nice knock up. Whippo again, point blank range for the Unsullied. I don't know how good the energy was at the start of the game, but this has been a massacre.
Yeah, this is maybe the most one-sided game that we've seen today. Just like it was longer. You know, it was longer than some of the other games, but it was just dominating from FlyQuest start to finish. Eclipse, thank you for your tier 1 sub. I appreciate you. You guys will get great value out of your subs this month because I'm going to be streaming every game of Worlds. So now's a great time to sub and miss out on all those fun ads.
You're watching D2, yeah, but they're going to pull it out. Yeah, but they're going to come back. Yeah, but they're going to win in the end. And a lot of that magic really is just caps. Let's be honest. This guy has been running the LEC for so many years. Last time Fnatic won a trophy.
No, August can't do an interview with me. It'll get shut down by Riot PR. There's no way. Plus, I don't, like, what would I interview him about? I got nothing. He's not involved in esports.
Well, they should at the very least, but I don't know. I don't want to offend anyone. Anyway.
A sub is a very low price to pay compared to the LFN content value I get weekly. That is correct, Eclipse. I like your value. Paying for your content, realizing the value.
If they're offended by that, they need to watch back.
To be honest, I'm more excited for the general gaming after Worlds. Hell yeah, Star Wars Marathon. Let's go. It's actually probably going to be more cooking after Worlds. Star Wars Marathon may not start till next year. I'm going to be out for most of December, guys, because I'm going to go back to Colorado for Christmas with my family.
Okay, he's the best player of the West. You know what? I shouldn't have held anything back. At least for now, though, we get a couple of those mid lane bans taken away from said man. But this time, Jinkiero
out with
Dinkado. All right, so Yone first for Monsieur Caps. We take Aurora. We take Maokai.
Super popular.
You know, Yike, they win when Yike plays Brand, but some of Yike's like Brand skill shots and mechanics have been a little bit rough, I think.
You know, it is always a massive threat when you come up to the 5v5. Brand, if he gets
Have I ever done reflections with Thorin? Yeah, I've done multiple. In fact, Royvis, I interviewed Thorin for Thorin's Reflections interview. Think about that.
One full combo out, gets that ulti bouncing everywhere. It is just such a nightmare to deal with.
Well, Rel picked up for Mickey X as well, his most played. So we're talking about comfort here for G2, and especially when Mickey feels like such an important part to G2. I love seeing him on the snap engage. I love seeing him on.
Nah, we're not gonna pay wall LFN content ever, guys. What we might do, I need to figure this out, but we need to find better rewards for our subs. But when Worlds is over, I'll have time to think about that. Didn't he do a reflections with himself? He also did that, yeah.
On the priority support here, while Smolder's picked up on the other side by Pain Gaming, so we potentially have our solo laners. Big question mark as to whether that goes bot, but right now it's looking like mid and top are locked.
Yeah, it's definitely the assumption that it would be mid or top, and it is just a possibility of where they're going to go, right? Like, are they going to flex this around? Because Smolder can be played top as well.
Yeah, interesting that we see the Smolder picked up here. It's a good, like, three-way flex at this point in time.
Can be problematic. I don't.
Yeah. Why are we taking Xayah? Can't we just play Jhin here? Like, you have enough damage with Yone and Brand. Can't we just play Jinny Jhin? Yeah, it just feels like a Jhin angle. Wow, we're really going to play Broken Blade Yasuo top before we even see that there's a Gnar?
Okay. We get the brothers on the same team.
Wind Bros.
It's the Wind Shitters together at last.
Still flex this around, but you're kind of assuming that.
Wow, I'm surprised. I mean, Broken Blade, both Caps and Broken Blade have played Yasuo, but typically they play it as the Gnar counter, right, and top.
But you can also kind of set each other up here. Yeah. You know, there is the knockup from the Yone for that.
I guess is it good into Aurora? I have no idea.
I love that you also mentioned something like the Gnar, utilizing range in the matchup as well. Aurora very good at poking out, clearing waves. Maybe this will be a new tech here for BB as we know G2. They're very good at applying new tech when you least expect it.
I mean, when you think of G2 at their best, it's always when they are creative. It's always when they're unleashing with these drafts. They were just so well known for having so much confidence. You think to like Pyke solo lanes, and you think to all this creativity and flexibility that they showcased start here. I do worry for the early levels here. It's kind of looking to get you just kind of try to sit back and farm.
Guys, why is this game an hour and 19 minutes long?
Under the tower, and it can become a bit of a nightmare.
Well, Wiser versus
oh, is it because there's the draw show at the end? Oh, okay, that's why. We'll take a look at that too. Because everybody's been talking about it all day, and I don't know why.
My eyes light up because I see G2 trying to be innovative yet again.
So we have seen the Yasuo be good into Smolder, but it's not actually being played in Smolder's lane. So that was back in the Smolder OP era. We did see Yasuo picks, but you are correct. Andras man, it probably picked to stop Mao and Smolder ults. Yes, it does do that.
No matter who draws, is all of a sudden that's gone with a cool draft. You cooked it up. If you can.
What? Not a lane swap. This is the first. I think this is the first game with no lane swap.
On the other side for Karaoke, remember, he's got the Maokai again. He's got a facilitating jungler again. Chitan has been an insane 80 carry, and here on the Xayah again, he's got scaling.
Their series against R7 was incredibly sloppy.
It was.
And G2 is such a good team on the map that even when they fall behind, and they didn't really have a good early game, to be honest, in the LEC. When you think back to even some of the Fnatic series,
Jhin Rel, pretty good lane.
They beat Fnatic, giving up monster early game leads. Yep. They are so good on the map. They really know how to spread you out and take advantages in the macro game. And I think Pain is really going to struggle against that. So even if Pain can set themselves up well, it doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to result in a victory here, because G2 really can run the map.
G2 click good morning. Are the Euros waking up?
Very clever.
Is it wake up time for Europeans?
Pretty reliant on creating advantages here sometimes to be able to trade with.
Oh yeah, and when his all-in comes through, engaged on before, but they just pull back.
Karaoke is just now finally killing his Gromp, whereas the first scuttle is already.
Is Spiral only good in mid? No, he can be played top in ADC as well.
Karaoke's gonna cross map though, and gonna be able to get the top side one because Wiser has push. Jinkato pushed in Caps mid. And is getting a decent amount of stacks there. Already has 18 already, so that is quite nice. Yes, there is a big focus on just perfect CS and being able to farm stacks off that. But if you can scrap, it accelerates your stacking so.
Welcome, Europeans. Welcome to my stream. If you guys haven't followed yet, I'll be doing VOD reviews for every single game at Worlds, so now's a good time to get your follow in.
And then all of a sudden, that's making you farm even faster. You hit 25 faster. Now you have the AoE. It's easier to get all the range minions. Then you're hitting, 125, and all of a sudden you're getting, more and more splash through that's giving you more stacks. It can really kind of ramp up and accelerate.
Complicates things as well. Karaoke hasn't made his back yet as he still continues to try and clear out. He's not sitting on the same margin as Broken Blade just walks up into top and runs into Wiser. This matchup so far, it feels like there was a small CS advantage for Wiser before as Broken Blade gets his push in, and of course there will be, considering 32 to 31 with his full wave into Wiser, means this Aurora has a small CS lead.
Yep, but BB doing well. Really, you just have to survive generally in these matchups. It usually does get better for you as the melee into the range, as you are starting to be able to get some attack speed. You know, obviously your Q cooldown goes down a lot. You can start to push. You can start to be able to actually take trades more effectively. And Broken Blade
1:30 a.m. in Idaho. Let's go. Yeah, that's right. Mountain time zone represent.
A lot of people really started trying grasp, and it kind of just became
My
very,
native
very
time
popular for
zone.
A lot of champions. You know, we saw it even from Zeka earlier on Yone. It's played on range champions, being played on melee champions. People are just honestly really liking grasp kind of across the board, and you can see that over on the Pain side, as it is grasp Smolder and grasp Aurora as well.
It's like when Lethal Tempo started getting explored with, and everyone's like, oh, I can run this on this champion as well. It's like, it's possible anyway.
We're just swapping top now for grub coverage.
Plus, I swear, just the runes like that just give you dopamine, because the number just keeps going up, and you're just getting health every time you proc it.
Yeah. It's a massive dopamine proc, isn't it?
Yeah, it feels so good to proc grasp, and the sound is kind of
Fun
satisfying
fact,
as well.
only 8% of America's population, I think, lives in the Mountain time zone. It's the least populous of the 4 American time zones.
Like, oh man, but I can get a stack here. It's worth it.
Junker might be in the bush, but I couldn't proc grasp.
It feels so good.
How did you and Thorin meet, by the way, just through work on League? Yeah, work on esports.
In the course of 3, and you already just talked about the power of Yike. This just comes into fruition yet again. 3 picked up, and Curry, even though he's here to try and roam around, Mickey just forces him out.
Yep, gonna be able to push him back. This trade on bot side, which has become the standard, but G2 walk through mid, get the push there, and now it looked like they just pull off the dragon, they give up, they're gonna try to turn on
Yike's
Yike.
walking blind, he just gets altered from another world, but he's still...
Which has become the standard, but G2
What is going on here? So they see everybody piled in,
they just pull off the dragon, they give up, they're gonna try to turn on
Yike's
Yike.
walking blind, he just gets altered from
and they
another
just
world, but he's still
decide to go over the wall?
First blood goes over as Dinkiero and makes himself known to get the trade kill. Caps doesn't have anything more in the bank. He flashed away, and G2
Pretty weird play, guys. Pretty weird play.
Yeah, they do get that first blood, but it does cost them the flash off Caps, the flash off Yike, and Yike does die. But critically, Yike...
Eastern time, like 50% of the population. Eastern and Central time combined are like 70% of America's population. Nobody lives... Nobody actually lives in Mountain or Pacific time.
Because he was 6, and if you don't insta-kill a Brand who's level 6, gets 1 combo of spells out, and you are gonna really pay for it. So was able to do just that, and it does mean that Pain gave up the attempt at a dragon, right? Because they pulled off that dragon, so there's no objective trade. It's just a 1-for-1 in kills, and G2 end up getting the grubs before that, so they are feeling very good, I think, about that overall.
And Yike's got a lot more to clear as well. Look at the camps on the other side, still respawning for Karaoke. You mentioned the levels. Karaoke only just ticked over to 6. Yike will be halfway through as he clears his top side, and as PNG continue keeping their bot in the top to keep that trade in action. Yeah, I mean, Grubs obviously does give you the bonus XP, but Karaoke also invested time hitting Dragon, didn't end up getting anything from that, so let's repeat that first item. And Hans just up on top side here with Mickey pushing that in. You can see obviously the top laners have swapped down to bot. There is a slight CS lead for Weiser, but nothing really to worry about. And Caps now has tier 2 boots, has Vamp Scepter, so he's not really going to be getting poked out. For Jinkato, again, it's just about really farming the stacks, and he's doing a pretty good job of it, up to about 60, but you know, it's nothing insane at this point, and we'll see if he can continue to accelerate that. I feel like a lot of Smolders just get away with the lane, as also known as we get around this dragon. Mickey is almost level 6, as, you know, this is a nice quote. I know you set this up as well because
we don't go all the way this year. I don't know what year we will go all the way. The best chance to actually win it? I don't think so.
650 days.
You had a pretty good chance to win MSI. I don't know about Worlds there, G2.
Absolutely, and I mean, they're putting that pressure on themselves. You know, this is not something they're saying like retroactively after they already did well. I also saw something very similar from Broken Blade, where they're basically saying, you know, we've been together for a couple years now, and basically, if not now, when? Like, we have got to do it now. We've got to have those international performances, and we'll see if they can find it now.
We'll play like this. I mean, quickness comes through. Remember, Mickey's not level 6 yet. There is no Magnet Storm available.
Yikes.
He was 1 minion off, but as the curtain call sets up with the Seer and the flash away from Karaoke.
Yike didn't even get his ult off. Ah, he's just not there because he's dodging the Maokai ult. Oh, no.
He was 1 minion off, but as the curtain call sets up with the Seer and the flash away from Karaoke.
Stay loose with it on some of his engages.
Mickey XDD,
Question about how will you engage, how will you be able to pull this off on the G2 side. Of course, Mickey X can be setting them up, but Caps can also potentially set up Broken Blade. He can also set himself up.
Yeah, Mickey's been rocky this year. He was so good last year. And I think he's definitely inted a bunch this year, but he's also had some really good games this year. It's just been a more inconsistent performance from him. He can still absolutely pop off, though.
It's very difficult to actually get because it's nuts, and there's a reason it starts getting banned more and more. When I see it left open, I think, what is your response for this? G2 cooked with the Yasuo. Okay, for the laning phase, or at least beyond that, as you said, it needs to stay safe. But my concern is always when we get
6 grubs actually huge for them.
So far at Worlds,
G2 has crazy split pushing, right? They can 1-3-1 extremely easily. So 6 grubs really strong for their comp, I think. They don't really have side lane answers to Yone Yasuo.
It's going to be really strong also against double AD carries. As G2 looking to set up a dive, Weiser is very low. Karaoke trying to come in.
That Still Tempest needs a hit for the last breath, but Karaoke gets caught out in the mix as well. This time the Max Storm is up and available, so G2 have more to work with, but there we go. The ulti we talked about quickly disengaged from G2. Know that now they have the turning play. The last breath is going to be the last hit for Weiser in this fight.
Good side lane collapse here.
In the kitchen sink. A good punish from G2.
Yeah, really well done.
What do you think about Zen going back to C9? I think his voice on the team is necessary. I think he talks and provides in-game shot calling, so I think it's good. He also is the best player on Dignitas, and he's a grinder, man. He's got a great work ethic. I think he and Vulcan had some disagreements previously, so maybe they've gotten over that. I think that's why he was kind of left the team in the first place.
Drops the ulti, they try to get this opportunity to peel. Just really, there's no recourse.
And Azale, the recourse doesn't come
but
because the ult at level 1 is only 1.
I think he's always had a very good attitude, in my opinion. Like, the kind of person you see him on, shows like the Sackdown or on Summoning Insight or in interviews, he's exactly the same in person. I really like him, personally. He's one of my favorite, pro players to chat with.
30 CS up. Yoke is 1.5k up. And I know in Champs queue, this guy has been cooking on more than just Brand. Yoke has been having a good setup to run into this Worlds as it is.
Brand is just such a nightmare when it gets this far ahead. You get a quick 2 items, you get level 11. All of a sudden, it's just like, yeah, okay, great. We dealt with the Yasuo, we dealt with the Yone, but some random Brand bounces just kill our whole team. It just,
what happened?
It can happen to you. It can get very, very annoying.
How do you think Thanatos did the split? I think he was individually fine, but there's just no shot calling on the team, and he's a rookie, so there was nobody to really use him properly.
You open up with the Jin ult, you're flying forward with the Rel. There's a Brand ult bouncing around. Yone and Yasuo are going in. Windwall is protecting them from the AD carries. It's a very clear idea of what they want to do. Of course, if you do misstep on the
could just disengage.
A little bit spicy with it, does get jumped on as Jinkato and Curry trying to
All right, this is just a great job by they got the 6 grubs so early that they're able just to pick up so many plates with this. Get a massive gold lead.
On their macro and how they play left, right, and
last couple games have been pretty one-sided, pretty boring, guys.
Is completed for Broken Blade and Caps. They're twinning on the items. Have the exact same
card. We don't have time because we're going to fight this one out. It's set up central for Broken Blade to get the last breath, and Karaoke is going to be a ban.
Ult is really hard to use if you can't actually force out the wind wall first. There's almost no value for comps like this where it gets a ton of value.
Oh my God.
And look at the trades. I mean, that's with Broken Blade taking a tower shot that he doesn't care about because he can just lifesteal up off of the wave. And Jinkato only at the 130 or so stacks. I mean,
what are the chances that G2 beats HLE? I mean, it's not impossible, but
exactly.
At this point, it's the biggest question: is the game still going to be going?
They're going to commit to this.
From Pain, you mentioned Azale that the commitment is there, but I'm a little bit worried. At least the ult comes through, and Yike is caught out. The most fed member of G2 is down. A Pyroclasm thrown out on his deathbed, but Broken Blade and Mickey are running afar. There's going to be no last breath here after the setup from the Steel Tempest, and G2's jungler is dead.
But look at mid, right? This is the problem again.
Do you see the Sackdown shout out in the broadcast? No, when was that?
Got the bot lane tower, great. But you're getting 1, you're TPing, you're spending ults, you're spending Flash Ignite on Curry, you're losing your mid lane tier 1, you're losing minions top, you're losing your Krugs now as well as Caps is going to farm those.
At least the ult comes. At this point, it's the biggest question: is the game still going to be going?
This is just a desperation teleport.
You mentioned Azale that the commitment is there, but I'm a little bit worried. At least the ult comes through, and Yike is caught out. The most fed member of G2 is down. A Pyroclasm thrown out on his deathbed, but Broken Blade and Mickey are running afar.
The thing is, you get that kill, and that's not bad, but you have to use TP for it, and you lose mid turret.
You're overcommitting. You're sending 5 members down. If they got all 3 and they got the bot lane tower, great. But you're getting 1, you're TPing, you're spending ults, you're spending Flash Ignite on Curry.
Lord just shouted it out.
You're losing minion
in what
stock.
context?
You're losing your Krugs now as well, as Caps is going to farm those away. So sure, you got a kill, but you fell more behind in gold off the play at the end of the day.
GG's early game here is a really nice setup. Coming in, we criticized it, and of course, anyone who watches.
Definitely looking really. I mean, you know,
Like for the Broken Blade episode, or
you know, their expectations, even from the own players, are saying, you know, we want to win the whole.
BB
thing. We
interview.
wanna win worlds,
Nice.
right? And Pain stage, so they need to really step it up here. You can keep winning every fight, but you're going to lose the game.
Laura's cool. I like Laura a lot. She's a real one.
Gold lead will keep track of. Top of your screen, you can all see it at home, but at least Pain have been able to get the Dragons. That's one thing in the back court. 2 minutes 10 till the third. They can start pressuring here. There's a mixture of fans in the audience today, and I love it. I mean, G2 fans always get a massive crowd. But Pain off the side. So well earned. It was a messy game, but against LLA, you know, they were the team that stood
go. And if they can try to claw this one back against G2, you saw that gold difference. And it's just been kind of up and to the right.
Lol Blaze NL, welcome back. Thank you for your Twitch Prime sub.
Two worlds and set up as Wiser has done a good ulti, but the setup from Mickey might be better. A last breath to send a world all the way.
That's just a couple spells there.
So try and get the Aurora ult down, combo with the Maokai ult. It's so hard to play into this brand, though. The brand pick is really good here, because you're trying to like all in, but the brand really just counter engages well. Also, Dinkato doesn't have any stacks. He's at 169 at 18 minutes. That's really bad. Like maybe he gets to 25 by like 25 minutes.
Try to look for the engage there. It's a
curtain call to worlds and set up as Wiser has done a good ulti, but the setup from Mickey might be better. A last breath to send a world.
Broken Blade flashes into the brush to cut vision. He had a good ult there. He had a good ult from Magnet Storm.
All the way to another universe. A curtain call to call it a night. And G2 are always willing to take
of the day. They can't even finish off Broken Blade. He's able to flash out, and look at Jinkato not having fun over there against Caps.
Flashes. Mid-wave is pushing.
Just
the debut looks good because good all the same.
So Dragon stacking is going to end here, no doubt. Yeah, it ends here. Objective bounties are up. This game is over. Last two games were pretty slow, guys.
Get nothing from it, and it's just kind of rinse and repeat.
Will Kalista be better than Jin here? No, I think Jin's super good here. The setup and CC on AD carry from AD carry is really good. Like Ashe or Jin is ideal here. You have the wind shitters and Brand. You don't need more damage. Jin can do a lot of damage at 3 items, but really his W is the most important ability here in his ult.
A lot of sticking potential here for the solo laners of G2 as they just return back to it. As you said, we just do it again.
Kalista, you might run into some problems getting outranged.
He goes to bot. PNG now have to be here to be around the Baron, but G2 aren't going to start it. They're just going to go. But you still hold target. Mum flies through as well, but how far ahead are they? Broken Blade with a last breath takes it.
Oh, he actually stacked this up pretty fast. I'm actually surprised he got the 225 at 23 minutes. I thought it'd take a little bit longer.
Oh, they're actually looking for right now. There's an execute there, so they're going to take the quickness. At least it's the Hail Mary, and this time around again, the Nature's Grass gets a target. Mum flies through as well, but how far ahead are they? Broken Blade with a
another good Yasuo.
Takes out 2 before himself. Jinkato flashes out. He's trying to kite around. Some big plays from this mid smolder.
They just all have to run from Caps now.
Jinkato's alive for now until Caps rocks on up and takes him down. 2 left of G2 is the best.
I think they can 2-man the Baron.
When Pain was so far behind.
Yeah, Pain honestly doing a pretty good job there. It is a 3 for 4, but at the end of the day, G2 stands strong. Their jungler is alive. Their mid laner is alive, and that means the Baron is not long for this world. But Wiser trying to stop him.
He's going to die for this, though.
So can he escape the wrath of Caps?
All right, well, now they can just do Baron and try it again.
And G2
I was curious because
seamlessly they've been
worked
inside
really
lanes.
well. Things start to get a lot more problematic for the other side. Pain
would take vision.
Wiser couldn't touch him. He's going to go forward, keep pressuring. He's going to be able to get that inhibitor, no problem.
Cap still hangs around the way.
Well, Pain is the worst team in Swiss. So not surprising. G2 got really lucky on this draw.
The question is whether they're all right. Caps is holding both ways.
You are all
an easy one.
that inhibitor on the
This is a freebie.
So now that is going to make holding the Baron.
This is what I'm talking about, though. Like, look at this. It allows you to gap close.
His ulti was burned.
Right.
Broken Blade just closes the gap. An easy one. Thanks to
Using the Jhin ultimate.
Wides are still here.
If someone does
Help on the Nexus turret. Baron still out on the side of your screen.
Nexus, they have no.
Both these games haven't ended the fast, but they've been very clean. Another great ult.
This is only the beginning as Nature's Grasp again. Wind wall, Azale, walk me through
The
it. There
wind
it
wall
is.
value is so insane.
But Mickey's engaged. Gets a nice last breath to Pain Gang.
Caps isn't even there.
Because they can't breathe anymore as Broken Blade ran all the way.
Yeah, it's going to be annoying. And so, so he's a
Damage will
but play
On the plus side, this meta seems a lot better for G2
of the game of League, and then you get to go
than in
to Worlds, you
playoffs.
see these teams match up.
again. Chitan, they get him out. Mickey all inning.
How'd
on
they
this.
hit that?
Chitan has his ulti and flash available, but they just wanted to pull it out. Ignite is so strong, and the fourth shot would be even stronger. Curry needs to protect Chitan. They get him out.
That's crazy that he hit that.
Sama from the Secret Service, or what?
Hans just bends the bullet, snipes out Chitan, leaving no doubt about who the better AD is.
Oh, the last breath as well. What a way to end the show as Jinkietto finds Mickey. It might not be over for Pain for now, but kill. More end of Swiss for Pain 1.
Well,
could not be more clean.
that is that.
You
I know.
Was very fun.
Thank you so much for joining me. Great game, stable, everything.
I love how
very
French
fun. What
Laura
happened?
is. She
What
sounds so
went-
French. She looks so
I would
French.
say a 10.
Okay.
Nice
Humble.
victory. Nice. Still
Yeah.
in sight.
Oh.
Fun main caps.
Everyone, honestly. Did you know who was going to play Yone and who was going to play Yasuo? Or did you just...
Like, oh, probably I'll play a little bit of Yasuo.
Ah, the French.
So it was very fun, actually.
French.
I didn't expect myself to.
Often than not, they don't look like scrims. But anything weird that you prepped for Worlds, does the meta allow it? I know you can't say champions' names.
Creative, I think, but I can't promise
No.
anything of.
I want to follow up on the honestly amazing interview you had with Dom and the rest of the crew.
Nice.
Letting a lot of stuff that we didn't know about G2 actually, about the summer that you guys had, about the fact that you were not on the same page, that some players were feeling a bit low. When you think about this and what happened at Worlds last year and the fact that you don't want to have...
All right.
Now, Malu, if
Time
you
for
would
some
please draw
quality
the first
ball
team.
grabbing. Oh, yeah. Swirl those balls.
G2 esports.
How do we feel about finger tattoos? I'm kind of over finger tattoos, guys.
And they will be facing against
Oh, well, like we said, Hama will probably win that one.
D+ Kia. And they will be facing
Why did they make the ball so big, the bowl so big? It just seems inconvenient. It is really awkward how you really have to like get in there. I have a theory that tattoos should never be visible. That's my theory. All my tattoos are never visible if I'm wearing just like normal clothes. You know what I mean? Like if I'm wearing just a shirt, like a t-shirt, pants, shoes, all my tattoos can't be seen.
FlyQuest.
I agree. That's my theory as well. That is
And now
my
for the
that's my
third
theory of
matchup.
tattoos.
Malu. For the third matchup, FlyQuest. And now for the third matchup,
What if I wear shorts? No, you still can't see my tattoos.
Genji.
Generation Gamer.
esports.
That's actually a really spicy matchup, guys. Genji might lose that if they keep their draft bad, and we see Tien and Cream popping off again.
Billy Gaming. And they will be facing there's nothing in the bowl.
Billy, it's LNG, right?
But there's only one team left.
That, by the way, guys, it was incredibly convenient. It was incredibly convenient that that was the last ball drawn, because otherwise this would have been really confusing. Like, what would have happened if there were 2 empty balls, or if that ball was drawn earlier? They were so lucky. They literally had a 1 in 8 chance that that ball was drawn last. Right?
All right, now.
Well, BLG will smash that one. So here's what I think. HLE, unfortunately. G2 has a chance to win that, though. I think FlyQuest takes D+. FlyQuest looked really clean in that game, and they'll have some tricks up their sleeve. I think Genji's the better team from TES, and I think they'll hopefully fix some of their draft issues, and then BLG. These two, I think, are the hardest to call.
For the 0-1 teams that we have, Mad Lions Koi, T1, Weibo Gaming. Now,
VCS. Who the fuck is responsible? Like, fire this person. Fire whoever was responsible for this. This is outrageous, guys. How can you not check this?
We are gonna take a quick break.
It's also a huge breach of competitive integrity, because it makes it feel like this is rigged, guys. I don't think it is, but this is pathetic.
I think that's a
game because FlyQuest.
So they had to go back. What they had to do was check all the balls and see which one was missing. But whoever did this needs to be fired.
Pain Gaming. Now for the second matchup, the first team is PSG Talon. And they will be facing against Mad Lions Koi.
It's a good draw for Mad Lions. It's a good draw for Mad Lions. Weibo. This is winnable for Team Liquid.
Team Liquid Honda.
It's very convenient that she opens one every 10 seconds, so I can skip right to it.
Esports.
Dude, this one, if Vietnam wins this, Fnatic must disband. That's the rules. Those are the rules, guys. Okay, so T1. I think Mad wins this. Oh, I hope TL wins this, man. And Fnatic wins. If GAM wins this, Fnatic must disband. They must be destroyed. Right, guys? All right. So, follow my channel, please, or subscribe on YouTube if you're watching over there. And I will be back tomorrow because we're going to do more. Just like we did all 8 games today, We're going to do all 8 games tomorrow. We're going to do every game throughout Worlds. So don't miss it. I'll see you guys then.
All aboard the Korean hype train.